Surrey's last game. The toss news is that Surrey won it and Derbyshire will bat, which is interesting. Mark Church is with me for the first time in my working life. It's very, very exciting. And you are very welcome, Church.
Thank you, Fletcher. Well, it's a joy. I can't believe that you and I haven't ever done a game together. So I've really been looking forward to this. And firstly, can I say, the broadcasting centre is magnificent. It's perfect, absolutely perfect. Because Surrey haven't been here for 8 years. We were working out, so it's been a while. But my first trip into the new broadcast, well, not that new now, but the broadcasting centre, and it's magnificent. Great view of the ground, lovely day for it. As you say, from a Surrey perspective, still a bit to play for today.
Well, I'll let you explain all that later on.
Thank you. I'm really looking forward to that. Need to be. What was that book? The Da Vinci Code's simpler than that. So I think in simple terms, Surrey just need to win today. That's it, and then we'll work the rest out later if they manage to do that.
The team news for Derbyshire, we already knew that Finn Hudson-Prentice and Brooke Guest were going to be absent due to COVID protocols. Well, Harry Kane dropped out this morning through illness, not COVID related, we're told, but it takes an awful lot of runs out of this Derbyshire side in the Royal London. 46% of their runs have been scored by Hudson-Prentice, Guest and Kane, and if you add in Billy Godleman as well, it rises even more to beyond 50%. So there's a bit of a test on here. And Mitch Wagstaff, the 17-year-old who made his debut in a game that didn't start. They had the toss and it rained. And then in his next match, which turned out to be the first time we'd seen him, was out first ball led before wicket at Wantage Road. 17 years of age, product of the academy. He's going to face the first delivery from the City end. You'll have to tell me who's bowling.
Matthew Dunn.
Matthew Dunn, here he is. He's in and bowls to Wagstaff, who plays and misses at that one. And it flies through to wicketkeeper Jamie Smith.
That's encouraging. It did fly through to Jamie Smith.
It did, didn't it?
Bounce and carry is what you want to see. We just got, I think that they're trying to get in touch with the scorers, the umpires, just to check their walkie-talkies are working, which they are. So Nico Reefer is signalling to us at the moment. I think Nico's got his boxes the wrong way round.
Yes, we'll just wave back to him. Done in again, and this time it's dabbed backward of square into the offside by Wagstaff, who we've seen bowling today in warm-up, and I have never seen him bowl. Bowls a bit of leg spin, apparently leading wicket taker in the under-17s as well as an opening batsman. This is his last game for the first team for this season. I fancy it'll go back to his age group cricket, but what an experience he's had. Coming in for Billy Godman, left-handed batsman, and he's got his first run down to backward square leg, where Nico Reefer does the fielding. Derbyshire are up and running, one without loss.
Yeah, well, this has been sort of the story of this tournament, hasn't it? Lots of young players getting an opportunity, which has been absolutely fantastic. There's a young player out there as well. He's so young, he hasn't even got a name and number on his shirt. Surrey have thrown this kid in today at 3. And we'll see how he gets on. Apparently, Ollie Pope, his name is.
I've heard he has a future.
Yeah, and he hasn't even got a name and number on his shirt, bless him.
Which is slightly bizarre. It's done it into Wood, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Last innings, Tom Wood played here. Got his maiden century for Derbyshire. It was the second fastest all-format century for the club. Just 55 deliveries in that remarkable victory against Nottinghamshire. So if they don't do anything else all season, they've beaten Notts, and that's pretty much all that matters. But he batted beautifully. Another one of the players with a story, as Wood waits and he drives out towards the point boundary. I don't think it's going to go all the way for 4, because Pope will reach it about 5 yards inside the boundary, and they're going to come back for 3. That's good running by Wagstaff, who's coming to the danger end. And Tom Wood's up and running. He's on 3-4 without loss.
It was an encouraging start in the fact that Wood just pushed that and it whistled away through the cover area to pick up 3 runs. And Ollie Pope on a serious point, released by England and has headed up here to play in this game for Surrey. As Matthew Dunn will come in over the wicket once again to Mitch Wagstaff, and the left-handed Wagstaff turns this one down to Nico Reefer at fine leg, and the throw comes into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Derbyshire, another single for Wagstaff, another single for Derbyshire. End of the first over then, 5 without loss. Derbyshire won the toss, batted first in nice conditions. Blue sky, bit of cloud cover, and Matthew Dunn with the first over. And Surrey's lineup for this one: Mark Stoneman, Ryan Patel, Ollie Pope, Tim David, who made that block-busting 140 a couple of days ago, Jamie Smith, Ricky Clark, Nico Reefer, Cameron Steele, Conor McCurr, Dan Moriarty and Matthew Dunn. So the change from the side that beat Warwickshire 2 days ago is Ollie Pope comes into the side for Ben Geddes. And it's going to be Ricky Clark to get us started from the racecourse end. Wagstaff on strike on 2 as Clark is over the wicket to him, and Wagstaff's forward and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Of course, Ricky Clark had a season at Derby as captain at Derbyshire before making that move to Warwickshire. And I was saying with Mr. Griffin this morning that Matthew Dunn will have fond memories of this ground. Made his debut here for Surrey back in 2011 it was. He got called into the side as over the wicket comes Clark then to Wagstaff, beats him, all ends up pushing forward, little bit of movement, and turned him inside out with that one. Actually bounced once before it got to the gloves of Jamie Smith. But yeah, Matthew Dunn will remember this ground very, very well. Jade Dernbach got the call up, and Matthew Dunn came into the side as a replacement for Jade in 2011 and picked up 5 for on debut. I seem to remember his first one was Wayne Madsen. Yeah. And then Martin Guptill. So it's two pretty good ones up top as Ricky Clark is over the wicket to Wagstaff, and he's just turned round again by Ricky Clark. Clark's just going wicket to wicket as always on a good line and a good length. And Wagstaff, little bit of movement there, played it nicely, but just got turned round a touch as he popped that one down to backward point. Ollie Pope doing the fielding in there. Stoneman at cover. Ryan Patel is the one slip. Tim David is on the edge of the circle there at fine leg. Cameron Steele at mid-wicket. Moriarty at mid-on. Reefer at mid-off and Dunn at third man as Ricky Clark over the wicket. He comes to Wagstaff, and that's nicely played on his hip. Just worked way out towards Conor McCurr, who of course knows this place very well, as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps, and Wagstaff moves on to 3 and Derbyshire move on to 6 without loss. Looks very organised, young Mr. Wagstaff.
Yes, yeah, I think he's got a future. I don't think there's much doubt about that. Conor McCurr played here for the first time in his second spell because he played a couple of away games in his first loan spell here. I think he was the youngest player to take a 5 on debut for Derbyshire, with 5 at Trent Bridge. And again, they would have won but for the rain.
Well, he's an impressive bowler, Conor McCurr, and he's been very good for Surrey in this competition this season. Had to wait until this competition to get a go for Surrey. It's been very impressive so far, as Ricky Clark coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Wood, who lets him go as it goes away off a goodish length outside his off stump, taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right. Good number of spectators in. I'd have thought a few Surrey fans have made their way up here today as well, but nice day for it. Yeah. Thank goodness we've got a bit of summer now. We've had to wait a while, but yesterday was okay, and today up here in Derby, very nice day. As I came along the Brian Clough Way this morning, Mr. Fletcher, the sun came out as Ricky Clark over the wicket. He comes to Wood, and Wood is forward and pushing this length delivery into the leg side. Tim David gets round to do the fielding. 2 overs gone, and then Derbyshire batting first. 6 without loss, Wagstaff 3 and Wood has 3.
The Derbyshire supporters will be very keen, I would imagine, to see and hear this game, because Derbyshire don't play again until August the 30th, I think it is, when we're down at Lord's. So why would you play in August? foolhardy, really, isn't it? Now that the summer's here, kids are off school, why on earth would you want to put cricket on in a cricket ground? Matt Dunn to continue from the city end. Bowling to Mitch Wagstaff, who just dabs that down to backward point. The numberless Pope. That's the feeling. I'm going to hastily find a spare Surrey shirt. Quick, get a shirt.
Well, of course, he will have his own kit.
Yeah.
But I think probably released by England, zoom up here, and then just bung a shirt on for Ollie Pope. So, yeah, no name or number on the back of his shirt there. It's good to see him out there, actually, after that calf problem he had.
Sees a backward point as this next ball is off an edge and just past second slip, who goes tumbling away to his left-hand side. Ryan Patel applauds the delivery, but it results in 4 runs for Mitch Wagstaff, the first boundary of the match. He moves on to 7. Derbyshire up to 10 without loss, but a genuine edge to that delivery from Dunn.
Seems to be already up to the bat, doesn't it, on this surface? Good length is going to be key, I think, today. It'll be interesting to see if it takes spin as well.
Derbyshire will be hoping it does, I think. Dunn is in again, and this one's down the leg side, will be signalled wide. Trying to flick it away off his hip there. Wagstaff looking for the little tickle down to fine leg.
Well, I must admit, Fletch, you know, when you see the players warming up in the mornings, you see 2 or 3 bowlers going through their warm-ups in the mornings. It looked like the entire Derbyshire squad were going through their warm-up this morning.
Well, there was an interesting bowler bowling, because it was Darren Smith. He's keeping wicket. As Dunn is in, and that one is dabbed deliberately down to third man. There is a third man. Away to our left-hand side, it's Daniel Moriarty. And they pick up another single to move on to 11 without loss. Here, Darren Smith playing his first game of first-team cricket. Well, certainly since he retired, but since 2019 on T20 Finals Day. And I don't think he's kept wicket since then, because when he's playing at Ramsbottom, this is going to be his last season in the Lancashire League, unless Ramsbottom have moved to the Greater Manchester League, I'm not sure. He bowls for them. Dunn is into Wood, who just pushes this out into the offside, and there's no run. So he's a leggy, and he only took up wicket keeping because he thought and was told, I'm led to believe, that he was next in line to take over the South African wicket keeping job after Boucher. I think it was Boucher. And he didn't get the gig, so he reverted back to leg spin. But he is or was, we'll wait and see if he still is, a magnificent wicketkeeper. Dunn is in, and that one is forced off the back foot by Wood for 4 runs out to the point boundary. Hits the rope now, got high on his toes. It beat Pope at point with the dive to his right. And on the back, the outfield, which was very damp last time we played here, is pretty quick. So Wood has a boundary as well. He moves on to 7, 16 without loss. He did get that century against Notts. I'm sure the memories are fresh. I think he was almost in tears at the end of the interview that we did with him afterwards, as he thanked his mum and dad for ferrying him around the country. He waits now, has done bowls to him, and he goes back, pushes it into the mid-wicket region. 3 overs down, 16 without loss. Derbyshire, Wagstaff 8, Wood 7. He came through the ranks at Derbyshire, and they're still claiming him as look at this, is an academy product, but of course he was released in 2017, told he wasn't good enough, went back and played for Ticknell in the Derbyshire Premier League, and scored mountains of runs for them and for the Derbyshire second team, and eventually got another opportunity. So at 27, he got his first century in Derbyshire colours. He was thrilled.
Ricky Clark it is, with the 4th over coming into Wagstaff, who's forward, driving. Down to third man it goes, safe shot, and he'll pick up a single. Well, that shot in the last over from Wood off Matt Dunn was a man in form. Gorgeous shot, off his feet. Just punched it through cover point for 4. So yeah, he looks in good nick. He really does.
Got single figures at Chesterfield, but it was 10 overs aside. Basically, it was go in and just hit the ball as hard as you can, as soon as you can. He was batting at 3 in that game.
17 without loss, Derbyshire. As Ricky Clark over the wicket, he doesn't come because he's got to the crease and lost his run-up. So a signal of dead ball. I think the walkie-talkie issue is solved. I think a new walkie-talkie is going out there for, I think that's umpire Burns at this racecourse end. So I just saw lots of signalling again to the scorers, and then a member of the Derbyshire staff nipping in with another walkie-talkie for them. So it's been a little bit like, do you remember TJ Hooker? It's been a bit like that this morning, as in over the wicket comes Ricky Clark, and this one's left alone by Wood outside his off stump and taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right-hand side.
TJ Hooker.
They used walkie-talkies quite a lot, didn't they? Mr. Shatner.
I know of it. I knew that William Shatner was in it, but I don't think I've ever seen one.
Yes, no, it's police series from the 80s, but they used walkie-talkies a lot then. As over the wicket comes Ricky Clark once again to Wood. Wood's up on his toes, looking to punch. Plays that one as if it kept a little bit low on him. Into the offside. And no run there as Cameron Steele comes round to his right to do the fielding. Lots of cars down there in the car park with the sun glinting off the windscreens. But it is a lovely day today. So we're fine here weather-wise. Down at Lord's it's raining. So they haven't got underway yet in the Test match down at Lord's. But everywhere else in the Royal London One Day Cup they're underway on time. Haven't had a wicket yet in the Royal London One Day Cup as Ricky Clark is in and solidly forward. Goes Wood. Plays this one straight back up the pitch and there's no run. Hampshire and Durham. Hampshire 11 without loss. Yorkshire 9 without loss against Glamorgan. That's a big game in this group. I'm still trying to get my head around all the permutations.
I stopped looking at the top of the group some time ago, Churchy, so...
Well, interestingly, Leicestershire are still in it. Leicestershire could still get into the playoffs. As over the wicket comes Ricky Clark once again to Wood, and that's hitting the pad, I think, as he looks to work leg side. And leg by will be the signal back up to the scores. Yes, indeed, 18 without loss. Because the group, with Glamorgan sitting on top on 10 points, Notts have already finished on 8 points. Surrey are on 8 points. Yorkshire are on 8 points, but they're playing Glamorgan today. Somerset are on 8 points, and Leicestershire are on 7 points. So Leicestershire playing Northants today, Warwickshire playing Somerset, and Glamorgan playing Yorkshire. So Leicestershire aren't out of it. Leicestershire could still get themselves into the playoffs. As Wagstaff comes on to strike to Clark, he's across his stumps, playing this one into the leg side. And there is Cameron Steele to do the fielding. 4 overs gone. Derbyshire solid start, 18 without loss.
It's a bit of a shame you can't do it as it stands as the day progresses. That'd be exciting, wouldn't it?
It
But
would be.
I don't think we can.
No.
We can't do that.
No, because the other thing that's going to come into it is net run rate as well.
Oh dear.
Which is a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
Although Surrey, by winning against Warwickshire with 10 overs to spare, got their net run rate positive. It was negative, but they've now got it to 0.122.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever that means.
Very good, I think.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not sure. We'll find out later. It might not be good enough.
I'd love to know how they work it out. Here's Dunn continuing from the City end. Bowls to Tom Wood, who was a little bit aerial with that ball. It was just to the left of Pope. It's picked up down below us by Nico Reefer, and they go through for a single.
I just wonder whether they, next time he comes on to strike Wood, whether they'll think about pushing. They've got 2 slips at the moment, haven't they? But after that one, just pushing Ryan Patel a little wider, more towards the gully
It was in
region.
the air for a while, wasn't it?
It was. He wasn't completely on top of that one.
The net run rates tell you nothing, for me anyway. As Wagstaff waits now and gets an inside edge down to Reefer. That fine leg gets another run, but that was quite a thick inside edge off Wagstaff's bat. He moves on to 10, 20 without loss, because Derbyshire's net run rate is better than Northamptonshire's and Leicestershire's and Somerset's. Well, that's madness, because they're not very good.
Well, I know for a fact the first tie break is going to be net run rate, not wins.
Yeah, which is ridiculous, really, isn't it? This next one is... he tries to drive it. He gets it up to mid on Tom Wood, but not particularly
Although having said
impressively.
that, with Nottinghamshire on 3 wins. Well, Glamorgan on 4 wins, Nottinghamshire 3 wins, Surrey 3 wins, Yorkshire 3 wins, Somerset 3 wins, Leicestershire 3 wins. Then, yes, it could have come into play anyway, really, couldn't it? Because there could be 4 sides on 4 wins. Whatever happens, someone will work it out and let us know.
Yeah.
That's usually the best way.
If anybody finds out before us, Dunny's in again, and that one wraps Wood in the sort of pit of the stomach region. He shows no pain. Quite right too. Derby lad. 20 without loss. So yeah, so the loss of Harry Kame is
that's huge,
it's a bit of a blow on top of Hudson Prentice and Brooke Guest. So it looks like Alex Hughes will come in next, and Matty McKinnon is slated to come in at 4, which I would venture to suggest his 4 place is too high. That's the start of the all-rounders. His next delivery is pulled around the corner. There is a man out there, but he's going to drop short of Daniel Moriarty. And he'll pick up a single there, Tom Wood. His heart must have been in his mouth for a moment there as the ball left the bat. Probably landed 10, 15 yards to the left of Moriarty as he moved around from deep backward square leg. He moves to 9, 21 without loss, which I think constitutes a reasonable start. In the 5th over, final ball about to be bowled by Dunn from the city end of Wagstaff. Just pushes it out gently into the offside. To be pleased with the way he started, young Mitch Wagstaff. He moves on to 10. Oh no, he stays on 10. He doesn't move anywhere, you fool. Wood has 9. It's 21 without loss. He got 22 at Chesterfield last Sunday, which is now his high score in list A cricket, but obviously he's in the very early stages of his first team career.
As I say, he looks very organised.
I think he's actually too young for us to interview without permission from his parents.
Yes,
he?
yep, that's right.
Yeah, so we haven't had an opportunity to speak to him, which is a bit of a shame, really, because it must be very exciting for him.
Oh, fantastic experience. Ricky Clark with his 3rd over, the 6th from the racecourse end to Wood. Wood is forward, playing this one again off a good length, straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. And you can see already that Dunn and Clark have decided we are just going up to the bat, stump to stump here. There's no huge pace to this pitch. Looks a good one in the fact that we've seen Wood off the back foot crack one through cover point for 4. What will be fascinating though is when Moriarty and Steele come into the attack to see whether there is any grip and turn for them. Cameron Steele's coming off the back of 2 forfers. As in comes Clark again. Wood is forward, playing straight back up the ground. There's Moriarty again to do the fielding. So Cameron Steele made his debut against Leicestershire, took a 4-fer, and then against Warwickshire, another 4 for 33 off 10 at Grace Road, where he didn't concede a boundary as well. That was the other thing, he didn't concede a boundary, and then 4 for 39 off 10 against Warwickshire. So it's been a terrific start for Cameron Steele. 8 wickets in his first couple of games. Moriarty's been very good throughout the competition. As Ricky Clark is into Wood, and Wood looking just to open the face and guide this down to 3rd man, chops it away out towards cover point. And there's no run there as Stoneman in the end does the fielding. Yeah,
McKerr got the first 2 wickets, I think, didn't he, in the last match that I was watching on the stream?
Yeah, Connor ended up with a 4-fer as well, 4 for 64. And he's had a great competition, actually. Picked up wickets all the time. Normally as well in his first over. Which, you know, come on, wicket straight away. And then sort of at the end of his spell as well, as Clark is into Wood. And Wood is forward, driving, and takes the quick single up to Dan Moriarty, slightly on his heels there at mid-off. Good run that from Wood. He moves on to 10. And Derbyshire move on to 22 without loss. The left-handed Wagstaff comes back on to strike. Jamie Smith in charge again for Surrey. So got his first win as captain against Warwickshire. His 4th game in charge for the 21-year-old. He's captained very well so far. Jamie Smith with the gloves on as well. He's got Ryan Patel next to him at first slip. Steals a second catcher in there at short mid-wicket as Ricky Clark over the wicket. He comes to Wagstaff. Always driving. That beats the outside edge. Nice bit of bowling from Ricky Clark. And Wagstaff with a big drive on the up.
Wasn't there for that shot.
No. It climbed and went past his outside edge. Taken by Jamie Smith away to his left. I must admit, I did get a bit lost this morning. Because having not been here for 8 years, I was like, where on earth do I go now? I went round in circles for a little bit. I ended up on to our right at one point. As in over the wicket comes Clark again, and Wagstaff covers up, plays this one straight back up the pitch. And Clark does the fielding, off his own bowling, tidy over that from Ricky Clark. Just a single off it, 6 overs have gone. And Derbyshire are 22 without loss.
Well, just one word of advice. When you leave the main gate, don't turn left because you're not allowed.
Oh, right, thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'd
You
rather...
have to sort of go around and then back to the Pentagon Island roundabout. Even though you can see the roundabout, if you turn left, you're not allowed.
Right, okie dokie.
So,
that's good advice, thank you. But
I bump into something.
Well, I sort of went in the main gate, and then the last time I came here, we parked just behind where, if that is still the groundsman's workshop to our right, we parked behind there.
Oh, okay.
So I headed that way.
Right.
But there was nothing there.
No. The new over from Dunn begins from the city end. First ball defended by Wood out into the offside. When I first started in 16, we were in the old, it's an old scoreboard, square on, which wasn't ideal. We were terrific for run-outs, but nothing else. But I parked the car in the main car park, way to the left, so it was quite a trek with all the gear on day one. Now we just park immediately behind the media centre. It's superb, and there's a lift. As Dunn is into Wood and drives it down the ground. He might have got a hand to it there, Dunn, but he couldn't take enough pace off it to prevent it from going straight to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah.
Just got his fingertips to it. Might now be wishing he hadn't.
Yeah. Strong shot from Wood. Not quite sure as to the pitch of it, but threw the bottom hand in and sort of dragged it straight back down the ground for 4.
Moves on to 14-26 without loss in the 7th over. As Wood waits and pushes this out into the offside. There's a good stop there in the covers and a shy at the stumps as well. That was terrific work. Is that Stoneman?
It is.
Terrific work, diving away to his right-hand side. They got through for the single because the shy at the stumps missed, but I fancy if it had hit, he might have been in a spot of bother there, Tom Wood.
Yeah, that was a good bit of work from Mark Stoneman. Dive to his right, and then still, as he hit the ground, got the ball away. And
sure, he managed to throw it from that position, but he did.
Yeah, it was a good effort, it really was.
Lots of hands on heads, which is usually an indication that it was close as Wagstaff turns this next delivery from Dunn into the leg side. There might be 2 here. There will be 2 here. That's an excellent little bit of work. Cameron Steele does the fielding, but they get through for a couple. Well placed. It is a fairly large playing area here at Derby. No, it's not Grace Road, clearly. But it is a large playing area, although relatively short straight. So if you're thinking of clearing the boundary as a batsman, straight's your best option. 29 without loss as Dunn bowls to Wagstaff, who pushes it up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, well, first impressions are good pitch.
Yeah.
First impression, we haven't seen a huge amount of movement. And as I say, Dunn and Clark have gone up to the bat now. So fullish length seems to be the way forward. No huge pace to it, but it looks a good pitch.
Derbyshire scored 258 in 27 overs on it last week. Dunn bowls to Wagstaff, just dabs it down to 3rd man for a single. That completes the 7th over. Wagstaff is on 13. Wood has 15. Derbyshire are 30 without loss after 7 overs. So a decent start by Derbyshire in a game. Well, they're playing for pride. They're playing for their 2nd win of the competition.
I wonder if Surrey might already sort of be saying to themselves, inexperienced batting lineup, keep it tight, just keep it tight. Keep them behind where they think they should be, the batsmen on this surface. But as I say, we haven't seen any spin yet, so that'll be interesting. As Ricky Clark from the racecourse end is into Wagstaff, who's slapping this one. 2 bounces down to Matthew Dunn at third man as the throw comes in. Mr. Fletcher he's got this amazing mixer. He's so clever. So when he has to do his updates on the radio, you know, anyone who's listened to BBC Radio London over the years, it will either be on, you know, I'm off to do my update, or so-and-so has nipped next door to do their update. Mr. Fletcher just has to move one lead, and he's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I haven't seen that before. He's got a clever little sort of iPad-y computer thing. As in, over the wicket comes Clark to Wood. Wood is forward, plays this one to backward point, and there is no run. I have to admit, if it was me doing this, it's got disaster written all over it. 31 without loss. I'd probably be broadcasting to the local taxi service. 31 without loss then. Wagstaff 14, Wood 15. Derbyshire winning the toss, batting first. It's the last group game, of course, and then playoffs on Saturday. We'll know who's in those playoffs by the end of today, as Ricky Clark is in once again to Wood, and Wood is forward, pushing this one out into the covers, just probing away. At the moment is Ricky Clark. This is where all that experience comes into play. It's been very, very tight so far. Ricky Clark into his fourth over now, none for 4. Dunn's none for 26. Ricky Clark none for 4 in his fourth over. Wood waits again, right-handed. Blue shirts of Derbyshire, the dark shirts of Surrey. As in over the wicket comes Clark, and Wood's looking to use his feet to get to him. In the end, can only push this one straight back up the pitch. Reefer does the fielding again, moving away to his left-hand side. Yeah, Surrey have the black shirts with the duck egg blue stripes on their shoulders. Blue shirts for Derbyshire, the white names and numbers on the back, and then dark trousers. Ricky Clark down to our left. Comes over the wicket once more to Wood, and Wood's turning leg side. That'll be picked up by Tim David, who made that 140 not out a couple of days ago. Absolutely brutal innings from him. And 140 from 70 deliveries it was. 9 fours, 11 sixes. So 9 fours and 11 sixes. Tim David on Tuesday. Clark once again. Over the wicket he comes. Last ball of the over. No runs off it so far as Clark is in, and Wood, that one just back of a length. Hurried him up a touch. He got bat on it, off his hip, down into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. And that'll be one more to the total, one more to Wood, but a very tight over again from Ricky Clark. 8 overs gone. 32 without loss. Couple in that over, of course, because Wagstaff with the single down to third man, first ball of the over. Matthew Dunn to bowl his 5th over, the 9th from the City end. Ricky Clark and Ryan Patel, 2 slips in there as Matthew Dunn is over the wicket then to the right-handed Wood, and Wood, that nips back at him. Plays it off the back foot solidly, straight back up the ground. And Conor McCurr comes round to his left to do the fielding. Elsewhere in the Royal London One Day Cup, Hampshire 25 for 1 against Durham. Yorkshire 33 for 1 against Glamorgan. Kent 29 without loss against Gloucestershire. Lancashire 16 without loss against Essex. Leicestershire 43 for 1 against Northamptonshire. Sussex 24 for 1 against Middlesex. As Dunn is in, and Wood shot went outside his leg stump, and then has put Matthew Dunn straight back down the ground. 1 bounce for 4. That's a very good shot from Wood. Just gave himself a little bit of room, got himself outside that leg stump, and then thumped it straight over Matt Dunn's head. 1 bounce and away for 4. And Tim Davids had to hop over the advertising hoardings to get that ball back. But that was a very well manufactured shot from Tom Wood. On to 20 he goes. 36 without loss Derbyshire as Matthew Dunn is into him. Oh, now he's ramping. He's trying all his shots here. Is Tom Woods jumped outside his off stump and then tried to ramp it over the top of Jamie Smith. So all of a sudden, Tom Wood in this over thumps Matthew Dunn straight down the ground for 4, and then he's trying to ramp him over Jamie Smith. He's actually got a fine leg in there. Got a fine leg and a third man. He's still trying to ramp it down there too, fine leg, as Matthew Dunn is into Wood again, and Wood shot. He's just waited for this on the front foot and then just cut down on it with the bat and sided it away through backward point. And that has whistled off to the boundary rope. So again, it's an effective shot, that from Wood. He's on to 24. Runs coming from the City end and 40 without loss. So 3 deliveries there, 3 interesting bits of cricket from Tom Wood. Stepped outside his leg stump, went over the top one bounce for 4, then tried the ramp shot, and then really did scythe down on that through backward point. That absolutely whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. As Matthew Dunn is in once again to Wood, and Wood's gone down the ground again, and it's just past the left hand of Conor McCurk, diving to his left at mid-on. Didn't get all of that, Tom Wood. But this is a good over for Derbyshire. And, well, Tom Wood's decided to go after Matthew Dunn. He's on to 28. Mr. Fletcher is back.
Yeah, sorry, Church. I was
44 without loss.
Time,
that's fine, absolutely. No.
You can never quite be sure with the half-past updates because there's usually a song being played. And then quite often, well, you say that. It was Ronan Keating.
Oh, I like a bit of Ronan Keating.
You?
Oh, yeah. I've got his greatest hits CD in the car. Matthew Dunn was about to go over the wicket, but has decided against it.
Well, there's 2 things that need to be questioned there. One, why have you got Ronan Keating's greatest hits on CD in a car, and why have you got a CD in a car?
I have. Well, I've still got CD player in my car.
Have you really? Yes, I have, but I don't think mine works.
Yes, no, I've still got CD player, and I quite like a bit of Ronan Keating, I have to say. Only his solo career.
Windows down.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, roller coaster.
That was the one.
That was the belter. As in over the wicket comes Dunn. Oh, now Tom Wood's gone for the pull shot on top edge, and he's caught by Cameron Steele, and Matthew Dunn gets his revenge on Tom Wood, because Tom Wood 3 boundaries in this over, and then Matthew Dunn short ball. Tom Wood got cramped up, looking to pull top edge. Cameron Steele taking the catch, running back. Wood goes for 28. And Derbyshire are 44 for 1. And I think you may have caught the cry of delight there from Matthew Dunn as well. But interesting, that over had everything in it. 12 runs, 3 boundaries and a wicket.
Yeah, he got a bit greedy, I think, didn't he, in the end, Tom Wood, which is disappointing. I think it's fair to say. Because he'd got enough runs off that over just to calm it down, perhaps push it around. Decided against that, went for the big shot. And a very straightforward catch for Cameron Steele at mid-wicket. So Derbyshire lose their first wicket. Out comes, well, it should be Alex Hughes, according to the team sheet that we've been given. Whether it is Alex Hughes, and it looks a bit like Alex Hughes. The way his shoulders are rolling. He's certainly wearing Alex Hughes' shirt, or one of them. So it is Alex Hughes, the captain. And then after Alex Hughes, it's Matty McKeon and Alex Thompson, Connor Marshall, Anuj Dal, Darren Smith, Ben Aitchison, George Scrimshaw and Ravi Rampal. And other than Scrimshaw and Rampal, you could pretty much put them in any order, I think. So that opening partnership, given that one of them, Mitch Wagstaff's only 17 years of age, that opening partnership was always going to be important. Anyway, Wood's gone. Hughes got a first baller at Chesterfield in that 10 overs a side game. He may have got a first baller at Northampton as well, thinking back. He's going to face Ricky Clark from the racecourse end, and he pushes it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Nico Reefer. Yeah, that never even occurred to me, that he might have got 2 first ballers. Did he get a first baller at... I'm not even looking at the right competition there, so that won't help me. I'm just trying to work out how Matt Critchley was playing. which clearly wasn't. Yeah, he got first baller against Yorkshire, and at Northampton he got a second baller at Northampton, so he's still in the danger zone. He didn't think he'd hit it at Wantage Road. I know that. This one is off a pad. It's a big appeal for leg before wicket and not out, says the umpire. Just for a moment, his heart would have been in his mouth.
Yeah, you've got to be really careful to Ricky Clark with that. He has the one that will just swing back late, and you end up trying to whip it around your front pad and get done LBW. So you sort of got that into the back of the umpire's mind now. But you see it first up and you think, right, Midland leg, lovely, I'll whip this. Just as you're getting to about that point, it just dips back in at you. Seen him do it a lot this season, actually, Ricky Clark.
He's played an enormous amount of cricket this year, Alex Hughes. He waits now as Clark bowls to him, and he does clip this one away. That might go for 4. I think, I don't know, there's a field around that. It's a good piece of fielding. Very good piece of fielding. Is that done? Or it's done, I think.
Done down there, yeah.
Does the fielding. They come back for 3 in the end, but it was a nice piece of fielding because it looked for all money as though it was going to go to the boundary, and he just put the slide in. Kept his legs nice and high to make sure they didn't touch the rope. Hughes is on 3. Derbyshire moved to 47 for 1. Yeah, it wasn't in the championship side at the start of the season. And then pulled his side muscle at Leicester in the T20. Fearful cry as Mitch Wagstaff guides this one out into the offside where it's fielded by Stoneman. I don't think I've heard anybody squeal like he squealed as he bowled the final ball of his spell, and he really struggled to walk off the pitch. And still, as I understand it, we had him on Sports Scene at 6 last night. He came on live, which was very good of him. I still don't think he's ready to bowl in a match yet, although he was bowling out in the middle, which is good news, good signs. So that is something at least. See 1 or 2 players out there doing some running. It's Clark. He's into Wagstaff, who goes for the expansive drive and misses. Ball goes through to Smith. That wasn't the shot that he practiced immediately after. And Alex Hughes goes down the pitch just to say, yep, well done, Mitch, don't do that again.
Well, I think he went down as well to interrupt the conversation that Ricky Clark was having with Wagstaff. A bit of coach. He's got his own academy now, as Mr. Clark. So I think just a bit of coaching there for Mr. Wagstaff. That's the second time he's tried that big booming drive through the covers and gone past his outside edge. Yeah, Ben Folkes was out there as well today. Great to see B. Folkes with the gloves on out there again today. So his rehab's coming on. And then if you just tuned in, Ollie Pope out there for Surrey today, released by England. It sounds like they've had him sort of in a cage, but he's up here fielding in there at backward point at the moment.
Mitch Wagstaff do with this next Clark delivery. Well, he'll turn it into the leg side for a single. The thought was in the batsman's mind to go for a couple, but they decided against it in the end. And Wagstaff moves on to 15. Hughes has 3, 48 for 1 after 10 overs. Derbyshire, they lost the toss, and thereby Surrey won it and put Derbyshire into bat this morning. I said some very uncomplimentary things about the batting lineup at 10:30 on BBC Radio Derby, and I'm now being made to eat my words as the next phase of the game. I refuse to call them power plays because they're not. The next phase of the game is signalled by the umpire. We also saw Wayne Madsen running, which is the first time I've seen Wayne Madsen running since the opening game of the T20 when he suffered that bad injury. So that was good news. He was sort of doing zigzags in the outfield, which is always a good sign. Sam Connors has been out there as well. They're all queuing up to play at Lord's. Why wouldn't you?
Conor McCurr is into the attack, replacing Matthew Dunn, and Wagstaff down the pitch to him, opens the face, guides it down towards third man. So 1 more to Wagstaff. He moves on to 16. Matthew Dunn, 1 for 34. 38, apologies. 1 for 38 off his 5 overs. Ricky Clark's been watertight, really, from the racecourse end. That 3 to get Hughes off the mark was the first runs off Clark that weren't singles in his first 5 overs. So he's just used all that nous again as Ricky Clark. In his final couple of months of being a professional cricketer now, Ricky Clark, as Conor McCurr Coming over the wicket to the right-handed Hughes, and Hughes is in behind a shorter length delivery, playing this one back up the pitch. And I was thinking about it the other day, actually, for Ricky Clark. So Surrey are out of the T20. They're in Division 2 of the Championship. In your last season, it'd be a rather nice way to go out with a final at Trent Bridge, wouldn't it, for Ricky Clark?
It would have been nicer with a final at Lords, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Well, but he's been batting at 5. He's been opening the bowling in this competition. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr. Hughes, he's right up there in the block hole. Hughes is late on that. Bat came down after it had pitched, really, and that's taken by Jamie Smith. Conor McCurr, as I say, has been very, very good for Derbyshire listeners in this competition for Surrey. 2 for 36 against Yorkshire at Scarborough, and then 3 for 41 against Nottinghamshire in a ridiculous 30-over game at Guildford. That was the one where Ryan Patel got 131 in no time whatsoever. As McCurr over the wicket, he comes to Hughes, short down the leg side. Now they've heard something, and they've gone up for the court behind. They're just double checking whether that's carried into the gloves of Smith. Yes, out. Now Hughes isn't happy with this at all. They would check the umpires, went across towards square leg, and umpire Pollard and umpire Burns. There was definitely a noise, and Jamie Smith tumbled away to his left-hand side. Hughes doesn't look best pleased, but umpire Burns checked with umpire Pollard, and what he was checking there was, did that carry to Jamie Smith? Smith claimed it, and then the finger went up. So Hughes has to go for 3, and Derbyshire are 49 for 2.
Yes, he wasn't happy at all, was he, Alex Hughes? It was a tumbling catch to his left, down the leg side by the wicket-keeper and Surrey skipper. And Alex Hughes, well, he must think he's cursed in this competition, because he didn't think he was out at Northampton when the ball went through to the keeper, I'm fairly sure. And he didn't think he was out here. And that's Anuj Dal, who's marching out to bat. So Matty McKiernan isn't going to bat at 4. I think that makes sense, although I'm not sure whether Anuj Dal's a 4 either. Although at the start of the season, he was told he was going to be batting at 3 in the Championship. He was going to be the solution to the problematic number 3 position. He played 1 game, failed in both innings, and never batted at 3 again. As Derbyshire's rather muddled season got underway. And it's continued to be muddled pretty much throughout the entire campaign.
It was interesting, as I was driving up here, I was thinking about sort of trips here and everything. And I remember watching Chesney Hughes get a brilliant 100 here against Surrey. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr, and this one's down the leg side, first up to Dart, and he's getting nothing on that, taken by Jamie Smith away to his left, wide the signal, and that'll be the 50 up for Derbyshire. 50 for 2, coming up in the 11th over. But Chesney Hughes, on his day, what a player that boy was.
He's got something like 11, 12 first-class centuries.
Yeah.
Just sort of drifted out of the game.
Yeah,
it was
it's sad,
real
really.
shame he's playing up in the northwest.
Hugely talented cricketer, that one. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr once again, and this is left alone by Dart outside his off stump, taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right-hand side. So yeah, Hughes got a bit cramped up there, and they heard the noise, and Jamie Smith dived full to his length, claimed the catch, and then the umpires in consultation, up went the finger. But it's always the umpire at square leg who has the best view of all that, and there was an immediate nod from square leg. So
Alex Hughes appeared to be pointing an accusing finger.
As over the wicket once again comes McCurr, driven by Dahl. 3 backward point. Nico Reefer with the dive down here at third man, but it's just about got underneath him and over the boundary rope and away for 4. 11 overs gone, 54 for 2. Mr. Fletcher, I'm going to leave you for 2 seconds if that's all right. And as usual, I'll be honest with everyone, it's me age and 5 cups of coffee that have done this.
Not a problem. Yeah, nice shot from Anuj Dal to get off the mark. He could do with a score in this competition. He's got a high score of 25, but he's now got 46 runs in the 5 innings in which he's appeared. So he hasn't set the competition alight as he would have liked. He has been carrying that finger injury. Broke at least 1 finger, if not 2. We're going to see Dan Moriarty come on to bowl for the first time, so we're going to see a little bit of spin from Moriarty. He marks out his short 7 pace, I think that was, run up. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Mitch Wagstaff with a slip. There's a couple of men close-ish in on either side of the pitch. We're just seeing Cameron Steele swap places. He's gone down to the position that has no name, backward of square on the 45 on the leg side. We need a name for that position. 54 for 2. Moriarty, left arm is in around the wicket, balls to Wagstaff, who just pushes it back to him.
This will be interesting, won't it, to see whether Moriarty can get anything off the surface, thinking a bit later in the game as well.
Sort of starts his run, stops and then goes again, as so many spinners do. He's clipped into the leg side by Mitch Wagstaff, fielded there by Ryan Patel, who is no longer fielding at slip. Specialist spin slip, no doubt, is this one. A couple of steps down the track and he whacks him up to long on. It makes an absolute meal of fielding it down here to our left-hand side. Matt Dunn, instead of getting his hands to it, he basically, as the ball is thrown, the ball's thrown to Moriarty, and that's pretty much what Dunn did down to our left. He basically controlled it on his chest, but these players spent so much time in the gym, it ran about 15 yards away from him, enabled them to get back for 2, 56 for 2. Next one is swept by Wagstaff aerially out to the man on the mid-wicket boundary. He's only going to get a single for that one as Conor McCurr does the fielding out there in the deep. Again, 2 shots. The last 2 shots have both been in the air.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a concern.
But positive.
Yes.
He's not just going to let Moriarty bowl at him, which is good to see. Moriarty 10 wickets in the competition this season.
It's good. He's bowling to Anuj Dal, who gets a bit of a leading edge out into the offside. Patel does the fielding. So Dal hasn't been in sparkling form all season really, but he wasn't half messed about at the start of the campaign. He waits now and drives very pleasantly. He's going to get 2 runs for this as McCurr comes around to do the fielding. Dal is lightning between the wickets. He'd run 2 by the time Wagstaff had probably even thought about coming back for the second. He is very, very quick, Anuj Dal. He's moved on to 6. Wagstaff has 19. And Derbyshire at the end of that over. 12 gone, are 59 for 2.
Yep, and tidy first over from Dan Moriarty, but yeah, Wagstaff there, positive. Not going to just let Moriarty bowl at him. Moriarty's a horror if you do just let him bowl at you. If he gets into his rhythm, he can be horrible. Dan Moriarty, red ball cricket, Fletch, as well. He's a terrific prospect. He really is. Has to wait to get his chance, but when he does, he seizes it with both hands every time. I keep forgetting exactly what it was, but it was 4 consecutive fifers in 4 innings for him, bowling his left arm spin. So he's a talented boy, is Dan Moriarty. Conor McCurr from the City end to bowl the 13th over. And Wagstaff is pushing out towards backward point, and there is no run as Stoneman actually comes round to do the fielding. But lovely day today. Really nice conditions for cricket. I think they have actually got underway in the Test match now as well. So, yes, India are 6 without loss in that Test match. And England's team, I think Hamid has come in for Zach Crawley to bat at 3. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr. Wagstaff digs this one out, plays it up the ground towards Tim David. There's no run.
Seen Hamid 2 or 3 times so far this season, and he looks back to his best. And he's got magnificent hair. Seems to have grown and filled out as well. I mean, he looks like a proper cricketer to me. I'm delighted for him that he's got back into the England side at last.
Yeah, of course, but that debut in 2016 against India Over the wicket again comes Conor McCurr, and Wagstaff pushes this one off the back foot, and there's no run. Well, I was lucky enough to spend two, and I mean this, glorious days with Mr. Kevin Howells up at Durham, watching India against the county 11, where Hamid made that 100. He looked good. He did look good.
Yeah, I think he looks back to his best. Bolton schoolboy.
Yeah, and it's a sort of, we were saying then, what a great story it would be. Sort of make your debut at 2016, finger injury, sort of career dropped away as, oh, hello. Down the pitch goes Wagstaff to smear this off Conor McCurr down to third man, got nowhere near it, and that's taken by Jamie Smith away to his left-hand side. Sort of Wagstaff, all of that, we haven't seen any of that from him. All of a sudden, he's trying to go outside his leg stump and help Conor McCurr over third man for 6. But yeah, then he couldn't buy a run, could he?
No.
Went to Notts.
No.
Runs
he was given an ultimatum by Lancashire, wasn't he, at one point?
Over the wicket again goes Conor McCurr. Short one, that's nicely played by Wagstaff. He's just waited for this, opened the face, guided it off down to third man. Get a single. One more to the total. Safer shot in many ways than the previous one from Wagstaff, where he jumped down the pitch at Conor McCurr. 60 for 2, Derbyshire. Yeah, because he really, at Lancashire there for a while, he could not score a run, could he? So it's a sort of that whole story has come full circle now, with it being back at Lord's against India. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr. Oh, this one is going to be out. Brilliant catch from Cameron Steele, because Darla's looked to pull it, got onto him too quickly, and Cameron Steele has tumbled away at short mid-wicket, stuck up a right hand and come up with an excellent catch. Really good catch that from Cameron Steele. Dahl goes for 6 and Derbyshire are 60 for 3.
Yeah, terrific catch by Cameron Steele. It looked like it had gone away from him. It was just going to loop over his head. He stuck up the right arm and clutched it in. Dahl's disappointing season continues, I'm afraid. 60 for 3. All of a sudden, what had been a good start, 44 without loss, is just starting to unravel a little bit for Derbyshire here. And they've got to be really careful that they're not bowled out very, very cheaply. Indeed, I've just been sent a photograph. I won't reveal my source of the Hughes catch. It looks, I mean, freeze frame from a video is often unreliable, but it sort of looks like it might have bounced in front of the keeper.
Yeah, the problem with that is you can't see whether the glove is underneath or not.
No.
And as a keeper as well,
He wouldn't really know. He wouldn't know.
So all I would say is, I think if Telly had been here, we'd have gone upstairs to have a good old look.
Yeah.
You can freeze frame it as many times as you want to, but as a keeper, Jamie Smith wouldn't know.
No, indeed.
And the umpires did what they had to do. Now, I can understand why Hughes might be upset, but yeah, it's a tricky one, that, because if you've ever played cricket and you're a keeper, when it's coming in low to you don't know. If it bounces right in front of you, yeah, absolutely. But you see it so many times in test matches and internationals now, don't you, where they go upstairs and you think, oh, that must have carried clean, and actually it's like a fingertip underneath it. There was one with, was it in the first test or one of the one-dayers or something, which was almost like a fingertip under the ball. So, and I think as well, the thing was, umpire, I think it's umpire Pollard at square leg, immediately nodded. When he got asked the question, carried, he nodded straight away and the finger went up. So he was pretty sure as well that it had carried.
It's in the book. The new batsman is Matty McKinnon, who's come out to bat at 5. Moriarty over the wicket to the left-handed Mitch Wagstaff, who turns it into the leg side. Much rests on the 17-year-old's shoulders now. He's on 20 not out, approaching his high score in List A cricket. A lot of responsibility on the young man's shoulders here. Moriarty's in again and bowls to him, and he drives it out towards point. They're only going to get a single for it, though, as Dunn comes around from the cover boundary to do the fielding.
Yeah, put it this way. Had we been on telly, we'd have gone upstairs and we'd have had multi-angles.
We'd probably still been deciding now.
Deciding now, I think. And knowing Jamie Smith, he's not claiming anything that he doesn't think he's taken cleanly. So, and it was just the fact the umpire's finger went straight up.
Yeah. Kieran's first delivery back into his crease, pushes it out into the offside. Ryan Patel almost runs past the ball, slams the brakes on, comes back, picks up, prevents the single from being taken.
I can understand Hughes feeling disappointed. Any doubt you feel disappointed, don't you?
Oh yeah, he's had a few this season, so sort of compounds it each time, doesn't it? As McKiernan gets off the mark, just clipping that one into the leg side. McKiernan with 75 runs in 5 innings in this competition, high score of 21 not out. Can biff it. Not sure Derbyshire are in a position to start biffing it in the 14th over though, as Wagstaff waits and guides this to a backward point. Again, it's Dunn who does the fielding. Again, a single is taken. Wagstaff to a career high, equaling 22 not out. Derbyshire to 63 for 3.
I think Wagstaff just needs to keep batting here,
Yeah,
doesn't he?
absolutely.
He's got ages. He's playing very nicely.
He's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end as McKiernan gets a little squared up by that delivery from Moriarty. He was looking to play it onto the leg side. It went out into the offside, backward of point.
14 gone. So still 36 to go. So a lot of batting for Derbyshire. 63 for 3. Yeah, that England team, Rory Burns, Dom Sibley, Hasib Hamid, Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow, Moeen Ali, Joss Butler, Sam Curran, Ollie Robinson, Mark Wood and James Anderson. So Moeen straight in, which he was always going to do.
Yeah.
And then Mark Wood in as well, because Stuart Broad, I think I saw last night, is out for the series.
The series, yeah, that's
poor
what they're
fella.
reporting.
So Mark Wood into the side.
Moeen back in the side after his terrific performances in the very shortest form of the game.
Yeah, as Conor McCurr is in over the wicket to Wagstaff. Good one, that just climbed on Wagstaff. I think he's played that pretty well, actually. He's just dropped the hands on it as it climbs outside his off stump. I've just paused there for a second. I was trying to remember who said that on air the other day. And obviously he's coming into this Test match in form.
Yes.
In the 100. So
I think he's hit more sixes than anybody else. I know Bairstow's on that list and he's only played 2 matches, but Moeen played an innings the other night at Edgbaston that was just phenomenal.
Well, actually, his record against India is very good as well as a spinner. As over the wicket once again comes Conor McCurr. Wagstaff's just getting a ball back of a length. He pushes this one down into the gully region. Round comes Ollie Pope to do the fielding. Yeah, I think the last time India were over here and lost the series 4-0 from memory, he picked up a lot of wickets, Moeen Ali. So he's got a very good record against India with his spin. And you know, whatever you say, with the practice he's had and whatever else, coming in at number 6, he's got experience, of course. As in over the wicket again comes Conor McCurr. That's the short one. This is the uppercut by Wagstaff. I think he's got a lot of this. He has. That's what he was trying in the last over. That's gone all the way for 6. That's really nicely played. And the key thing to that shot that time was he didn't jump outside his leg stump. He just went straight up with the ball and just used the pace of Conor McCurr and uppercut it. And it soared away for 6. So very good shot that from Wagstaff. The ball will have to be sanitised because it went into the crowd. And Wagstaff's on to 28, 69 for 3.
First 6 in first team cricket for Mitch Wagstaff. Was a good shot.
Great shot.
Really good shot.
As I say, in the previous over, he sort of jumped outside his leg stump and had to reach for it. That one, he just jumped straight up and just helped it on its way. As McCurr will go around the wicket, another short one, and he's just waiting for this Wagstaff, just opening the face and guiding it down to third man. So it's a productive shot that for Wagstaff at the moment, just opening the face and guiding the ball down to the third man region. He gets another single, moves on to 29. 70 for 3. 16th over. Now, Derbyshire. And the right-handed Kiernan comes back onto strike. Just looking at scores elsewhere in this group, Yorkshire 70 for 3 against Glamorgan. As over the wicket comes Conor McKerr to McKiernan, and that's on leg stump, and this will just be flicked away by McKiernan. I don't think fine leg will get to that. That's whistled away down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Interesting. All the runs have come from the city end today. Ricky Clark was very tight from the racecourse end, and so far Dan Moriarty's been pretty tight from this racecourse end, but in the city end where the runs have come from, here McKiernan's bat there, tapping on the ground as Conor McKerr's into him, and that's left alone by McKiernan outside his off stump. End of the over, 15 gone then, and 11 off that Conor McKerr over. So Derbyshire 74 for 3. The 3 to have gone Wood, caught by Cameron Steele off Matthew Dunn for 22. Alex Hughes caught down the leg side by Jamie Smith off Matthew Dunn for 3, and Anuj Dahl, very good catch from Cameron Steele at mid-wicket off the bowling of Conor McKerr for 6. Wagstaff still there on 29. McKiernan has 5. Hampshire 65 for 3 against Durham in the other group. Kent 61 for 1 against Gloucestershire as Dan Moriarty, left arm round the wicket to Wagstaff. Wagstaff's forward, turns it into short mid-wicket. Ricky Clark does the fielding. Leicestershire 88 for 3 against Northamptonshire. Somerset 80 for 1 against Warwickshire. Moriarty round the wicket he comes again. Wagstaff uses his feet and then whips it down to long on. Will take the single. Wagstaff moves on to 30. 75 for 3. Dave Fletcher back.
Yeah,
Super update there on his mixer. Away to our right as in round the wicket again goes Moriarty. McKiernan's looking to cut a ball that isn't short enough to cut. And it goes past his outside edge, and that wasn't too far away from the top of his off stump.
Where's that breeze come from?
Yeah,
All of a sudden the breeze really got up there, didn't it, for a few seconds?
As Moriarty in once more. I thought it was a truck. As forward goes McKiernan and pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That's McKerr out there, because you can see the traffic going towards the roundabout from here.
Yeah, I think it was the wind. I'm just looking at there's 2 like sails across by the old calf. They were flapping away.
Moriarty is in, and Wagstaff plays this off the back foot, back up the pitch, and there's no run. How old is young Mr. Wagstaff?
17.
17.
Yeah.
He's playing very nicely here for his 30. Cameron Steele's getting warmed up. As round the wicket again goes Moriarty. Wagstaff is forward, playing this one back up the pitch. End of the over, 16 gone. 2 off that Moriarty over, 76 for 3. And I was saying during your update that most of the runs have come from the city end today. The racecourse end's been pretty tight, hasn't it? All the boundaries seemingly coming with the bowlers charging in from the city end.
Spin from both ends, I think, are we?
Yeah.
Cameron Steele coming on to bowling. Just had a little look in between the last over and the over previous to that. So
coming on to bowl in city end.
Good nick.
Cameron Steele.
The ball in hand. Former Durham man. Derbyshire have seen plenty of, being in the same groups as Durham for everything. Absolutely everything. All forms. So they will have seen him before. That's how they cope with him. Matty McKiernan, who will be on strike. Ricky Clark in at slip. He pulls him out to the leg side for 4 runs. Sort of cow corner area, really, out where the club shop and bookshop is. So that was dropped in a little short by Cameron Steele. Very much a loosener. And Matty McKiernan was all over it. He moves into double figures. He's on to 10, 80 for 3. Be far better balls bowled by Cameron Steele, and there's one of them. It beats the bat as he goes for the cut shot. Too close to him to cut, really. McKiernan.
One thing I've noticed with Cameron Steele, Fletch, is he's got a wicked googly.
Yeah.
He really has got a good wrong.
You picking him from here?
No way. No. Absolutely no chance.
No. Bowls to McKiernan, who's also a leg spinner. Won't want to get out to him. He picks up a single as he pushes the ball out to Nico Reefer. Out on the cover boundary, 81 for 3.
Well, it's really been a dream start for him. 2 fourthers in his first 2 games with his leggies for Cameron Steele. But I'd go as far to say that first delivery he bowled today is the worst ball I've seen him bowl.
It wasn't a good delivery, was it? A half tracker.
Hasn't been any of those so far.
Kiernan was onto it quickly and pulled it away for 4. Wagstaff on strike now as Steele is in, and he very watchfully pushes it out into the offside. Ryan Patel does the fielding. I love the little habits that leg spinners especially have. He's tossing himself catches all the time, blowing into his hand. Cameron Steele. This next one is a attempted sweep here by Wagstaff, and there's a big appeal, and the umpire moves his hand to put one of his counters in his pocket. That's a bit naughty.
Horrible.
Yeah, a bit naughty. Remains 81 for 3. McKiernan spins himself a catch and licks his finger in between each flick of the ball. They've all got their own. Wait till you see Connor Marshall. This one is driven very nicely by Wagstaff up to long off for a single. He moves to 31 now. 82 for 3 at the end of the over. McKiernan on 11. Connor Marshall stands at the start of his run-up and lifts his left leg up and then goes into, and it's just brilliant. They've all got something, haven't they, the leg spinners?
Well, Cameron Steele, you said it, he blows into that hand every time just before he starts his
a habit,
run.
isn't it? Because it's warm enough out there. I mean, his hands won't be cold. It's a very pleasant day. I wouldn't have thought. I mean, I can understand him doing it in April.
No,
when it's snowing.
He does it every time just before he bowls.
He spent most of his time in Durham. It must be used to the cold.
You'd have thought so.
Yeah.
There's Dan Moriarty with our 18th over, and Wagstaff drives back over Moriarty's head. He stuck 2 hands up, but it's gone between them, and it's whistled away for 4. He obviously couldn't have stuck 3 hands up, Dan Moriarty, but he stuck his 2 up, and the ball went straight between them. It was well struck by Wagstaff. He's on to 35, and Derbyshire move on to 86 for 3. Just seeing when the umpire put his coin back in his pocket there for that LBW shout. As in comes Moriarty once again, and Wagstaff's down the pitch to him, covers up and turns it into the leg side. Used to play with an umpire who flicked his keys, had 6 keys and flicked them, and when he flicked it round, so often you thought, is that it? His fingers going up. As in, round the wicket goes Moriarty, quicker this time, and Wagstaff pushing this one down in front of him. There's no run. A number of times it was asked, is there no other way you could do this? But no, he always did it. He had his 6 keys. We always wonder whether they were the 6 keys for his house or garage or the car. As Wagstaff's down the pitch and chips this one over the top of Ricky Clark in there at short mid-wicket. And they'll pick up a single. One more to Wagstaff. He's on to 36 now, 87 for 3, Derbyshire.
He's just living a little dangerously here, which Wagstaff just needs to calm down. There's a chance of a decent score for him here.
I think he's played pretty well so far. Now, Tim David's down below us at long on. As Moriarty is in, and McKiernan works this one into the leg side. Stoneman dives to his left. But yeah, Tim David down there. You can see why he hits the ball a long way. He's a big fella,
Isn't he just?
Tim David. As Moriarty in again. McKiernan's gone inside out. Great shot. Over mid-off and away for 4. And the thing that's so good about that shot is we just said they bung long on in, kept mid-off up, and he's gone inside out to Moriarty and over the top of mid-off. So really good shot that from McKiernan. He'll move on to 15. And Derbyshire move on to 91 for 3.
Yeah, nice shot from McKiernan. Tim David doesn't look as big now because he's a bit further away. So that's good. But he's quite an enormous human being. And, we look forward to seeing him batting a little bit later on.
Oh, it's good fun. If he comes off, it's chaos, as we saw a couple of days ago. He was playing club cricket in Amsterdam when Surrey got him.
Yeah.
Recommended by Michael de Venito, because he'd seen him for the Perth Scorchers. And he plays international cricket for Singapore. He's played in the Pakistan Super League as well. And now here at Surrey, so he's enjoying it. He came in for a couple of 2020 games and now staying on for the Royal London One Day Cup. And actually an innings like that as well sort of does the rounds, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of puts you in the shop window a bit.
Yeah. Yes. Contrary to popular belief, people are still watching this competition. And 91 for 3. Derbyshire at the beginning of the 19th over, and that is going to be out. Wagstaff's going to perish here, and he does. He went for the big shot, and he was very, very comfortably caught at backward point. And that is a disappointing end to what had been a very promising innings from Mitch Wagstaff. No real need to play that shot. We're only in the 19th over. Why he played it, I've no idea. Well, presumably he thought he was in sufficiently good nick to get away with it, but he wasn't. And Cameron Steele has his first wicket in his second over, and Derbyshire are 91 for 4 now.
Yeah, shame that really, because he looked really impressed by Wagstaff for 17. He looked very good, but it was almost as if he got into that sort of mindset against the spinner, as he was coming down the wicket to Dan Moriarty, as if I'm not going to let the spinner settle, and was trying to smack that one into the stand down there at the city end, and just was nowhere near it really, and a little looping edge to Dan Moriarty at backward point. And Wagstaff's promising innings comes to an end on 36, but I thought he looked good, young Mr. Wagstaff, and I think he'll be disappointed with that, and Surrey just chipping away here at the moment.
Be back off to the under-17s or under-18s or wherever he plays for the remainder of the season. Will Mitch Wagstaff. He's done enough in this competition to show that there is, as you say, Churchy, there is promise there. Alex Thompson in at 6. Wow. Slotted Connor Marshall, Darren Smith, Ben Aitchison, George Scrimshaw and Ravi Rampal. A lot on these two. And then they're effectively bowling all-rounders, I would say. We haven't seen an awful lot of Alex Thompson since I mean, he's played most games since he arrived, but we haven't really seen enough of him to form a proper opinion. Off spinner. There's an offie and a leggy batting together now. Another leggy to come, and the 3 quicks, and Darren Smith, the wicket keeper. There's Cameron Steele, taking his first wicket. This one is punched down the ground by McKiernan for a single.
Yeah.
92 for 4.
9th wicket in his 3rd game for Cameron Steele, and he's only into his 2nd over of the 3rd game. So, no, very good, very good.
He's been exhausted, tossing himself so many catches. Alex Thompson just keeps him waiting, and now he's on his way in. Thompson's first ball's off a thick inside edge down to backward square leg for a single. Yeah.
That's the other one. He's done pretty well there actually, Thompson, because he got bat on it. That was the key thing.
It's very, very fortunate to get some bat on that one, Thompson. Steele is in, and that one bounces. McKiernan does well to whip it away out to the square leg boundary where Conor McCurr does the fielding. Definitely a bit of bounce for Cameron. He's come from Durham this season. Then,
yeah, he's come on loan. Then he got COVID, poor lad, so he's been in isolation.
He's in now to Thompson, who clips this up to McCurr on the mid-wicket boundary for another single.
But I say he's come on loan. He's then signed a deal for 2 more years after this till the end of 2023. So
Thompson will have come across him because he had a spell on loan up at Durham earlier this season. Thompson didn't play first team. Carried a lot of drinks apparently. looks a little quicker from Steele, almost raced in at medium pace. And it's defended into the leg side by Matty McKiernan, end of the over. 19 overs now gone. Derbyshire 95 for 4, having been 44 without loss at one stage. And looked well set at that point until Tom Wood got out. Hughes followed fairly quickly. Dahl made 6. Mitch Wagstaff, the latest man out in that over from Cameron Steele, making 36 from 53 balls, 2 fours, and that's 6 from the uppercut. How many runs will Derbyshire muster with the remaining 6 wickets?
Yeah, the other thing you feel, though, is every batsman, in many ways, has sort of been playing an attacking shot when they've got out. The pitch is a pretty good one as Moriarty is in. Thompson, tall figure, turns this one into the leg side. And there's Stoneman again, diving around like his early days there, Mark Stoneman, at short mid-wicket. But yeah, they've been fairly attacking shots, all of them, apart from, of course, Hughes with his strangle down the leg side. Oh, here we go. Thompson down the pitch straight away and up and over the top and splitting mid-off and mid-on. Positive stuff from Thompson. His first boundary, straight back down the ground off Moriarty. Moriarty won't mind seeing that. Thompson coming down the pitch towards him, but Thompson moves on to 6 and 99 for 4 now. Derbyshire. And this is the 20th of their 50 overs as Moriarty in once again. Thompson's forward. Pushes this one out into the backward point region. Cameron Steele comes round to his right-hand side to do the fielding. Once again with that bat raise, Ricky Clark still in there at slip as Moriarty is in and Thompson playing this one off the back foot, skips onto him, pushes it down again to Cameron Steele. Matthew Dunn's all on his own out there at deep backward square in the distance. And the wicket once again is Dan Moriarty. Thompson's forward, driving, nice looking shot. Down towards long off. We'll stroll one more, Will Thompson, and that will bring up the 100 for Derbyshire in the 20th over. A good crowd in today and a ripple of applause around the ground. It's a lovely day for watching cricket, it really is. People sort of in the, is that corporate hospitality and over there in the distance, members there, yeah. As this is a whip shot from McKiernan. He's looked impressive so far, McKiernan. He's on to 18, 101 for 4. I'll go as far as saying McKiernan almost looks like he's playing a different game. He has looked in no trouble at all for these 18 runs. And end of the over, 20 gone. 101 for 4.
Alex Thompson, 15th match in List A cricket. He's got a couple of half centuries, an average of 36, so more than capable batsman. Matty McKiernan in only his 7th List A game. High score to this point is 21 not out, so certainly on course to beat that. Mitch Wagstaff, cost him, he's not allowed in the bar, is he? He's only 17. So it won't cost him. His dad will have to buy a round, perhaps. Cameron Steele to Matty McKiernan, who just goes forward and pushes it out into the offside. There's no run. I was just starting to think, if he gets a half century or a century, Wagstaff would be able to get that letter of consent to interview him aside. 101 for 4. Steele bowls a very full delivery that's pushed up towards David at mid-off. This is shy at the stumps rather than necessarily.
Remember a couple of years ago, Alice Capsey, who's been making some headline, wonderful player.
Yeah.
Alice got runs at Chelmsford, and I asked if I could get an interview. She's 15 then, was Alice. So they rang her mum.
Steele is in, and this one is pushed off the back foot down the ground for a single by Thompson, moves on to 803 for 4.
Who understandably completely get it, said, I'd rather it doesn't go on social media and da-da-da-da-da. But would Mark still do it and send it to me? So I said, of course I will. So I did end up interviewing Alice and sent it to her mum.
Steele bowls again. Full,
Sharp.
that's a good shot off the back foot, effectively by Matty McKinnon, who moves to 23 not out, 4 runs out towards the long off boundary. Nothing that Tim David could do about that one as it went over his head. He might be a big man, but he wasn't tall enough to do anything with that.
I like the look of McKinnon.
Best innings as Steele bowls to him, and he whips that into the leg side. They've run the first one quickly. They'll only get one though as McKerr comes in off the boundary. He'll move to 24, 108 for 4. Was in the red ball game against Lancashire in the Bombolers Trophy last season. The game had gone, but he batted really nicely in a futile rearguard action. Thompson with little footwork pushes that one up to long on for a single. He moves on to 109 for 4 at the end of that over. 24 now to Matty McKinnon, which is his high score in List A cricket.
He's just
And he's got a new secretary of his fan club sitting next to me.
well, I just like the way he's gone about it. Minimum of fuss. Knocked it out. A couple of lovely inside-out shots down the ground as well. He just looks in complete control of all of this. 24 off 20 deliveries with 4 fours. So, yeah, looks very, very good at the moment against the spinners. He's got a bit of pace coming his way in the moment, though, because Conor McKerr is into the attack.
Talking about interviewing young players, there's nothing worse than interviewing a player when you're young, you're older than their parents.
Oh, God, don't.
There was a footballer on the bench last night, Burton Albion, who was born in 2005. It's astonishing. He didn't come on. 2005. It is mad.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely mad.
Well, Conor McKerr replacing Dan Moriarty. Seeing him come in from this racecourse end now. Thompson, first ball. Thompson gets forward, pushes him down to backward point, and there's no run. It looks a good surface, this, as well. That's the other thing. It does look a good pitch. There isn't a huge amount there for the spinners or the pacemen at the moment. So it looks a good surface with the sun out as well. Being cooked out there in the middle. Got a deep backward square as Conor McKerr in the shape of Nico Reefer. Fine leg as over the wicket he comes to Thompson. Thompson's forward, pushes neatly and tidily into the offside. Not quite sure what Ricky Clark was trying to do with that. He almost tripped over the ball then, did Mr. Clark. Very fine footballer in his own right, but that wasn't his best touch.
He was going to stand on it for a moment, then that's the last thing you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Standing on a cricket ball.
Well, that's your ankle gone for a start, if you do that. 109 for 4 in the 22nd over, Derbyshire. As Conor McKerr is in, and Thompson's looking to pull off the front foot. Doesn't get really anything on this, and that rolls to Moriarty at mid-on. Mentioned Reefer out there at deep backward square. He'll be on his toes now after that shot.
A bit of chalk on the end of his bat, though.
But he's playing it off the front foot as well, isn't he, Thompson? Because he's a tall man. Nico Reefer out there at deep backward square. Thompson stands with that bat raised in the air as Conor McKerr's into him, fuller of length this time. That's nicely played. Just pushes it out towards Ryan Patel, sweeping on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up one more to Thompson. He moves on to 10, 110 for 4. Lovely thing about the ground as well is you can go for a bit of a wander if you're a spectator, can't you? There's green spaces, which I think is lovely. One gentleman leant on a floodlight pylon there, away in the distance as Conor McKerr is in. Short one. And McKinnon tucks this one off his hip down towards fine leg. Matthew Dunn is in to do the fielding. It's not the best of throws from Matthew Dunn. Went past Jamie Smith, backing up done by Ricky Clark, and all the ones are on the board now. 111 for 4. So, partnership worth 20. wicket to go. Wagstaff caught by Moriarty off the bowling of Steele for 36 in the 19th over. Conor is in against Thompson. There's that short one again, and Thompson's almost drilled it straight down Nico Reefer's throat. He's done well there as Nico Reefer at deep backward square, so bounced probably 5 foot in front of him and skipped up, but he's almost fallen for that as Thompson. But end of the over, rolled his wrists enough on it just to keep it down. End of the over, 22 gone, and it's 112 for 4.
That flew to Reefer. Absolutely flew to him.
India 22 without loss. Solid start.
Just heard my name mentioned.
Ooh.
It's very exciting. But I'm not.
You're not plugged in though.
He's speaking to somebody who has a lunchtime guest on. So, but he did mention my name. I'll just do this over. It's this one. First delivery.
Who's the guest?
I'm not sure. First delivery from Cameron Steele's over is pushed out into the offside by Alex Thompson. Dot ball, 112 for 4. It remains. Concentrate. Come on. I'm talking to myself there as that one is pushed backward of square.
My panic would be it's at HMRC that they're having a chat.
No, he's laughing, can't be. Steele from the city end is driven uppishly out towards Reefer, but he manages to get the ball to ground just in time there, Alex Thompson. He would have been very interested though with Nico Reefer for a very long time as that one flew through the air towards him. Single added to the score, 13 for 4. McKiernan just pushes the ball up to long on. That unfussy way of his, as you've spotted. I've not seen him bat like this, if I'm entirely honest with you. But he is batting nicely, Matty McKiernan. Plenty of overs, we're only in the 23rd. This one is swept by Thompson, who beats the man on the edge of the circle, Dan Moriarty, and Conor McCurr picks it up at backward square leg, 15 yards inside the boundary. Another single to Thompson. He's on to 13, 115 for 4. Wind gets up again, full delivery from Cameron Steele this time. That's punched down the ground by Kiernan for another single. Oh, and it was the last ball of the over. Look at that. McKinnon on 26, Thompson on 13. He's on 27. McKinnon 116 for 4. I'm going to give my boys a shout.
Absolutely. I'm still so impressed by this extra machine that Mr. Fletcher has. I have to say, it doesn't take a lot these days to impress me, but it is brilliant that he can just take his microphone out, put it in the other machine and do his update. Brilliant. Conor McCurr to bowl the 24th over. McKiernan on strike on 27. Very good run so far. McCurr's into him and he turns this one into the leg side, and there is Mark Stoneman coming round to his right to do the fielding. More to the total, 117 for 4. Yorkshire 97 for 4 against Glamorgan. Of course, Glamorgan going into this game top of the group. And Yorkshire sitting on 8 points. Glamorgan on 10. Conor McCurr. Over the wicket he comes to Thompson. And Thompson, outside edge. He's trying to whip that leg side. It's an outside edge that flies down to third man. It might have even come off the back of his bat. Trying to whip that through mid-wicket. Whistled off down to third man. And still for a second would have wondered if that was coming straight to him at third man. McKiernan, right-handed, compact. As a motorbike roars up the road and Conor McCurr comes in over the wicket, and well played McKiernan again, just waited for this, opened the face, guided it off down to third man. It bounced on him, but he played it really well, Matthew McKiernan. impressive start this. He's on to 32. Derbyshire move on to 122 for 4. But again, in complete control of that shot is Matty McKiernan. Whistled off down to the boundary rope for 4 more runs. 22 for 4 as Conor McKerr runs away from us, comes over the wicket to McKiernan. Short one, he's up on his toes and tucks it off his hip. Out towards deep backward square. There's Nico Riefert to do the fielding. Lobs the ball back to Jamie Smith. And they'll pick up one more. 24th over this for Derbyshire. 23 for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the board. Derbyshire winning the toss, batting first. Trying to put a big total on the board here. Make life difficult for Surrey as Conor McKerr is into Thompson, and Thompson just guides this back of a length delivery down to Cameron Steele at third man. They'll take another single. Moves Thompson on to 15, 124 for 4. Mr. Fletcher's still waiting for his cue away to our right hand side. There's been a number of times where I've had those where I haven't even realised I'm on air. I haven't even heard my name or anything, and then all of a sudden there's some dead air and you suddenly just start gabbling. As over the wicket once more comes Conor McKerr to McKiernan. Bouncer, McKiernan ducks underneath this. Wide will be the signal. No ball, in fact, because square leg has immediately signalled. Can't play a shot at that, so that'll be 2 more to the total. So 2 more to the total. 126 for 4. Gets the ball back again from Dan Moriarty down to our right hand side as Conor McKerr wearing number 3. Over the wicket he comes to McKiernan, and McKiernan's guiding him away down towards third man again. That's going to run away for 4 more. It's very well played by McKiernan. Again, minimum of fuss, minimum of bother. Just let the ball come to him, open the face of his bat. Guided that off down to third man. 14 off that over. And again, I'll come back to my point. This looks a good pitch to bat on. That whistled off down to the boundary rope for 4. And going to get Ricky Clark into the attack now. So Ricky Clark's going to replace Cameron Steele. Yeah, very well played by McKiernan. 14 off the Conor McKerr over. 5 overs, no maidens. 2 for 35 for Conor McKerr. Cameron Steele, 4 overs, no maidens. 1 for 22. Mr. Fletcher is back, and Ricky Clark is back.
Useful over that for Derbyshire, wasn't it? From a runs perspective, McKiernan going really nicely now. He's using all of his bat, which is always good. It was a heavy metal. I don't think his primary job was a heavy metal singer, but the chap who Ian Sky's talking to over on BBC Radio Derby FM is a lead singer in a heavy metal band, which is terrific. Terrific. He was worried about his throat, though. I said, it's nodules. That's what you've got to be careful of. Here's Clark into Thompson, who pushes that quite nicely up towards the edge of the 30-yard circle. They will only get 1 run up towards the sort of wideish mid-on kind of area, and it's fielded by Matt Dunn.
Yeah, it's a good motto for life, that. Look after your nodules.
Look after your nodules, yeah. Ian Gillan had terrible trouble with them, the Deep Purple singer. Very much my thing.
No, I know.
Very much my thing. 30 for 4. He let himself down, the interviewee, though, as Clark bowls. That's down the leg side and signalled wide. I wasn't sure if there was a little bit of thigh pad on that from McKiernan, but there wasn't. Because he said, oh yeah, heavy metal. I mean, and mentioned the Red Hot Chili Peppers, who were sore.
Oh, they're not
really heavy metal, though, are they?
No.
So he's let himself down there. I'm not into the shouty stuff, you know, the Slipknot thing. That's a bit shouty for me.
That is, yes. Def Leppard, they weren't heavy metal, no?
Not really. Well, I think the Americans would class them as album-orientated rock, as this one is turned into the leg side by Matty McKiernan, a bit soft. And 1 is all they'll take. 3 fielders converge on the ball. Ryan Patel then overthrows his captain and wicketkeeper Jamie Smith with a throw from the edge of the 30-yard circle, but there were 2 men backing up, so almost everybody in the Surrey side was involved in that. 3 fielders over the wicketkeeper's head, 2 fielders backing up.
White Snake.
I see now.
Are they?
Well, they were.
Ah.
They were until they took the American dollar.
I see. Sold out.
Softened a bit, yeah. You listen to some of Coverdale's early stuff. What a voice that man's got. Clark bowling from the city end to Thompson, who pushes this out into the offside. Single taken as in comes Nico Riefer to do the fielding. 134 for 4 now in the 25th over, halfway through it. Kiernan 38, Thompson 17, I beg his pardon.
What happened to the... No, I don't think they've ever... What happened to the darkness? I used to like them.
Yeah, no, I like them as well. Yeah, they're almost a pastiche, weren't they? Really,
yeah,
but no,
they were great.
Yeah, he had a terrific voice, didn't he? The lead singer. I think he went off the rails, as they say, as this one is. Striking the pad of McKinnon, and he's gone, and he knew it. He didn't even turn round to see the umpire raise his finger, trapped right in front by Ricky Clark. And Matty McKinnon's nice little innings comes to an end. He'd just become the top scorer in the innings with 38, but he's gone leg before wicket. Derbyshire now 134 for 5.
Very good captaincy from Jamie Smith. We mentioned it with Ricky Clark early in the piece, that one where you go to work around that front pad and it just comes back at you. And McKinnon had looked really good, neat and tidy, but had played a couple of shots where he obviously likes to go leg side. So Jamie Smith turns to Ricky Clark, and in the first over traps McKinnon just working around that front pad. But nice innings of 38 that from McKinnon, and 134 for 5. I think the problem here for Derbyshire at the moment is obviously they're losing wickets at regular intervals, and this looks a pretty good pitch as well.
Yeah.
It really does. So I think Surrey will be pretty pleased with where they find themselves at the moment. But
this looks too tall to be Connor Marshall, so it's Darren Smith having his first bat since the T20 finals day of 2019. Certainly at this level, he's obviously been batting for Ramsbottom, who he plays for and has played for many years. He's just announced that he won't be playing for them again next season because he needs to concentrate on his role as head of development here.
well, Ricky Clark obviously will know him very well over the years.
Yeah.
So he's immediately pointing to Jamie Smith for Darren Smith. So yeah, well, good luck to him as well.
He looks very trim.
Yeah,
actually, it was. I think he was slightly concerned he might not fit into his Derbyshire clothing, but that looks all right to me. He's managed to find himself a shirt that fits. He's a nudger and a nerdler, is Darren Smith. Very much. I mean, in club cricket, he's scored a mountain of runs. One of Derbyshire's 2 number 11s in this match. 134 for 5 as Clark bowls to him. Oh, immaculate. Immaculate forward defensive. Goes for a little walk. As Ben Aitchison will also wear number 11. I'm not entirely sure why. I'll have 2 18s and 2 11s out there when it comes to fielding, just to confuse that.
So Darren Smith's official title here at Derby, is it Talent Pathway? Or?
That kind of thing, head of development,
that's right.
The Talent Pathway, yeah. Retired at the end of 2019, or at the end of the T20 campaign in 2019. As Clark is in and bowls trim, and it just bounces a little bit more than he was expecting. Has to take the bottom hand off the bat, gets wrapped on the fingers, goes down and prods the pitch. Good over from Ricky Clark. Conceded just the 3 runs, picked up the wicket of Matty McKinnon as well. 25 gone then, halfway through notionally the Derbyshire innings. 134 for 5 the score. Thompson on 17. Darren Smith yet to get off the mark, but he's just it's like an old pair of slippers, isn't it? Just watching him come out to bat. Oh yes, there's Darren Smith. That, straight away.
Tim David.
Well, we're getting Tim David in with his off breaks. So Tim David, tall man with his offies into the attack. Marillion? They're not
Prog,
heavy,
really. Prog.
Prog, right. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
a bit of prog. I don't mind a bit of that either. A bit of Rush and Yes.
Oh, yeah, they were good. They were good. Well, Cameron Steele is down below us. Sounded like
That was a strange noise.
the aliens were arriving then.
That was very strange.
Yeah.
That was coming from Salford.
I wonder what's going on at Salford.
No idea. But if we
34 for
find
5.
out, we'll let you know.
Quick, put the news on. Something's happening. So, it's Tim David with his off breaks coming into Thompson. And Thompson's pushing the first one off the back foot out into the offside. And there is no run. Tends to bowl them pretty quickly. It's Tim David, 134 for 5 as David is in and Thompson is forward and pushing this one out towards Ryan Patel. Had extra cover. Bit of encouragement down there from Cameron Steele below us. That long on, there's Tim David in his sunglasses is into Thompson. Thompson's using his feet and that's the one that goes straight on. He's trying to work that leg side, thickish edge, down towards backward point and no run once again. Smith yet to get off the mark. Thompson on 17. As David's in, that's quick again and it's just punched straight back up the pitch by Thompson. He's got 2 back. Tim David, a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. And then Cameron Steele down at long on and then his 4th fielder is a sweeper on the cover. Rope outside the circle. Gives this one a bit more air. Thompson respectfully just pushing the ball straight back up the pitch. So tidy over this from Tim David. Not only does he bowl it quickly, he gets through his over quickly as well as he's in once more. Thompson's down the pitch and it's a maiden over first up from Tim David. So very good first over from Tim David. 26, our first maiden of the game, and 134 for 5 Derbyshire.
It rather tells you where the Derbyshire innings is at, doesn't it, when the first maiden comes in the 26th over of the match. They've got such a long time to bat, and even if they just pick up 2 and 3 and over, they can get themselves up to 200. Leicestershire doing themselves no favours in that bid to claim a playoff place. 152 for 5 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Frozen on the big stage, bless them.
Just looking at Darren Smith, averages 31.92 in this day cricket. But in his first class career, 35.53.
Yeah.
Good player.
He's on strike now as Clark bowls too many defends that into the onside.
As Harry Redknapp would say, Mr. Fletcher, good player.
Good player.
Good player.
No, he's been a very fine cricketer. Good enough to come and join us on commentary a few times as well. He's done some broadcasting with Supersport in South Africa. All-round good guy.
You can see he's trying to get himself forward here, isn't he? He's got a big stride into Ricky Clark.
Yes, I don't think he ever expected to be playing at this level again. That one is guided into the offside. There is never in a million years a run there. As he dropped it pretty much straight to Mark Stoneman's feet. Looked interested. I'm not sure Alex Thompson was particularly interested, but he'll just be keen to get off the mark, won't he? He certainly isn't going to let anybody down no matter what happens. He's actually stepped into the breach due to the absence of Brooke Guest. Poor old Harvey Hussain, who's having a terrible time with. He's been hit on the head a couple of times this season. He's struggling to with the concussion protocols at the moment as Clark is in. That was turned into the leg side, and he will get off the mark. Darren Smith just tucks it towards square leg. Ryan Patel comes round to do the fielding. 135 for 5. Yeah, I'm growing more and more concerned for Harvey Hussain by the day as he fails to reappear.
So he's been struck twice.
Twice in obviously in different matches, and the latest one he just hasn't come back from yet, which is a worry. Yeah. They have been, I'm not sure if they've been hit more by injuries this season than anybody else, but they've been hit more by injuries than they have been in my time here at Derbyshire, as Thompson plays this ball back to Clark, who catches the ball and looks around just to see if Darren Smith had been backing up a little too eagerly. He managed to get back in time.
Also, just seen how quick Darren Smith was going to get back as well. He was following it.
Do you think there have been more injuries all round this season? I think missing out on much of last season hasn't helped the players in their overall fitness. I don't think. That's purely a layman talking here, as Thompson will pick up another single by punching this one up to a wide mid-on.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think as well, and people are going to probably laugh at this, but I think there's been a lot of sort of pulled muscles and calf strains, and now the weather hasn't been great. It's been cold, especially at the start of the season. Now, you don't get quite as many of those if it's warm and people are loose.
Yeah.
But the weather hasn't helped those sorts of injuries this season. And I think there's the amount of cricket as well. 8 championship games on the spin. It's an awful lot of cricket.
I don't really subscribe to the too much cricket theory. A bit old school for that. Clark is in, a couple of steps down the track by Darren Smith. Bouncer from Clark goes over his head through to the keeper. End of the over, 136 for 5 after 27. Certainly the quick bowlers. Sam Connors is coming back from injury. Mikey Cohen's now out for the rest of the season. We haven't seen an awful lot of Dustin Melton. He had his foot in a boot for quite a spell. So there's 3 quick bowlers straight away who've suffered from injuries. Billy Godleman's had 2 separate spells out with injury. The last one, he pulled his groin after warming up, which is never great.
I think your point about last year as well is a really good one, in that you didn't get a full season under your belt last year, and then you suddenly into. I know we had Bobbitty's trophy was brilliant. 2020 was brilliant, but it wasn't a full season. And Tim David to continue with his offies. Oh, and the reverse sweep is out from Thompson, and it's straight to Cameron. Not Cameron Steele down there. Dan Moriarty down there. So it's 7th delivery, and yet to find a run off Tim David is Thompson, as David's in again to him. Quicker this time, gone stumped. Down the leg side. Very good bit of work from Jamie Smith. Clever bit of thinking, really, from Tim David, because Thompson came straight down the pitch towards him, saw him coming, whipped it down the leg side, and Jamie Smith, neat, tidy, whips off the bails, and Thompson goes for 18, and Derbyshire are 6 down.
Yes. Yeah, that wasn't the brightest piece of batting, was it, from Alex Thompson, really? You could see why he's done it, because he's been unable to score off Tim David, but he's danced straight past it. And as you say, very good piece of work from Jamie Smith. Thompson out there for 32 deliveries for his 18.
I didn't see a wide signal.
No, I didn't.
So I don't think it was signalled as wide. I think it was because Thompson had run straight down the pitch towards Tim David. So it was a pretty good tactic, that, from David. Lovely bit of keeping from Jamie Smith. No, I think I agree with you. I'm a bit old-fashioned with the amount of cricket, but I think what I meant by the amount of cricket was, with your point as well, that having not played that amount last year, and to suddenly come into the first 8 weeks of the season with a different sort of pre-season as well, because COVID was still knocking around the place, and you know, a lot of teams now go off to warmer climes and all that good stuff. Actually, it was indoor school for them over the winter, and then to go into 8 weeks of championship cricket, where also the weather wasn't great. I think a lot of sort of muscle strains and came because of that, really.
Might have been a good season to have, which they have done in the past, to have had the 50-over competition in April and May, where bowlers can only bowl 10 overs a day, rather than being flogged for 20 overs a day and then coming back the day after.
Well, it was a point that Mark Ramprakash made on TMS, and it was a brilliant point. He said to get championship cricket into the schedule at the right time, play the 50-over competition at the start of the season, because the other thing with that is, if the weather is bad, you can still get games. You can still get a game in.
Well, they've done that in my time covering
Oh,
them.
absolutely.
I've been doing it since
Yeah.
16. So
Yeah. Tim David is coming in round the wicket to Connor Marshall. And the left-handed Marshall, his first delivery, just works that into the leg side. Ryan Patel does the fielding, and there's no run. 1-3-6 for 6. As David round the wicket he comes once again, and Marshall, is that the first runs off David? It is, and it's the first runs for Marshall as he punches that one out into the offside. That was Tim David's first wicket for Surrey. Off the top of my head, 137 for 6. I can't really claim to be a genius with that stat, because he's only been playing for 5 games and he's only bowled in one of the other ones. But no, well done to Tim David. First wicket, 137 for 6. Derbyshire. Smith back onto strike here to David. And Smith is forward and again just turns this one down into the leg side. So Surrey here are just trying to grind this Derbyshire innings to a complete standstill at the moment. As David's in, and Smith reverse sweeps into extra cover off the toe end of his bat. I'm not sure he could do that again if he tried. Played the reverse sweep, toe end of his bat, straight to extra cover. End of the over, 28 overs gone. A wicket for Tim David, that of Thompson for 18, and 137 for 6. Derbyshire with 22 of their 50 overs remaining.
it's already turning into an archetypal end of his career Darren Smith innings, this. 1 from 7. Connor Marshall, who's out there to join him, the smallest man ever to play first class. I don't think he is really, but he's quite tiny. If you put him in the lineup and said who's the wicket keeper out of these two, I think you'd go for Connor Marshall every time. Bats left-handed, bowls leg spin. Good to see him. He was very nervous. He looked very nervous in his first couple of matches and didn't really settle. But then he sort of got into a rhythm, and then he was left out of the side, which I found a little baffling. But I spent most of this season being baffled. Here is Ricky Clark beginning a new over from the City end, and Marshall allows that one to go through to the keeper.
I spent most of my life
Well,
baffled.
Yeah, you and me both. We were told about plans and this and that. Never really saw much evidence of any of them. They've got one of the dugouts down to our left-hand side, so there's clearly members of the Surrey backroom staff sitting in it, because Cameron Steele is having a fairly lengthy conversation with them down below us as Clark bowls, and it's just guided into what is effectively a ring of fielders on the offside. There's a slip, there's a backward point, there's an extra cover. At the moment, Derbyshire's batsman can't get the ball beyond the fielders. That was fielder Barley Pope on that occasion. Backward point.
Getting the sun down there as well. That's what a bit there, but
Yeah,
out
no,
there.
it's a nice little
Typical
sun trap.
Surrey.
Yeah.
Just sat in the sun.
Stealing all our northern sunshine. His next delivery is just pushed again to Ollie Pope.
Head back with a tan down the M1 tonight. Sat in their shorts and t-shirts, no doubt. They'll be pleased with what they've seen so far from Surrey.
Well,
It's been a very sort of professional bowling performance so far from Surrey.
the one thing that Alex Hughes, the Derbyshire skipper, isn't lacking is bowling options. Because the bowling starts pretty much at 4. So he's going to have plenty of options up his sleeve as Clark's next delivery is turned into the leg side by Connor Marshall, whose little legs were like a blur as he went down to the non-strikers, and the throw came into the other end, so we needn't have worried too much.
I suppose sometimes, though, for a captain, that can...
Too
if
many
you've
options.
got too many
options.
can get you a bit confused, can't it?
Yes. I just keep swapping him around to approach it like a T20.
Yeah.
Just give the little one-over spells.
Yeah. Everyone's got 4.
Yeah. Keep everybody involved. I don't think we'll get to the end of 50 overs necessarily at this rate, though. as this next one is defended immaculately by Darren Smith. Back to Ricky Clark.
Well, Yorkshire 121 for 6 against Glamorgan. Now I was saying Glamorgan sit top of the pile on 10 points. So if they win that, they will go through on 12 points straight into the semi-finals, and then it's all about who finishes second and third.
They'll play at home presumably as well, won't they, in the semi-final at the top?
Yeah, home in Cardiff.
If they're allowed.
Wow.
Clark, a couple of steps down the track there from Darren Smith. A half-hearted appeal for leg before wicket. I think the 2 steps that he put in towards Ricky Clark probably helped save him there, because the umpire would have been guessing. The over comes to an end. Just 1 run from that over, just 1 run from the previous over, and Derbyshire have ground to a halt here. 138 for 6 from 29. 2 to Marshall, 1 to Smith. And the game all of a sudden has just stopped.
Well, we had that over of 14 runs, didn't we? To take us to the 24th over. So 23rd over, 116. 24th, the end of the 24th, 130. Since then, 8. And that's how much it has.
Yeah.
Has sort of just ground to a halt for the time being, this Derbyshire innings. Of course, wickets don't help when you lose wickets, but Surrey just keeping this incredibly tight at the moment. It's David round the wicket to the left-handed. Marshall shout for LBW. He's back on his stumps. David's wondering if that's hit back pad first, then bat. And the umpire shakes his head. David's still asking the question and standing with his hands on his hips, but the decision's been made now. But it looked as if Marshall had middled that, but David thought that hit his back pad first, then went onto his bat. So that was what the appeal was for. As David's in again, gives this one air, and Marshall drives back up the pitch. And David does the fielding off his own bowling. Cameron Steele's going through his warm-up down below us. Very energetic warm-up from Cameron Steele as David round the wicket again to Marshall. Marshall doesn't time this at all, looking to drive. Potter's back up the pitch once again. A little bit of pressure building here, just due to the lack of runs, really. David just makes Marshall wait a second. And round the wicket he comes once again. And that's cut away by Marshall nicely behind square on the offside. Should think about 2. We'll come back for the second reefer with the throw, and Marshall scurries through for the second. And we'll move on to 4 and 140 for 5 now, Derbyshire. Throw almost took Jamie Smith with it. Nico Reefer sort of hit a cut strip and then flew headwards as Marshall drives up toward the right of Cameron Steele at mid-off. We'll take another single. One more to Marshall. He moves on to 5. Smith comes back onto strike on 1. Cameron Steele, Mr. Perpetual Motion at the moment. Cameron Steele down below us, just getting himself warmed up, sprinting back down to his position at long on. Over the wicket then comes David. It's that little pause in delivery with that ball from David, and Smith pushes forward, plays it straight back up the pitch. There's no run at the end of the over, so 30 gone and 3 off that over, and Derbyshire 141 for 6.
Yeah, 3's almost a good over for Derbyshire at this stage, because they're going nowhere at the moment as the overs tick down. It's amazing how quickly they do tick down. They often say double it at 30 overs. I think that's fanciful in this instance. If they got to 280, it would be absolutely remarkable. I think they'd be quite happy to get to 200 here. And even that looks an awful long way off at this stage. And I'm going to see Cameron Steele return, so he wasn't warming up for nothing, which is good news for him, because he's been exhausted. He's going to be bowling to Connor Marshall.
If he was trying to catch his captain's eye, he did it the right way.
It's worked, hasn't it?
I've never seen a more vigorous warm-up.
Very warm here, Skip.
Ollie Pope's got no idea where he's going at the moment. He's just running around in a big circle there at backward point.
Which is where he was to start with.
I know.
He started there and ended there. Slightly bizarre. Moriarty is at fine leg as the first delivery from Steele is pushed up to David at mid-on. They go through for a quick single. Marshall moves on to 642 for 6.
Yeah, the other one in this group that's interesting is Somerset Warwickshire, of course. Somerset 161 for 2 against Warwickshire. Leicestershire 176 for 6 now. That's Northamptonshire.
Steele's tossed himself a couple of catches. Bowls to Smith, who pushes this one out into the onside. Pope does the fielding. They get through for a comfortable single though. Smith's doubled his tally. He's on 2 not out now. 143 for 6. I'm playing newsreader roulette. I think it's a slightly longer bulletin at 1 o'clock, but I'm starting to have my doubts. Here is Steele in balls. That's pushed very nicely by Connor Marshall out into the offside for another single. 144 for 6.
Yeah, I suppose you have to sort of just time it, don't you? Although you can hear the newsreader in your headphones.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I thought that would be a gap.
See, I have control of the...
That's brilliant. But it'd be more fun if you just guessed.
Steele bowls a slightly quicker one, and it's chopped backward of square by Darren Smith off the bottom edge of the bat.
Do you know, I remember watching Darren Smith quite a lot now, Darren Smith, because it reminds me, I remember saying this before, Tender Charter, they've got exactly the same setups.
This time he's swept and he's been struck in front, but he's not going to get that one. Cameron Steele.
He's a long way down there.
That would have been a little fanciful.
But it's that pickup is exactly the same as Tender Charter.
Smith waits as this over comes to an end with a cut shot. They are going to go through for a single on this occasion. Fielding completed by Dan Moriarty. End of the over, 145 for 6. 31 overs gone now. 3 to Smith, 7 to Marshall.
Yeah, 4 off that over.
It's building.
Building up towards a mad dash off the last 10. But the problem that Derbyshire have got, of course, as well, is they're 6 wickets down. So too much left in the dressing room. It's going to be Tim David to continue. It's the race course end. They were 44 without loss, Derbyshire, in the 9th over, so they got off to a good start with Wagstaff and Wood. Over the wicket then comes Tim David to Smith, and Smith forward just nudges this one down into the leg side. Mark Stoneman does the fielding. They're at short mid-wicket and there's no run. David 1, 2, 3, 4 steps, then over the wicket he comes. Smith will nurdle a single here, just rolls the wrists on it, pops it down into the leg side. Ollie Pope round to do the fielding. Move Smith on to 4. Move Derbyshire on to 146 for 6 on this lovely day here in Derby. Nice and warm, blue sky, sun's out. Marshall on 7 as David's into him, and Marshall's playing this one off the back foot, right in front of his stumps. Has to get bat on that. He did. He's pushed away to Stoneman in there at extra cover. Marshall waits once again as round the wicket goes David to him. Marshall's playing this very late again off the stumps and opening the face, guiding that down to Ollie Pope, who, as we were told this morning, released by England into the wild. Ollie Pope is in round the wicket once again comes David. And this is pushed off the back foot by Marshall, who indicates to everybody that that really bounced on him. He pushed that one out to the covers. He's on to 8.
Bounce a lot though, does it?
No.
Because he's a fairly diminutive figure.
140,
Marshall.
7 for 6. I don't know why when they sort of say they've released a player, as David is in and Smith's turning this one down to short fun line now. Smith's got to get his skates onto the bowler's end as the throw comes in from Matthew Dunn, because he was on the back foot playing that and then had to get going. But he threw for the single. Moves on to 5, 148 for 6, 32 gone. It sort of reminds me, you often read about it or see it, don't you, with an animal where you find it injured and you sort of feed it back to, and then you release it. And it's like, you've just got visions of Chris Silverwood sort of, with Ollie Pope, just slow feeding him.
Urging him to run
releasing
free.
him back into the wild. Not quite sure they've gone to the lengths of having a tracking device on him yet, but you never know. We're not far off it, the way everything's going these days.
Maybe he'll have his GPS on, won't he?
He probably will,
I bet
yeah.
he's got his GPS
see
on.
how many yards he's done today and steps.
That's why he ran around in a circle before, just to get a few in.
10,000 for the graph.
Darren Smith, after that sharply taken single, I'm not sure how many sharp singles he's been taking at Ramsbottom, but he managed to get in okay there. He takes a couple of steps down the track, gets a short delivery that he just turns around the corner for a single. It's a fairly unpleasant piece of cricket all round, that. Derbyshire moved to 149 for 6 in the 33rd over. So clearly they're not going to score enough runs, it would appear. Unless somebody goes mad. I mean, Ben Aitchison can hit the ball a long way. Ravi Rampal's been known to hit the odd 6 here and there. You wouldn't want to bet your house on him doing it, but Marshall pulls this up towards mid-on. There's a shy at the stumps at poor old Darren Smith's end, and he has to race in. Tim David with the throw, almost a collision between Jamie Smith and Darren Smith.
Well, this is going to test Darren Smith with these quick singles, isn't it?
Well, he's hamstring in the running, and then he's got to stand up and crouch down for however many overs Surrey bat for. So, yeah, I think he'll need an ice bath. He might be a bit old school for ice baths, Darren. Next delivery, just pushed into the offside. Marshall was keen for a single there. Ollie Pope, well, he barely had to move as the ball just dribbled into his hands. So no single on that occasion. 150 for 6, 150 up from that previously quickly taken single. And now they're going to take a very comfortable single as it's just pushed into the onside by Darren Smith up towards the edge of the 30-yard circle.
Just the thing again, though, is this is a pretty good pitch, isn't it? I haven't seen anything to make us think it isn't a good pitch.
No, George Grimshaw is going to have to bowl at his lightning quickest as this one is pushed out into the offside. Marshall wants a single, and Darren Smith's had enough of all that nonsense and sends him back. It's to slam the brakes on and turn around and say, do you realise how old I am? I don't think he's that old, actually.
37, I saw. Now.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not that old, is it?
No.
A young man. Marshall pushes it up towards mid-off in the air, just to the right of Cameron Steele, who puts the dive in but doesn't get anywhere near it. End of the over. 33 gone now. 151 for 6. Smith 7, Marshall 9. And you just can't see where the big hitting lower order innings is coming from, because Conor Marshall, for all his aggression, isn't really big enough in height and therefore in every other aspect to really clear the ropes. Darren Smith's game isn't to clear the ropes. Aitchison, Scrimshaw and Rampal, not necessarily in that order. I might send Ravi out next and say, go on, Rav, have a bit of fun. Have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Or give Ben Aitchison license to do it. He's got a first-class half-century.
I think the other thing here as well is this is going to be our 16th over of spin already. So Surrey whipped through quite a few overs with spin. And you look up at the scoreboard and suddenly you've only got 17 left and you've got 151 on the board. You know you're going to have to get on with it at some point.
Means we'll get fed earlier, though.
Well, it does mean that we have got through this innings pretty quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, we have.
Darren Smith waits for Tim David. Smith's forward, nudges leg side. Surrey will be happy with that, just to give him a single. Backhanded throw there.
Nice. From
Ollie Pope. One bounce into the gloves of Jamie Smith. So for the left-handed Marshall, Cameron Steele's coming up from long off. Tim David and Dan Moriarty always bowling their sunglasses, whether it's sunny or not, it seems. There's a lot Ollie Pope's off again here.
Yeah, he's gone back to where he started again.
He started at backward point. He's then run off towards mid-wicket and then ended up back at backward point. As round the wicket goes David, and Marshall pushing this one back up the pitch again, indicates it's skipped onto him a touch. Yeah, Ollie Pope, well, he's certainly getting his steps in. Again, with that little sprint off towards cover and then back to where he started. It's Tim David going back to where he started here as well, because he got to the crease and I don't think Marshall was ready. Marshall 9, Smith 8. On the wicket again goes David, and this is swept by Marshall for 4. Good shot. Our first boundary for a while, actually. And swept away, just on the angle as much as anything, by Marshall, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. And Marshall moves on to 13, 156 for 6. Yeah, that's our
First boundary since the 24th over.
Yeah, and the 16th 4, and we've had 1-6. This one's punched by Marshall in there to short extra cover, and there's no run.
10 overs between boundaries at this stage of an innings.
There's David once again. Marshall's cutting off the stumps down to Ollie Pope in there at backboard point. And there is no run. So at the moment, Marshall and Smith are just trying to steady things. As that's very round arm, that delivery from Tim David, and it's dug out by Marshall. And straight back up the pitch it goes. End of the over. 34 overs gone then. 5 off that, Tim David over. Here's Derbyshire on 156 for 6.
Yeah, partnership worth 20 off 40 balls. It's probably not what the inventors of 50 over cricket had in mind at this stage of an innings, but wickets having fallen throughout the innings following the dismissal of Tom Wood. They looked fairly comfortable, didn't they? The 2 opening batsmen got to 44, and then Wood fell when he clothed one to Cameron Steele, having hit 3 4s in the over, ball by Matt Dunn prior to that. I'm not laying it all at the feet of Tom Wood, but it was a disappointing dismissal. And since then, Matthew McKinnon, who made 38, and Mitch Wagstaff, who made 36, been the only batsmen who've looked comfortable out there.
Just got a really nice tweet from Rod saying, with Tim David and Cameron Steele bowling together in tandem as they were, he says it takes him back to Claremont Nedlands under 14s in Perth, where they played a lot of their cricket together in Australia.
The new over begins from the City end by Conor McKerr. Not by Matt Dunn, I beg his pardon, by Matt Dunn. And it's just guided down a 3rd man by Darren Smith for a single. I looked at his arms and realised it couldn't be Conor McKerr. I mean, it doesn't look like Conor McKerr either, but he's been spending too much time with Jade Dernbach.
Wow.
He didn't have tattoos the first time he came to Derbyshire on loan, I don't think, and then he returned with a full sleeve.
Wow.
Around the wicket comes Dunn to Marshall, who just guides that down to 3rd man for 1. He turned as though he looked pretty eager for the 2nd as well, but I remembered.
Well, there's Jade Dernbach, one of the loveliest blokes you could wish to meet, but there is that old saying with Jade that when you meet him and shake him by the hand, you don't know whether to say hello or read him, because you've got so much to look at.
Yeah, brilliant.
Oh, some of the artwork now is amazing.
When I was brave enough to have one, this next delivery from Dunn is turned into the leg side by Darren Smith. Here is the aforementioned Conor McKerr in off the boundary to do the fielding. Single taken, 159 for 6, or 58 for 6 if the score's already gone on, which it hasn't. 159 for 6. Yeah, never quite been brave enough to have a tattoo.
No, not for me.
I'm too old now. Next delivery from Dunn is turned into the leg side by the left-handed Marshall. Sliding stop. A little bit untidy from Mark Stoneman, really, but he knew they were only going to run one anyway.
The ones that always get me are sort of with football supporters who they get the full player and kit and then they transfer to another team. That's the one that always gets me.
They can do a lot with lasers these days. Dunn bowls a short one, and Smith just uppercuts this. He's only going to get one run for it, though, because he didn't get all of it. Steele comes around to do the fielding. I've been emptied. Oh, remarkable.
Thank you.
Yes, 160 for 5. For 6, rather. It just surprised me a bit to see somebody out of the corner of my eye sneaking up behind us.
Yeah, but that must be a horrible moment when you realise they've moved clubs and you've got a full on your back, the entire.
Dunn bowls. He's driven very nicely. Backward of square on the offside by Marshall. He's going to get 2 runs this time, breaking the sequence of singles. Kerr out there in the deep does the fielding. So singles off each of the first 5 deliveries of that over by Matt Dunn, and a couple off the final ball take Derbyshire up to 163 for 6 after 35 overs, so 15 to go. Marshall 17, Smith 11.
I think we're going to get Moriarty back into the attack. Tim David there, very tidy figures. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. But Moriarty back into the attack. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 25. Smith doing a good job here at the moment. 11 off 25 deliveries, but Marshall 17 off 27. Trying to keep their partnership going until the point that they decide we've got to put our foot down here. Can Derbyshire get themselves up to around about 250 from here? It's going to be tough, but can you get? That's what they'll be talking about, I would have thought.
I'm going to say that's a rhetorical question. I'm going to get myself into trouble if I answer it. Conor Marshall now equalled his highest score in List A cricket.
250 would be the only thing, even with 250, is this pitch.
Yeah.
Nothing's happened. As Dan Moriarty, round the wicket he comes to Smith, who's sweeping straight away. That's nicely played. That's going to run away for his first boundary. Very nicely played by Darren Smith. Whistles off for 4. He's on to 15. 167 for 6.
With there being 15 overs left, it sort of suits Darren Smith a bit because he's not massively aggressive. I mean, he's got the shots, but he's got plenty of time, hasn't he, really?
Moriarty left arm round the wicket to him. And Smith's forward and opens the face, guides it down towards short third man. Round comes Ollie Pope to do the fielding. Marshall will come back on to strike with that single. Smith moves on to 16. 168 for 6. Motorbike going too fast there in the distance. Either that or someone's pizza delivery is a bit late. Moriarty round the wicket he comes once again. Sweeping is Marshall, hits the pads. Potter's down towards Ollie Pope once more. Marshall waits again as Moriarty left arm round the wicket to him. Marshall forces off the back foot. Moriarty does the fielding off his own bowling, just keeping an eye on Darren Smith as well. And that non-striker's end. It's Dan Moriarty. Skips in again. Round the wicket he goes to Marshall. Marshall, again, just sort of half pull, half sweep, really, down on one knee and gets a single out there towards David. Surrey at this stage won't mind singles.
No.
The boundary in this over, but Surrey will sort of say to themselves, as long as it's not too many boundaries, we've done a pretty good job here so far. Smith waiting once again as Moriarty's into him and Smith sort of pulls off the front foot into the leg side, and we'll get a couple in front of square as round goes Nico Reifert to do the fielding. A couple more to Smith, a couple more to the Derbyshire total. 36 overs gone then. Derbyshire 8 off that over, so a better over for Derbyshire. 14 remaining, and they find themselves 171 for 6.
Just be slightly irritating, sorry, won't it? The 35 runs. I know it's taken them 52 balls, these two, but 35 runs so far for the 7th wicket. And I hate to raise the spectre of net run rates, but it has to be done. So they'll want rid of one of these two as soon as they can possibly manage it. Both batsmen on 18, strike rates around the 60 mark.
Thanks to Nigel.
Thank you, Nigel.
He says there was a Newcastle United fan who got Andy Cole tattooed in all his kit on the day he transferred to Manchester United. There you go.
Dunn begins due over, and that one is turned into the leg side by Connor Marshall for a single. Marshall moves to 19, 172 for 6. There have been some football fans who've had, England World Cup winners 2018 before the tournament started. They were so confident it was going to happen, and then of course it didn't.
Just like the thought of that gentleman coming out of the tattoo parlour, so proud of him,
Look at
getting home, shoving Sky Sports News on. Oh no.
Done into Smith, who pushes this one up to mid-on. Flexing his left leg there. Is that Ricky Clark at mid-on?
Yes.
Just seemed to stop awkwardly as he fielded that one. There he goes again. Yeah, just stretching it out, It looks okay. As Dunn is in, and that one is guided down towards third man by Darren Smith for a single. Cameron Steele comes up from the third man boundary to do the fielding. 173 for 6.
Yeah, and even that shot from Darren Smith there, because Matthew Dunn's sharp. He's got all the time in the world just to wait for it, open up the face and guide it down to third man, which makes you feel it's a good pitch, this.
Scrimshaw gets it right, 6'7" and very quick.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
If he gets it right, he can be very, very effective. Done around the wicket to Marshall. Do no more than push it to Pope at backward point. Ben Aitchison has struggled with the white ball, been terrific this season with the red ball, but struggled a bit with the white ball. Rami Rampal hasn't got the wickets that everybody was hoping he might get. And it's all the spin options. Well, Anuj Dal with a bit of medium pace, but I'm not sure this is his kind of pitch. Dunn is into Marshall, who plays the ball straight into the ground. Very firm shout of no from Smith at the non-striker's end. But there's Tom Wood and Alex Thompson with the off spin, Connor Marshall and Matty McKiernan with their leg spin. Wow. So, as I say, Alex Hughes isn't short of options, but like you say, he might have too many.
It can get confusing, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, nobody should be bowling at the wrong end near the end of the innings, certainly. He's got enough bowlers to fiddle that kind of thing around as Marshall drives to Ryan Patel. And there's no run. He's fielding at extra cover. It's the end of the over. Just 2 runs from it. Derbyshire, 13 to go. 37 gone. 173 for 6.
Yeah, and there's a chat between Marshall and Smith came together. Wicket of Thompson stumped down the leg side of Tim Davey for 18. That was 136 for 6. So they've done a good job, these two. But at some point, going to have to just try and up the rate a touch. Need to wait till the last 10 and then give it a go. Moriarty's just getting Mark Stoneman exactly where he wants him out at deep mid-wicket. Got 2 back on that leg side boundary rope as Dan Moriarty getting ready to bowl his 7th over. Smith's 4 and that bounces on him and squirts away into the leg side. He'll get a single. Smith will move on to 20. 74 for 6 now, Derbyshire. Marshall Just waiting for Cameron Steele to come up to the edge of the circle. Stood up there at mid-off as Moriarty round the wicket. And sweeping and gone is Marshall as it hits his front pad. It's the one that just went on from Moriarty. And Marshall's innings comes to an end. LBW to Dan Moriarty. And Derbyshire on 174 for 7.
Yes. Yeah, it's just in keeping with the innings, isn't it, really? They're not going to get enough runs. They haven't got enough runs all season in any form of cricket, really. Derbyshire, it's been a huge problem. Even when they had the players like Billy Godwin and Wayne Madsen and Lewis Rees and Leas Deploy available, they weren't scoring enough runs. And they've got 8 out of the last 12 first-class innings without getting past 150. So Conor Marshall goes, and it looks like they are sending Ravi out. Look.
Here he comes.
Here we go. This will either be very exciting or a very brief visit to the middle for Rav.
Well, in a way, he's got a free hit.
Yes, he has. He has, and it makes sense. Send him out, and swish the bat.
Well, yeah, against Surrey as well. But I'm just trying to think who would have been in the Surrey side when Ravi Rampal was at Surrey, because it was all sort of new faces really for him in this. Stoneman, I suppose. McCurr would have been there. Dunn.
Clark,
yeah. Out he comes though, Ravi Rampal.
I think we can safely say that the little period of the quick single has now finally come to an end, with Rampal and Darren Smith batting together, combined age of 70.
Put it this way, if you're on the edge of the circle, you are on your toes now, aren't you? No, Dan Moriarty with the wicket there of Conor Marshall for 19. Ravi Rampal back out there in the middle against Surrey. I think it's the first time, it would be, wouldn't it? First time that he's played against Surrey since he had his time at Surrey, if we've been waiting all this time for a game between these two. So, good man, Ravi Rampal. Now he's got a job to do with the bat. Well, Ryan Patel's already rehearsing big drives down the middle of the fairway in there at mid-wicket. So Dan Moriarty into Ravi Rampal, and Rampal's playing his first ball from the crease. It's a good job that hit his bat, otherwise that could have been 2 in 2 for Dan Moriarty. Rampal waits again as Moriarty round the wicket to him. Here he goes, down the ground. How much of this has he got, Ravi Rampal? Not enough, because Ricky Clark will take the catch. And Ravi Rampal goes second ball, looking to go straight down the ground. As we said, he sort of had a free hit there. He's picked out the wrong fielder in Ricky Clark, who's so good in any type of catching situation. And Ravi Rampal goes second ball. Now Derbyshire really do have a problem. 174 for 8, 2 in the over for Dan Moriarty. So he had a look first ball, Ravi Rampal, and then went for the big one down the ground. Second ball, straight up in the air. And the catch taken neatly and tidily by Ricky Clark. Welcome back, Mr. Fletcher.
Well, they're talking to Paul Young, and they're not the singer.
The Paul Young?
Yeah, they're talking to Paul Young, and they've just played Everything Must Change, and then asked him a question about it. So
can I just say, has he said if everywhere he lays his hat is
not
still
yet.
his home?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Yes, yeah. It's a great question.
Where is your hat at the moment, Paul? That pinch hitting role that Ravi Rampal was sent out to do hasn't worked, has it? And this looks like Ben Aitchison, who's coming out to bat now. So the Aitchison's on red alert.
I wonder how many times Paul Young has been asked that question.
Oh.
Paul, is it still the case that wherever you lay your hat is still your home? I'm sure he has. So Ben Aitchison out there in the middle. Good guess, that.
I think he's coming to Buxton.
Is he?
I think he's coming to Buxton.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
So I'll carry on with the interview in my ears. The man who sang the first line in the Band-Aid, the original, do they know it's Christmas, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's Christmas time.
1984. Bando? I think it was.
Yeah, round about then.
They crossed, so Schmidt's back on strike. There's Moriarty, left arm round the wicket to Schmidt. Schmidt cuts, great shot, late cut, beats the diver backward point, Tim David, and whistles off down to the boundary rope for 4. So, Aaron Schmidt with those 2 wickets in this over, laying back and cutting. He might just open up a bit now. He's played well here for 24. For a bloke who's been playing club cricket for a couple of years, he's doing a pretty good job here. 178 for 8 as Moriarty is in round the wicket to Smith, and Smith again cuts, and this time David does fall on top of the ball and gets the throw in over the top of the stumps to Jamie Smith. Pretty good over that from Dan Moriarty. Couple of wickets in it, 5 off it, 38 gone, and Derbyshire 178 for 8.
Yeah, I think that 250 is a bit fanciful now. 200 would be decent from this point. I wonder if Darren Smith will just get slightly more expansive than he has been. He's up to 24 from 32 balls. If the worst comes to the worst, I can always do an update via the traditional methods, of course. If I'm doing this over and he suddenly throws to me, you won't be able to hear him, but I'll be able to do an update. It's clever, isn't it? It's clever.
You are brilliant at this
Well,
stuff.
no. But it's, yeah, I'm still on. Which is half the battle. This is Conor McCurr, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Excellent.
Coming back
Good.
into the attack.
Just about see his right arm. His head had disappeared above the advertising boards at the far end. It's Conor McCurr to Ben Aitchison, who was injured during the T20, which was part of the reason that Conor McCurr came across on loan. He's in now on ball. That's an attempt to turn it down the leg side by Ben Aitchison, but it's signalled wide. 179 for 8. They've given that last over to Tim David, incidentally, on NV Play. He's now got 3 for 17 according to them, but he hasn't.
No.
We know he hasn't, because it was definitely Dan Moriarty. As McCurr's on his way in again, and again it's down the leg side, and again it's signalled wide. He did try and flick it away, did Ben Aitchison. It was a good tumbling save down to his left-hand side by Jamie Smith. But a fairly inauspicious start to this over from Conor McCurr. Is this his first over since the expensive over?
I think it is, yes. Leicestershire 2-2-2 for 7 now.
Well, that's not
so
bad
they're
then.
putting a
Yeah,
score on the board there.
battling. Yeah. Aitchison waits, gets bat on ball this time and pushes it back to McCurr. So we finally get the first delivery, legitimate delivery of the over out of the way. 181 for 8. He's been on Celebrity MasterChef, Paul Young, apparently.
Has he?
Well, that's what they're talking about now.
I see.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So he hasn't got a new hit out.
No, I think he's
No,
just
no,
on for his
it's
tour.
all-
I think he's
right,
on for his
okay.
tour. He may well have a new album out. McCurr's in again, and that was a play and a miss outside the off stump from Aitchison. Didn't really commit to the shot. I think he's much better off, personal opinion, if he basically commits to the shot, because he's got the power. He's a big man, 6'5", known as the big un, despite George Scrimshaw being in the side at 6'7". He had to settle for Scrimmy. Bless him. This McCurr is in, and this one is turned. No one might get 4 runs for this. Is there a man at fine leg? Well, there is a man at fine leg, but he's not going to get there. And that again was a misdirected ball from Conor McCurr. It was just helped on its way by Ben Aitchison, who picks up a valuable boundary. 184 for 8.
Yeah, a couple of wickets today for Conor McCurr. I'm not sure he's been at his best though so far today.
No, well, overall he's going at almost 7.5 and
Yeah.
over, which is way above the average, clearly. So if they'd have got 7.5 off everybody, they'd be in a much better position here, Derbyshire. As McCurr is in again, turned. Well, that's down the leg side. It must have just brushed something on its way through, because it's not signalled wide this time.
Yeah,
Cameron Steele applauding
you
double O's.
mentioning Celebrity MasterChef there. I saw Bez was on it from
Really?
the Happy Mondays
Yeah.
the other day, cooking away. Yes.
Did he do the cooking, or did he just stand in the background and dance while somebody else cooked?
Well, I think, but it did look good with the frying pan,
Yeah.
I have to say.
His next delivery from McCurry is defended into the leg side.
But,
I bet it's just Tim David Fields.
So yeah, I glanced up and there was Bez cooking something. But that's that. When you have celebrity programs for many years, you sort of work your way through celebrities. I suppose.
Yes, you would imagine so. Yeah, there comes a time when you think, who on earth can we get now? To Aitchison, it pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. McCurdy turns at the end of his follow through and walks away. Doesn't look massively happy with himself, Conor McCurdy. 6 overs, 2 for 41. 6 runs, including the 2 wides off the over. 184 for 3 with 11 to go for 8. Aitchison has 4, if only. Darren Smith has 24. Man, if there were only 3 down and they'd only scored 184 runs, I'd be asking questions about that too.
Someone would have taken their time, wouldn't they?
Yes, with a fairly leisurely innings from someone.
Well, it's going to be Dan Moriarty to bowl the 40th.
Well, I still think it's Tim David on the.
Well, Tim will be delighted.
He will, won't he? Well, 3 for. No, they've changed it now.
Moriarty's into Smith. And Smith looks to work leg side. It hits the outside edge and loops down towards Ollie Pope at backward point. Trying to nudge it into the leg side, going against the turn there. Smith as Moriarty. As the wing gets up again, Smith's waiting and cutting and doesn't time this at all. That just potters down to Ollie Pope. And there again at backward point, and there's no run. Very noisy. The breeze as Smith sweeps this one. Nico Reefer will get round to, and Smith will pick up a single. He'll move on to 25. Just lost the sun for the time being. A bit more cloud cover now, so a little bit gloomier than it was even 20 minutes ago. A bit more cloud cover now. Aitchison coming on to strike here to Dan Moriarty. Steele is bouncing around in there at mid-on. Warming himself up again as Moriarty to the right-handed Aitchison, and Aitchison will shout for LBW, looking to work round his front pad. Squirts off down to Ollie Pope again. The throw from Ollie Pope almost takes down Moriarty with it. By the signal, 186 for 8 now, and Smith comes on to strike on 25. There the field by Darren Smith, the right-hander, and then sees Moriarty come around the wicket to him, and he gets just looking to nudge down the leg side, gets nothing on it. Nicely taken by Jamie Smith. Lovely bit of work from Jamie Smith to get rid of Alex Thompson off Tim David earlier today. Moriarty is in once again. Smith sweeps again, shout for LBW, and this time given. And Darren Smith goes for 25. Dan Moriarty has 3 in quick time here. And it means that Derbyshire 87 for 9. And Darren Smith there, well, good innings from a man who's not played in this sort of standard for a couple of years. And it goes for 25. Derbyshire 187 for 9. We're only in the 40th over at the moment. So Dan Moriarty, 3 now. So Dan Moriarty has been given his wickets, and 3 for 40 for Dan Moriarty. He's got a ball to come. His 8th over. Just waiting now for George Scrimshaw, the final batsman for Derbyshire. Cameron Steele is still whirling his arms, getting himself warmed up. Looks like he'll replace Conor McCurr for the 41st over from that City end. So one more wicket remaining for Derbyshire. So George Scrimshaw is out there now, joining Aitchison. James Taylor just having a little wander around the outfield to our right-hand side. Tall figure of George Scrimshaw then. Still going through his warm-up there at mid-on. So, first ball for Scrimshaw as Moriarty's into him. He lets him go. Outside is off stump. Into the gloves of Jamie Smith. So, end of the over, 40 gone then. Still 10 to go, but 187 for 9, Derbyshire. Cameron Steele is coming back into the attack as we suspected down there at the City end. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. Placing Conor McCurr, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 41 for Conor McCurr today. So, Cameron Steele. We're into the final power play now, so Cameron Steele can have 5 outside the circle. It's going to be Aitchison on strike on 4. Cameron Steele blows into his hand as always, and over the wicket he comes to Aitchison. It's short, and Aitchison cuts out towards Nico Reefer. Pick up another single, 1 more to the total. Welcome back to Mr. Fletcher, who's done his update. And I was saying there from Darren Smith, he did a pretty good job actually.
Yeah.
For a fella who's not been playing in this sort of stuff for a couple of years, 25 runs as Cameron Steele is in over the wicket, and Scrimshaw has played down completely the wrong line there. It's gone past his edge and it's taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right-hand side.
Yeah, it's not his thing, really, batting, Big George.
He stands with that bat wrap. Looking forward to watching him bowl, though. It's in over the wicket. Oh, is Steele, and this chipped by Scrimshaw down into the leg side. He'll get a single as Matt Dunn comes up to do the fielding. This Derbyshire total, 189 for 9. They find themselves in the 41st over as Cameron Steele is in. Forward goes Aitchison. Nicely played. Just pushes this out towards Nico Reefer. Sun's disappeared now. Saying a few more clouds.
Swing bowling.
Absolutely,
yes.
coming round corners.
Yeah, could do.
Run chases are never straightforward, but on this pitch, as this is driven by Scrimshaw up the ground to mid-off, and there's no run. Put it this way, Surrey will be pleased with the way the first part of the job's gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meets again to Scrimshaw. Steals into, that's very short, and Scrimshaw will just take a single down the ground. Quite come out the way he wanted it to there, Cameron Steele. But the end of the over, 41 gone, 3 off the over, and 104 off the overs, apologies, 191 for 9.
These runs are George Scrimshaw's first in this day cricket.
Oh,
it's nice.
That's good, isn't it?
I'm sure he's batted. He didn't bat against Yorkshire. He didn't bat against Nottinghamshire. And this is his 3rd game, so it's the first time he's batted, in fact. You'd have thought I'd have spotted that earlier, wouldn't you? Really? But I didn't. Ben Aitchison has only got 18 runs as a new over. Begins from Moriarty, and Scrimshaw gets his 3rd run. I'm sure he gets his 3rd run.
He does.
The scoreboard's
gone backwards.
Yeah, it does that. It has to go backwards to go forwards.
Yeah. Poor old Scrimshaw, look up now, he's on naught again.
Metaphor for life.
Yes,
the
indeed.
Derbyshire scoreboard. 192 for 9, I believe it is. As Moriarty's in again, and Aitchison pushes this up to Cameron Steele at mid-on rather, on the just inside the 30-yard circle. There we go. We're not quite back to normal yet. with the scoreboard. It went wrong earlier this season. The ball is pushed up to mid-off by Aitchison at a crucial moment in a run chase. Yeah, I think it was against Warwickshire. Might have been in this competition. It just went wrong. This one is driven quite firmly, but Cameron Steele gets across, puts in the slide to keep the batsman down to a single. 193 for 9. I think it's operator error, in all honesty. Computers are never wrong. They only do what you tell them to. So this one is defended by Scrimshaw.
Oh, it's quite fun though, watching the what Scrimshaw's going to end up on here.
Well, I'm hoping he ends up on 3.
I hope he's not out this ball.
Yeah, that would cause chaos, wouldn't it? And he isn't out this ball. In fact, he picks up another single, which isn't necessarily what the scoreboard operators wanted. He moves on to 4. Aitchison has 7. The end of the over. That's 42 overs bowled now. Derbyshire 194 for 9. Can they get up to? There we go. Look at that. 194 for 9. Aitchison 7. Scrimshaw 4. It's all there on the scoreboard. All its glorious orange and blackness.
Yeah, and Scrimshaw would be pleased because his first runs in this day cricket were taken off him there for a moment. So if he'd looked up at the board, he was on naught. So he's on 4 and he's on strike to Cameron Steele. As Cameron Steele comes over the wicket to him and he's whipped this one down the ground for a single. So more to Scrimshaw, he moves on to 5. Derbyshire move on to 195 for 9.
I didn't think that Derbyshire would still be batting at 2 o'clock though, so...
Aitchison. Oh, outside edge as he looks to force off the back foot. That's going to rush away for 4, and they're all handy. And that's 199 for 9 now. And Aitchison moves on to 11. Not exactly where he intended, but handy runs. So 199 for 9, Derbyshire. As Cameron Steele is in again. It's a bit short again from Cameron Steele, that. It's cut away by Aitchison, and that's the 200 up then for Derbyshire. 200 for 9. And the 43rd over. Very enthusiastic round of applause for that 200.
A couple of jeers.
Still in it. They always say, don't they, wait till the other side's out of bat. As Steele is in and Scrimshaw waits for this and then pushes it straight back up the pitch, and fielding's done by Steele off his own bowling. Hasn't tossed one up yet, Cameron Steele, to these two. It's been pretty quick. As he's in once more, that one's given a bit more air, and forward goes Scrimshaw. Plays it very studiously straight back up the pitch, and Cameron Steele does the fielding off his own bowling. Goes into his hand as always, does Cameron Steele, and then he's in. And this one, Scrimshaw again just plays from the crease back up the pitch. There's no run, end of the over, so 6 off that over for Derbyshire. 43 gone, and Derbyshire are 200 for 9 with 7 overs of their 50 remaining.
Just looking at David Griffin always writes a preview for all the games. He picked out a game in the semi-final of the Benson and Hedges Cup. Played here, hot day. Derbyshire, Surrey made 166 for 8 off 55 overs. Nothing too flash.
Cool.
And won.
Oh.
As Moriarty begins a new over. That one just seemed to keep a little bit low to Aitchison. It pushes it out into the offside. They go through for a single. Yeah, they won by 6 runs in the end. So who knows?
A low scoring.
A low scoring, absolutely. So you never know. That's why we all love it. As this one is defended by Scrimshaw. You can't really tell if the ball stays low on George Scrimshaw because they all look quite low. Lunch is here. So we could do with getting through these remaining overs now, really. Otherwise it'll be cold. This one's pushed back to him. to Moriarty by Scrimshaw.
Test match, India 46 without loss.
Steady.
Very steady start, that.
Yeah, 201 for 9 as Moriarty bowls to Scrimshaw, who guides this down to backward point. And there's no run.
They've had a bit of rain down there in St John's Wood, I think.
Scrimshaw 2 steps down the track, plays it straight back to Moriarty.
Moriarty in his last of his 10 now. 3 for him today.
3 for 44. And a terrific effort from Moriarty is around the wicket, and an aggressive looking shot. I say aggressive looking because it goes straight to Tim David. Extra cover concludes the over. So 10 overs, 3 for 44 for Dan Moriarty, and with 6 overs to go, Derbyshire's last pair at the wicket. They're on 201 for 9. Aitchison has 13. George Scrimshaw has 5.
Yes, and Matt Dunn's coming back into the attack down there at the City end. Cameron Steele today, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 39. Dunn 1 for 47 off his 7. Ricky Clark 1 for 16 off 8. Very tight stuff from Ricky Clark. Conor McCurr 2 for 41 off his 6. Moriarty 3 for 44 off his 10. Still 1 for 39 off 8. And then Tim David 1 for 12 off 5. So 45th over to be bowled by Matthew Dunn. He's coming over the wicket to Aitchison, and it's short, and Aitchison's drilled it straight to mid-off and has been dropped. Now, I thought the catch had been taken, but he's smacked it, and it's Ricky Clark, of all people, who's dropped it up there at mid-off. So, Ricky Clark, of all people, he's put a couple down lately, as Mr. Clark, but I thought that was it. As soon as it went to that man Clark, but down it went. So, still there, Aitchison. Dunn is into him. Short one, Aitchison's swing and a miss. Trying to go over the leg side whilst heading off towards square leg there. With Aitchison, that was a proper old swing there of the bat. If that had hit the edge, it would have flown over the keeper's head, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Gone miles back for 6. I think Ricky Clark couldn't believe the ball was coming to him. Pulled and it went straight.
Died a little bit on him, didn't it? Died a little bit on him, but you'd expect him to take it.
It's Matthew Dunn. Over the wicket he comes again. Aitchison backs away, slaps this one straight over extra cover for 4. That's a good shot. Gave himself a bit of room. Oh, it's not going to get there actually. Nico Reefer runs back, so didn't get all of his bat on it, but it was effective. And Aitchison picks up 3 more. We'll move on to 16. 204 now for 9.
The longest boundary, but I like you. I thought that was going to go for 4 from the moment it left the bat.
I did, and then slowly it just slowed up. And Reefer got to it. Scrimshaw on 5, waits for Matthew Dunn, short ball, and Scrimshaw, oh dear, half down with the throw, and David's throw actually hits Aitchison, and that's going to run away down towards the boundary. They won't take another run though. Aitchison does the right thing, gets himself in between the throw and the stumps. It's a key thing.
Yeah, clever.
Everybody remembers Ben Stokes' dive when the throw from Guptill hit his bat in the World Cup final. That one wasn't quite as dramatic as that. But, again, hit the bat as he tried to slide it in. As Dunn is in, backing away and playing a gorgeous shot is Scrimshaw. Straight down the ground, 1 bounce for 4. That is a lovely shot from Scrimshaw. Just backed away, and then Matthew Dunn followed him. He drilled it straight down the ground for 4. Possibly the shot of the day. 208 for 9.
It probably was. Certainly the most unexpected shot of the day.
Tremendous.
I was thinking though, these two at 6'5" and 6'7", the levers that they've got, they should be able to. It's all about technique, of course.
Dunn charges in again. Another short one and a bottom edge this time from Scrimshaw, trying to help it down to third man actually bounces to the Surrey captain, Jamie Smith, with the gloves on behind the stump. Better over for Derbyshire, 7 off it. And Derbyshire, after 45 overs, 208 for 9.
Trying to work out what this tells me, that 5 batsmen have got their highest list A scores today for Derbyshire. Wagstaff, McKinnon, Marshall, Aitchison and Scrimshaw. I've no idea what it tells us, but interesting.
Good pitch.
Yeah, well,
Could tell us that, couldn't it, I suppose.
I just had an email as well that reminded me of the Field of Dreams game that's taking place tonight. Very, very exciting in the world of baseball. The Yankees are taking on the White Sox in Indiana, Dyersville, which is it's a baseball pitch that's been built right next to the set from the film of Field of Dreams. Build it and they will come. Yeah, they're playing there tonight. It only holds about 8,000. Tickets have been selling for an absolute fortune. But
that's one of my favourite ever films.
Brilliant film. And yeah, they're playing right next to the set. One of the stands has got some windows in it, and you can see the original Field of Dreams field. But it was deemed that to get it ready for Major League Baseball, they would have had to have just changed too much of the set. They didn't want to do that because it's a major tourist attraction these days. Anyway, I digress. 208 for 9. Looking forward to that. Midnight. I'm sure it'll be on television somewhere. As Cameron Steele comes in from the racecourse end, and it's just pushed very nicely by Aitchison out towards the cover boundary for a single. He moves up to 17 now from 19 deliveries. A couple of 4s in there as well. Always enjoy a 10th wicket stand.
Yes.
Scrimshaw on strike now. He's got 9. Defends it to backward point. There's no run.
The only thing is, as well, it's sort of these two haven't looked in too much bother.
No, it's a worry, isn't it? That is a worry. Yeah. Scrimshaw pushes this to mid-on this occasion. Fielded there by Mark Stoneman.
Again, that's why you sort of feel this is a good pitch.
I'm going to see some more Conor McCurr shortly, judging by his warm-ups. That's if they get that far. And that's over McCurr's head off the bat of George Scrimshaw out to the long off boundary for 4 runs. And Scrimshaw moves into double figures now. He's on to 13. Derbyshire move up to 213 for 9. These two have already added 26.
Very good.
Useful. Perhaps 250 is on.
The way they're going.
There goes Steele again. Oh, he's brought the sweep out this time. He's getting very confident, George Scrimshaw. He missed the ball completely. And the bails were whipped off by Jamie Smith. But it was good to see the number 11 get the sweep out.
Yeah, just checking how many balls are left in the over as well.
Yeah, he'll be changing his gloves next. Scrimshaw down the track this time and defends it. The ball is pushed out into the offside. When he was asked how many balls were left, he would have been told 1, because that's the end of the over. 5 from it. Aitchison 17, Scrimshaw 13, Derbyshire 213 for 9 with 4 overs to go.
Yeah, and it's a double-edged sword in many ways, isn't it? Because I'd be delighted to see these runs, but it's the last wicket pair doing it, which makes you think possibly in that Derbyshire dressing room they're thinking, oh, we are short here. These two are able to do this. Jamie Smith will be getting a bit frustrated, the Surrey captain. 4 overs to go, so what can Messrs Aitchison and Scrimshaw find from here? They came together at 187 for 9. Good partnership this between these two, as Mr Fletcher said, worth 26 valuable runs.
Finn Hudson-Prentice, who isn't playing in this game due to COVID protocols, has just tweeted to suggest that George Scrimshaw drive in the previous over was the shot of the competition.
Yeah. Conor McCurr it is, coming in from the city end. Full toss to start off with, and it's cut away down towards third man.
I think Surrey have ordered the bus slightly early, haven't they? Did they think they were going to wrap this up today?
Have you also noticed the name of the bus company?
Does he own the bus company?
No, but he's got the right. Obviously, did a bit of research. 215 for 9. As Conor McCurr comes in towards us. And backing away and slapping this straight to extra cover is Aitchison, and his good innings comes to an end on 19. Scrimshaw's left 13 not out. Conor McCurr finishes with 3 wickets, and that's 215 all out. Derbyshire in the 47th over, and it means Surrey will need 216 to win.
Indeed, the closeness of my next update means this will be fairly brief before we disappear for half an hour or so. Derbyshire, I don't think they've got enough runs, as Churchy described it before. Very professional bowling performance, I thought, from Surrey. They've just picked up wickets, chipped away from 44 without loss to 215. They've done well to get past 200, though, Derbyshire, and we might have a game here. We might have a game, who knows? But as you said earlier, it looks a good pitch.
It does. It does look at not a huge amount happened, really. And fair play there to Aitchison and Scrimshaw. But, you know, quite a few of the shots were sort of batsmen getting out playing attacking shots. So I think they are short of where they need to be, Derbyshire. But if someone can have a field there with all these spinners as well, you never know. Strange things happen in cricket.
Alex Hughes, the Derbyshire skipper, not short of bowling options. The bowling starts at about number 4 in the batting lineup. We'll be back with the Surrey reply to 215 in around about half an hour's time. Here's Mark Church.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Fletcher. And it's going to be Ravi Rampal to get us started from the racecourse there. Mark Stoneman will be the man on strike. Ryan Patel at the non-strikers end. So 216 for Surrey to win this. After Derbyshire all out for 215 in the 47th of their 50 overs. So Stoneman gets ready for Rampal. First ball from Ravi Rampal to Mark Stoneman, who drives, thick edge, flies off down towards third man. So Stoneman off the mark with a single. Surrey are up and running in this run chase. Surrey know they have to win this to get themselves into the playoffs, or give themselves a chance of being in those playoffs. All coming very quickly. Playoffs on Saturday, semi-finals on Tuesday, final on Thursday. Ryan Patel opening the batting in this game as Rampal's into him, and he's in behind this, punching it up the ground towards mid-off.
Sorry, that was a bit rushed there, Church.
No,
that was disgraceful.
Good. No, it's brilliant. I quite like that sort of intro. It just
I
cuts.
suddenly realised what time it was. Oh dear.
Well, cuts all the sort of inane chit-chat.
All the niceties.
Bang, we're in. No, I like that. That was really, really good. That's how they should start Test match special every morning, isn't it? As over the wicket comes Rampal to Patel, and Patel's up on his toes, nudging into the leg side. They're thinking about a single that is not there. And in the end, they stay where they are. Ryan Patel's had a, well, terrific competition. Ever since he sort of went in after 8 overs of the rain break at Guildford on 2 not out, came out and was out for 131 off 70 balls.
Yeah, fair.
He's been playing a shot of ball, really. He's ticked along very nicely in this competition so far. As Rampal over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel forcing off the back foot down to backward point. And there's no run. I think a little slip there from Dahl as he was going round to pick it up. His feet went from under him as he did the fielding. Billy Godalman's doing some running there away to our right-hand side. So good to see Mr. Godalman.
Yeah. Tweaked something after the warm-up in the game earlier in this competition.
Rampal over the wicket again to Patel. Thickish inside edge as he looks to force again off that back foot, Ryan Patel. So the Surrey batting lineup: Ollie Pope down on the card at number 3. Tim David at number 4. Jamie Smith at 5. Ricky Clark at 6. Cameron Steele at 7. Nico Reefer at 8. Conor McCurr at 9. Dan Moriarty at 10. And Matthew Dunn at 11. So it's a strong-looking batting lineup with Nico Reefer coming in down there at number 8. As over the wicket again comes Rampal. Forward goes Ryan Patel. Pushes this one straight back up the pitch. There is no run. The end of the over. First over gone. Surrey in pursuit of 216 on 1 without loss.
You don't see many specialist number 8s, do you?
No, not at all.
So, yeah, that's a bit of a giveaway. Ravi Rampal looking fitter this season than he probably did in 2019, the last time we saw him in Derbyshire colours. This will be his final game. Just got a contract for the Royal London. I expect it to be Darren Smith's final game as well, but who knows? You just can never be sure. A few more flecks of grey in the Rampal hairdo.
The bowling from the city end,
Ben Aitchison, who's struggled a little bit with the white ball. And it's been a real shame because he's been terrific with the red, as I said earlier. Let's see what he can do here. Just the 2 wickets so far at 87. He's on his way in now. Bowls, that's a full-length delivery. That's well fielded by Alex Hughes, the real Alex Hughes, at mid-off. Stoneman, the batsman. Where's the fake Alex Hughes? He's there at... he's at cover, I think.
We saw Ollie Pope with no name and number.
Well, the bowler and the wicketkeeper both wearing number 11. chaos out there as Aitchison is in again and slips over as he delivers that one. It's cut by Stoneman and well fielded by Dahl, who is a very good fielder.
Yeah, he looks a natural backward point in there.
Yeah.
Just the way he moves. I suppose Surrey all Surrey will worry about is winning this. But if they could get to that target quickly, it helps the old net run rate as well, which could become crucial by the.
I will be asking you about the net run rate later on.
No.
Listeners deserve that, as this one is off a leading edge into the offside.
Nobody deserves that. Me trying to work out net run rate. What I can tell you is Surrey's is 0.122 at the moment.
Right, okay.
There you are, you see.
Really understand what that means.
And Knox not 0.685, but they've already played all their games.
Well, I think we can safely say theirs won't change then.
No, theirs is going to stay at that.
Pretty much.
There's something spectacular.
Yes. Retrospectively, as Aitchison's in, Stoneman, he's beaten by that one. That's a terrific delivery from Ben Aitchison. Just for a moment, I thought he might have got a little feather on that one, through to Darren Smith, who will be looking forward to perhaps claiming the odd wicket or two. Wayne Madsen out on the boundary's edge, away to our right, having a chat with Mitch Wagstaff. That's nice to see. Old enough to be his grandfather. Not quite, but not far off.
I am.
Well, yes, I am, absolutely. Aitchison in bowls to Stoneman, who pushes this out into the offside. They're going through for a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps from Hughes that goes over the top of the stumps. And they get through for the single. George Scrimshaw backing up, 2 without loss.
Yeah, just on that though, on a serious point, is it was Glamorgan playing Yorkshire. Glamorgan top at the moment on 10 points. So if Glamorgan win that, they'll win the group, finish on 12 points. And obviously Yorkshire would finish on 8. But the other way round, Yorkshire would finish on 8. Yorkshire would finish on 10. Surrey can finish on 10, but Surrey's run rate is superior to Yorkshire's at the moment.
We're listening at the back. As Aitchison is in. Patel pushes that one out into the offside. And there's no run. End of the over. 1 run from it. 2 without loss. Sorry, Churchy.
And the other game, Warwickshire versus Somerset.
Yeah. I'm writing this down.
Surrey were to win,
yeah,
they'd be on 10 points. If Somerset were to win, they'd be on 10 points, but their run rate is minus 0.475.
Depends how quickly those net run rates can swing, and I'm not sure how quickly they do. Like you said, they had a big boost from winning with 10 overs to spare against Warwickshire, so perhaps that's what they'll be aiming to do here, and that will put them in an unassailable position for a Saturday playoff.
Rampal is in, and this is hitting the pads of Mark Stoneman, rolls down towards the leg side. They'll get a leg bite because second is, whoever finishes second is home in the playoff, and whoever finishes third goes away.
Yeah,
that's the way it works.
Swap, yeah.
And if you're top, you get a home draw in the semi straight away. So they're not quarterfinals really.
Well, I always thought traditionally you had 4 quarterfinals.
Yes, well, that's the way I was brought up.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket once again comes Rampal, and forward goes Ryan Patel, gets his first run, good single, just pushes that out into the offside. So Ryan Patel is off the mark. Ice cream man's arrived. There we are, or ice cream lady, ice cream van. 4 without loss.
I think it's the van, isn't it? It'd be great if the ice cream man or the ice cream lady made that noise.
Yes, it'd be brilliant.
It would be absolutely fantastic. I walked into the pub one evening and makes the noise.
They'd be exhausted getting everywhere though, wouldn't they? Without a van, as in over the wicket comes Rampal, and in behind a short one goes Mark Stoneman, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, and you did it on a bike, you wouldn't be able to carry too much ice cream around.
You do see the bikes, don't you? With the seaside going on the front. Yeah.
Be fit by the end of that.
Now we're allowed to go to the seaside again.
Yeah. Well, on a day like today, it'd be pleasant. Be nice down at Hove today. Playing Middlesex, Sussex. As Stoneman waits again, Rampal's into him, and Stoneman tucks this one off his hip, neatly and tidily into the leg side. They'll pick up a couple here. That will take Stoneman on to 4 and move Surrey on to 6 without loss. 216 is that target for Surrey. Good crowd in today. I think enjoying the weather. Enjoying the cricket. Look, last cricket here for a while, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rampal wears 14, runs away from us, comes into Stoneman, who's cutting, and there's Dahl again. Great stop in there at backward point. He's anticipated the shot. It was short and wide, but he was already moving before Stoneman played the shot, because Stoneman timed the life out of that one. But a very good diving stop by Dahl away to his right-hand side.
It's the last Derbyshire cricket here until Leicestershire come on the 5th of September.
It's 2.5 weeks, really, isn't it?
It's a good while away.
Rampal's in again to Stoneman. Stoneman gets a good length ball, plays it straight back up the pitch. Another tidy over from Ravi Rampal. Neat and tidy start from Derbyshire. And Surrey 6 without loss. Pursuit of 216.
Doesn't appear to be enough runs, and Surrey don't need to take any chances. They only require under 4.5 and over to win the game. Wickets are going to be key yet to get one, but I've seen that Aitchison beat the bat. That's good news for him. He's going to be bowling to Ryan Patel at the start of his second over from the City end. He's got a couple of slips in place. Matty McKiernan's joined Alex Thompson in the slip cordon now as Aitchison is in. Bowls a short one and it's hooked into the leg side towards Mitch Wagstaff. Drops short of him. Ravi Rampal standing there with his hands on his hips saying, why didn't you come and catch it? But I suppose it was in the air for a long time.
I'd probably respond with, well, you come and do it, Ravi.
Yes, I'm not sure whether Ravi would have been able to do it, but he's still motioning now as if to say he should have put the dive in.
Yeah, but Ryan Patel take it on. He's sort of in that mode in this competition.
Good. He picked up a couple, and this one is just clipped into the leg side very pleasantly towards Big George for a single. So, what's happening here?
It's been
what was Starman?
so interesting watching. Ravi Patel, very good player. But, you know, opens in the Championship, bats 3 in the Championship. Went in at Guildford in that rain break after 8 overs and came out. I've never seen him play like it. And he's just kept going.
Waiting now as Aitchison bowls to him and he goes for the expansive shot again. Gets hardly any bat on it at all, really, as it dribbles up to Alex Hughes at mid-off. He's also got the Rory Burns extra little pull round, hasn't he?
So we spotted this. He didn't play until the Championship game against Gloucestershire. And first thing noticed straight away was the little look towards mid-wicket. And I asked him about it. He said, well, I've been doing it and it's working, and it worked for Rory. So
there he goes. He does it again. He's going to do it every time. You can't unsee it now, though, can you? This one is played beautifully for 4 runs out towards the point boundary, off the back foot, slightly short, a little bit too wide as well from Ben Aitchison. Patel has his first boundary. He moves on to 6, and it's 12 without loss.
yeah, that's nicely played by Ryan Patel. Just a touch shot, really. But yeah, so that all started, I think, sort of in the second team. Just that little look towards mid-wicket.
It's all about routines and trigger movements and all that
isn't it?
kind of thing, isn't it? Next delivery from Aitchison is turned into the leg side. Backward of square. Ravi Rampal has a shy at the stumps. They get through for a single comfortably enough. 13 without loss.
I think Joe Root, they were talking about that he's sort of gone back to his original trigger movements in the last test.
Right, when you, that's it to work.
But they were saying that he was working on it for the spin during the winter in the subcontinent, but took that into the New Zealand series. Now he's gone back to he's not moving around too much, I think.
Just some bowls, and it lands at the feet of Stoneman. End of the over, 4 gone. 13 without loss, 5 to Stoneman, 7 to Patel. Their target 216 to, we think, secure a place in the one-day cup playoffs.
Yeah, I think that as long as they win, I think it will do.
Yeah.
But it's whether they're going to be going away or staying at home from a Surrey point of view. Same for, because if Surrey win, they'll finish on 10 points. Notts are already on 8. Glamorgan will finish on 10 if they lose to Yorkshire. Patel's playing this one from Ramble, start of the 5th over, out into the offside. But as we were saying, the net run rates of both Yorkshire and Somerset are minus at the moment. So they'd have to win very, very quickly as well to stop Surrey getting through. So anything could still happen.
I'm enjoying this. Derbyshire, incidentally, even if they win this game, can't get off the bottom of the table.
Ramble
We can say that definitively.
comes in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, short, and Patel's pulling. As I say, he'll take it on. Out there towards deep mid-wicket, picks up a single, does Ryan Patel. He moves on to back. The great thing for me, though, is Debbie, the brilliant Surrey scorer, is in the box next door to our right.
Is she going to give you the thumbs up?
Well, I don't know, but she probably won't. But it's a good person to have nearby,
Yeah.
you see, because she can actually add up. Whereas I'm really struggling with all of this stuff at the moment. 14 without loss is Ravi Rampal. Around the wicket he comes to Stoneman. Stoneman's guiding this one down to backward point, and there's no run. Good tidy start this from Rampal. Just hitting a good line, good length. No width to these deliveries. A lot of spin in this Derbyshire attack as well, which will be interesting.
Have we got around to working out who they might be playing?
No idea.
No.
Absolutely. I haven't even thought about that. As in round the wicket goes around forward, this one's pushed out into the offside by Stoneman once again, and there's no run. The other thing, of course, is in the wonderful world of social media, there'll be people who are right on it, won't there?
Well, you'd hope so.
And there'll be, and then all I'll do is nick their stuff and make myself sound like an expert, which is not a bad way of doing it, really. Because if enough of us say it, it's got to be right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Rampal, and Stoneman, well, this is just bottom-handed over the top of mid-on and down to the long-on boundary rope for 4. So he's just had enough of just hitting that length to him, Stoneman. Just threw that bottom hand into it, muscled it really, over mid-on and down to the long-on boundary rope. And Stoneman's first boundary, he's on to 9. And Surrey move on to 18 without loss.
Yeah, cleared Alex Hughes comfortably at mid-on. Turned and gave chase, but it was always going to be the ball that won that particular race.
Leicestershire, of course, still not out of it.
Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Rampal again. This is turned by Stoneman. In there towards short mid-wicket. End of the over. 18 without loss. 5 overs have gone. Surrey needing 216.
Well, Leicestershire did remarkably well to get to 271, didn't they? I think that's a pretty decent score at Wantage Road. Northampton yet to lose a wicket in reply, 13 without loss. I'm struggling to even work out who's in the same group. Yorkshire made 230. Glamorgan have just started their chase.
I think Durham are in a great position going into this round of games.
Well, have they not already won it?
Yeah, I think they have.
They're certainly through, aren't
That's
they?
a great position to be in.
Absolutely. It's Ben Aitchison in, and that is driven by Patel up towards mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, it was a decent position, absolutely. Absolutely.
If you're going to be in a position, that's a good one to be in. Going into the last round. England haven't got a wicket yet at Lords either. 99 without loss. India.
You were very excited by a ball delivered by Mark Wood, weren't you?
He bowled an absolute beauty.
Looked good on the telly.
On the telly. Yeah, absolute cracker to Sharma.
I was fortunate several years ago as Aitchison is in, bowls to Patel, who has a big flash at that one outside the off stump, straight through to Darren Smith. To be at T20 finals day, I was I was helping Callie out. So Yorkshire were there, and they were playing Durham, and Mark Wood bowled an over to Joe Root. It wasn't the final, because that must have been the semi-final. And every single delivery went past the edge of the bat. Root never got near one of them. It was an astonishing over in a white ball game. That was off his short run as well. Yeah, he's some bowler. Aitchison, Patel takes a step into the offside. They appeal for something, I'm not sure what. Perhaps they thought it might have beaten the bat, but they scamper through for a single, no signal from the umpire.
I remember seeing Mark Wood first time against Surrey years ago at Chesterley Street, and that was when he sort of had his triple jump, long jump run up, where he took the big step back. It was short, and then bang, and he was rapid back then.
Aitchison in, and Stoneman on this occasion pushes it up to mid-off. Another steady over. That hasn't finished. We'll carry on then.
Well, I'm going to regret this, aren't I? But in the other group, Durham.
Here we go.
On
Here
11.
We go. This is what the audience wants.
Durham are on 11 points.
Yeah.
Essex are on 10 points.
Oh.
Lancashire are on 8 points. Hampshire are on 7 points, and Worcestershire are on 7 points.
Of course, it's complicated, that group. This next delivery is bashed into the ground by Stoneman, and out to the point boundary for 4 runs. He moves on to 11, 23 without loss. That's going to be decided on points per game, isn't it? Because of the Gloucestershire game against whoever it was when the was it North? No, it wasn't North.
When's the playoffs? That we could still be working it out, couldn't it? Hang on, Saturday 10:30. Right, now let's do this again. We got 1 point for that one.
High Court injunction. Yeah, slightly complicated. This next delivery is pulled by Stoneman down to Wagstaff at backward square leg for a single. That is the end of the over. And Surrey moved on to 24 without loss after 6. Stoneman has 14. Patel has 8.
Yeah, nice start from the bowlers. Nice start from the batsmen as well. Nice start all round, really. Going along at 4 and over. 24 without loss. Thank you to Derbyshire as well for a fantastic lunch.
Yes, they've been good here. They have been good here. They've been good here throughout. I mean, obviously they didn't play here last year, but since the start of this season, we've been treated royally.
Lovely curry, rice, vegetables. Gorgeous. Unlimited supply of coffee. Absolutely ideal. Thank you very much to Derbyshire for that. Ravi Rampal will continue down below us from this racecourse end. Stoneman the man on strike on 14. Sun's out again now, which is nice. As Rampal round the wicket he comes. Stoneman, solid looking defensive shot from Mark Stoneman, gets right in behind this. Plays it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. But in the other group, Hampshire are playing Durham.
No.
Don't know what that means.
No.
But, it's an Essex.
It's a long trip for somebody.
Definitely does. Essex playing Lancashire. As round the wicket once again goes Rampal. This is punched off the back foot by Mark Stoneman down to backward point. I can tell you Sussex made 333 for 4 against Middlesex. That was a good effort. Down there at Hove.
Middlesex can't qualify, I don't think.
Don't think they can.
No.
And there'll be
disappoint a few listeners.
Hundreds in there. Ben Brown with 100 and Tom Haynes with 100.
Wow.
For Sussex today. Round the wicket once again goes Rampal to Stoneman. Fuller of length. Shot from Mark Stoneman's just checked this straight down the ground for 6. What a lovely bit of cricket that is from Mark Stoneman. Fuller of length from Ravi Rampal, and the full face of Mark Stoneman's bat, and just checked it straight down the ground for 6 runs. Stoneman's on to 20, and Surrey move on to 30 without loss.
That was a superb shot, wasn't it? Effortless almost. Just committed to it. Basically pushed it back over the top of Ravi Rampal's head, a long, long way over the top of Ravi Rampal's head. Over the boundary rope, and we're just waiting for the ball to be returned here because the umpire and Ravi Rampal are both looking in the general direction of where the ball went. What's going on? Who's gone to get it? I don't think they can find it. I think Alex Hughes is in amongst the crowd, so they can't touch the ball, but Alex Hughes can faff about underneath supporters, which doesn't make an awful lot of sense. The gentleman down below is having a well-earned drink. Alex Hughes is returned, and he has returned the ball as well now, so it's a very cursory wipe, if it indeed was wiped. I'm sure that it was.
The other word you'd use for that shot was dismissive, really,
yeah.
from Mark Stoneman.
Yeah.
Here comes Rampal again, round the wicket to him, and Stoneman's just turning this one off his pads because Ravi Rampal just went a little bit fuller to him. He's just stood there and checked it straight back over Rampal's head. So super bit of batting that really from Mark Stoneman. 30 without loss, Surrey. That target for them 216. India 104 without loss. It's around the wicket goes Rampal, and Stoneman will get a single here. Just pushes this one to the right of mid-off. Scampers through, moves on to 21, 31 without loss. Sorry, worth remembering England won the toss and stuck India in as well in sort of English conditions there at Lord's. Bit of rain about. 104 without loss. And I think Moeen is into the attack probably earlier than he expected. He's already bowled. He's in his 4th over already.
Busy day, yeah. A busy day.
KL Rahul is 16 not out. Rohit Sharma 79 not out. As in over the wicket comes Rampal, and Patel, nicely played, just guides this one down towards the man, and they'll pick up a single. But on a serious point there, 31 without loss. KL Rahul, one of the best players in the world, one of the best T20 players in the world. 17 off 93 balls, whilst at the other end, Mr. Sharma, who of course is a wonderful player himself, he's going along very happily. So Rahul was just bedding down. So, yeah, very good stuff from India. 105 without loss.
There's been a lot of talk about the schedule and things like that from an England perspective, but the Indians haven't had too much red ball cricket. There has been no first-class cricket played in India since before the pandemic started, other than the test matches. They had that game up at Durham that you saw, of course, but that apart, it's been mainly practice. It's Scrimmy, the man with the best moustache in the One-Day Cup, no question about it. And he's going to replace Ben Aitchison. 3 overs for 13. I wonder if Ben Aitchison's going to swap ends or wait and see. Ravi Rampal, 4 overs for 17, despite being hit for a 6, so he's still relatively economical. But it's not economy that Derbyshire need, it's wickets. They've just removed the man from slip, and now he's back. So initially Alex Thompson moved out of the slips, and now he's gone back to stand next to Darren Smith, the wicketkeeper. There he goes, lining up his putt, and he's ready now, Scrimshaw. Not a particularly long run-up, and he's in, bowls, and he's driven. Full delivery. There's a chase on here for Ben Aitchison, who will get there as he puts in the slide. The batsman will come back for 2. Patel with the shot, he moves to 11, 34 without loss. Just watch him at the start of his, I'm talking about leg spinners and quirks. He waddles his feet. I don't know any other way to describe it. As though he's lining up a putt on a green. He stands there. There we go. Now he's ready. Marvellous. Here he comes. And bowls a quickish delivery. Fine stop by Anuj Dal. Diving to his right-hand side. They still get through for a single, and Patel moves on to 12. But that was a terrific stop by Anuj Dal. It was hit into the ground, backward on the offside. Backward point. Anuj Dal dove, if that's a word, to get the ball.
Yeah, his approach is uncannily like Stephen Finn. I know he's a tall lad,
Yeah.
but the approach is the run up and everything.
Comes in again and bowls to Stoneman, who pushes this one out into the offside. Picks up a single. Alex Hughes does the fielding on this occasion. Time for another game of update roulette. I'm never going to get to the end of this over. A spinner, I'd have had a chance.
It's a whole new game you've got
it's
here.
terrific.
It's good, isn't it?
Because I can hear Sally Swinfen with the news in my ears. I reckon I've got another minute yet. Scrimshaw's in, dabbed into the offside. Patel sets off and is sent back by Stoneman as Matty McKinnon gets in to do the fielding. There was never a run there.
He wasn't just sent back, he was just told in no uncertain terms, I am not going anywhere. And just to add to it, Stoneman turned his back on Ryan Patel. So, yes, I think Mark Stoneman made it perfectly clear to Ryan Patel that he wasn't going anywhere down there at the non-strikers. Then Mr. Fletcher has dived across into his mixing desk now as Patel waits once again. And this one's turned away into the leg side of Scrimshaw. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket. Alex Hughes does the fielding, the captain. And there at mid-wicket, so we're in the 8th over. Sorry, 36 without loss. Their target is 216, so they need a further 180 runs. Ryan Patel just checking how many balls left in the over. Still one more to come. Deep backward square out there, waiting is Wagstaff as in again comes Scrimshaw. Solidly in behind that one goes Ryan Patel, plays it straight back up the pitch. Scrimshaw doing the fielding off his own bowling, tidy over that, 4 off it, 8 gone. And Surrey 36 without loss. Is Rampal going to continue? I think he is. So Rampal will bowl his 5th over from the racecourse end. Stoneman will be the man on strike. A piece of heavy machinery has just been starting up somewhere near the ground. I don't know where it's off to, but the sound of some heavy machinery being started. Mr. Fletcher is back, having done his update, and Rampy Rampal is back, coming round the wicket to Mark Stoneman, and that's short, and that's dismissive from Stoneman. Cool. That's a short arm jab, 1 bounce for 4. Over mid-on again. So Stoneman has just stood there and done nothing more, really, and just whip that over the leg side for 4. He's on to 26 and 40 without loss, Surrey.
26 off 27 balls. Surrey only requiring 4.5.
Rampal comes back to over the wicket now to Stoneman. Stoneman drives down to mid-off and there's no run. The funny thing is, Fletch, that people tend to forget that when Surrey were in that final against Notts back in 2016, was it? And Hales played that extraordinary innings to win it. One of the best hundreds I've ever seen, especially in the final. Everyone forgets this bloke played a beautiful, beautiful innings for Surrey first up, made 140 odd, which on any other day everybody would have remembered that. But because of Hales, Stoneman waits again, Rampal's in, and Stoneman slapped this one. He's almost slapped it straight to Hughes up at mid-on. Again, he's looking to go over the top there. Didn't really throw the bottom hand into that one, did Stoneman. So he's going after Ravi Rampal a touch here, is Mark Stoneman. But yeah, that innings from Stoneman on that day was a really authoritative innings. But then obviously Mr. Hales had his amazing day at Lord's. Waits again to Stoneman, Rampal's into him. Stoneman looking to whip down the leg side, that hits the back of his leg. And a shout from Ravi Rampal, who looks bemused by why that's not being given out LBW. 1 more to the total, 41 without loss.
Might have pitched outside the line of leg stump. I won't swear to it from where we're sitting, but that's certainly the impression I got. Darren Smith was not interested at all behind the stumps.
Normally a bit of a giveaway when the bowler's the only person in the vicinity of the batsman who appeals.
And it wasn't that good an appeal either.
It wasn't.
No.
It was more of an afterthought than an actual appeal. As Ryan Patel waits over his bat as Rampal is in. Short one, he'll take him on. I said that, and he's pulled him in front of square and away for 4. So halfway down, and Ryan Patel off the front foot has just pulled that in front of square, whistles away to the mid-wicket boundary rope. Patel's on to 16. Surrey move on to 45 without loss.
That ball was hit harder than any other ball has been hit today, because Conor Marshall only had to run about 10 yards, put the dive in. I know he's not very tall, but no chance of getting that.
Patel waits again for Rampal, and forward he goes. Ryan Patel plays this one back up the pitch, and this is what I mean, Fletch, about Ryan Patel. Ever since that rain break at Guildford, he seems to hit the ball harder as well.
It's
End of the over.
astonishing.
A few people have sort of said, oh, I have, but a few other people have he sort of went in as Ryan Patel, came out as Brian Lara from the rain break, but he's just kept it going, because yeah, that was a remarkable innings of 131. But you know, since then as well, 26 off 22 balls against Glamorgan with 4 fours, 52 off 33 balls against Leicestershire with 8 fours and 2 sixes, and then 30. Bit pedestrian for him. 36 off 47 against Warwickshire, 2 sixes and 1 4. So
I think he's slowing down, because his 16's come off 24 balls so far. So he's playing himself in. There's George Scrimshaw in, bowls to Stoneman, who pushes it up to mid-on. There's a shy at the stumps from Ben Aitchison that misses. Alex Thompson backing up, has already been warming up the off-spinner. Bowled early at Chesterfield, but of course everybody bowled early at Chesterfield. It was only a 10 hours a side game. Could be the future. 45 without loss in pursuit of 216, 171 more runs. Sorry to get over the line here at the Incora County Ground as Scrimshaw bowls, and he's pulled it into the leg side as Patel for just a single. Wagstaff does the fielding. It's applause from Darren Smith, who they'll return to being teacher and pupil again after today. Wagstaff on the academy, Smith in charge of it. But at the moment they're on an equal footing, both playing first team cricket. 47 without loss. Scrimshaw sets off again, and Stoneman pushes it out into the offside. Thompson does the fielding.
of course the student got more than the teacher today. Very good innings from Darren Smith, 25, but Wagstaff with his 36 at the top. I thought Wagstaff played really well, actually.
Yeah, no, he did. He looked okay, didn't he? The boy, as I said earlier, he's got a future. Everybody will be hoping that it's at Derbyshire. Having already lost Finn Hudson-Prentice, you just fear how many others might decide that that's that. Scrimshaw's in and turned into the leg side. There's going to be a shot at the stumps from Tom Wood, who misses, and they get through for another single. One more to Stoneman, moves to 28-48 without loss. That's the fake Alex Hughes. He does have Wood on his back, though. That's the name. He's not carrying anything extra.
Interesting, this Stoneman has been constantly nattering away to Ryan Patel out there in the middle.
Tell him to get a move. Patel waits. Scrimshaw bowls. He just taps it into the leg side and off they go again to the left of the right-handed Tom Wood. So there's always a single there. There has been a number of left-handers in the Derbyshire ranks. Wood isn't one of them. Patel moves on to 18, 49 without loss as we approach the end of the power play.
First time that Stoneman and Patel have opened in the competition together this season. Sort of, they don't do it in championship cricket together.
Stoneman waits, tapping his bat as Scrimshaw bowls to him. Almost falls off his feet. Dahl with the attempted run out there that misses. And Patel scampers home. End of the over. 10 gone. 50 up for Surrey. They are 50 without loss. Stoneman on 29, Patel on 18. And they're going about this chase of, or this pursuit of 216 very calmly indeed, as Alex Thompson will come into the attack for Derbyshire, the off spinner. And he'll bowl in his sunglasses, the spinner thing.
There's absolute lightning in there at backward point, because he suddenly came out of nowhere. And Ryan Patel really did have to get his skates on there. If that had hit, that would have been tight, I think. But yeah, it's going at 5 and over. So 10 gone, 50 without loss, another 166 required by Surrey. And at the moment, Surrey will be pretty pleased with where they find themselves. Alex Thompson then, I'll tell you what, from this distance as well, remember Ollie Rayner? His off breaks, but with the sunglasses on as well, because Ollie always used to. Tall lad, blonde hair, very, very similar to Ollie. Ollie had that amazing game when Surrey sort of prepared a pitch that was going to turn a few years ago. And young Mr. Rayner turned up and took 16 wickets in the game. And actually, Hashim Amla was the only one who worked out how to play him. And second innings, genuinely, Fletch, took his guard outside off stump and was hooking him, because he was pitching it from that height and it was just going straight up in the first innings. People gloving balls off their nose. And I think Hashim made 90 on hooking Ollie Rayner for most of it, yeah. So Thompson into the attack with his off breaks. And Stoneman will be on strike. So Thompson round the wicket first up to Stoneman. And forward goes Mark Stoneman, pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. Breeze here, just be drifting the ball back in a touch to the left-hander, which is what he wants. And just take it away as round the wicket he goes again. And this is turned by Stoneman into the leg side. We'll take a single. Stoneman on to 30. So we move on to 51 without loss. Nice action. Spins the ball in his fingers again. Does Thompson. And Patel. Waiting, and forward he comes. A little bit of something there, I think, for Thompson. Pushed back up the pitch by Patel.
He's got 5 wickets in the competition, economy rate of 6. So he had a decent one-day comp.
He's got all the attributes. As round the wicket he comes once again, and straight down the ground goes Ryan Patel. He hasn't got all of this. He's got enough of it, but it's a brilliant piece of work down below us from Wood. Sprinted around, dived full length, saved a couple of runs there. Great bit of work there. Dive full length and knocked the ball back inside the rope. So terrific bit of work there from Wood. Down to our left-hand side as round the wicket again, Thompson, and this is whipped away by Ryan Patel out towards deep backward square. They'll stroll another single. That'll be one more to the total, one more to Ryan Patel. But yeah, fantastic work down there from Wood. I sort of stood up and just about at the corner of my eye could see him throw himself full length below us. Stoneman just removing some dirt from the bottom of his bat there as Thompson's into him. Stoneman drives, nicely bowled. Just gave that one a bit more air, and Stoneman looking to drive thickish edge, rolls down to backward point. End of the first over from Thompson, the 11th of this Surrey run chase. And Surrey are 53 without loss.
Yeah, good over from Alex Thompson. Just the 3 runs from it. I don't think Derbyshire are going to be able to restrict Surrey, so they are going to have to pick up wickets. I've just seen a tweet from Burton Albion about the Pirelli Stadium vaccination centre open tonight. Anybody who knows anybody who's 16 or 17 who wants the first dose of the Pfizer jab, no appointments necessary. So if you know anybody, or indeed you are 16 or 17 and listening, opportunities there. As George Scrimshaw begins a new over from the city end. Bowls, there's a wild swing at that one from Patel. Sort of backed into the leg side and then reached for it.
Dear.
Scrimshaw must have seen him stepping away into the leg side, so put it slightly further wide of off stump than he initially intended.
I like this from Stoneman as well. It's just wandered down again to have a little word with Ryan Patel. You've got to be in wonderful form to hit that.
You don't need to get them all in the one over. Scrimshaw is in again, and that was guided backward of square on the offside. Straight to Mitch Wagstaff. There's no run.
Northampton's not that far away, is it, Fletch?
No.
It's raining
is
in
it?
Northampton.
Oh.
Now put the cat amongst the pigeons, isn't it? Although, of course, we've had 10 overs.
Yeah, Douglas Lewis is 23 at this stage.
Surrey are ahead of where they need to be.
Yeah. In fact, Douglas Lewis has just dropped to 22 for some reason. My computer. The more runs they get, the lower Douglas Lewis is. Scrimshaw bowls. That's it, guided down to a very fine third man. Good stop just to our left-hand side by Conor Marshall. They come through for 2 runs, but it was a good piece of fielding by the leg spinner. 2 more to Patel, moves on to 23, 56 without loss. Probably. As the scoreboard steadfastly refusing to move. It will do at some point. Probably. Come on. Sort the scoreboard out. Here's Scrimshaw. In again, balls to Patel, who turns this one around the corner. There's a chase on here for Ravi Rampal. He won't dive. And the ball goes past him. I don't think I've seen Ravi Rampal dive in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And that one raced away to the boundary. So Ravi Rampal suggesting to Mitch Wagstaff that he should have dived forward for the catch. Is rather shown up by that piece of fielding by the big West Indian.
Yeah, that was more of a sort of after you ball, wasn't it?
Yeah. Score moves on to 60 without loss. Patel on 27. Stoneman has 30. Patel on strike, and he crashes this through the hands almost of Alex Thompson at extra cover for 4 runs. He might have got something on it, but he couldn't stop it, and it raced to the boundary for back-to-back 4s. And I don't think George Scrimshaw will be particularly pleased with the way his fielders are backing him up here, because he's now conceded 10 runs in this over, with 1 more ball to come.
I think you guessed the conversation between Stoneman and Patel when he played that weird shot first ball. I don't know what he was doing. Stoneman came straight down and probably said, you don't need to be doing that.
No.
And now he's gone boundary.
Just sensible cricket shots. 64 without loss. Readies himself. Scrimshaw bowls, turns it into the leg side. No ball from George Scrimshaw. Tom Wood did the fielding at extra cover. It's a free hit. First no ball. See, John Brown knows it's a free hit. We all knew because the umpire signalled it. 64 without loss with a free hit to come. They can't change the field because it's the same batsman. Didn't announce that, John, did he?
Well, Nick Kimber for Surrey, he came at Glamorgan, bowled a no-ball free hit. Free hit ball, bowled them perfect Yorker, and it was a bye because they ran. Did it in the next game as well.
What will Scrimshaw do here? He bowls a short one that's top-edged down towards the fine third-man boundary. Marshall does the fielding, only a single taken. That's not a bad result for Scrimshaw, but unfortunately for him, that's been an expensive over. 13 runs came from it. A couple of pieces of relatively indifferent fielding didn't help him. And after 12 overs, Surrey is 67 without loss, chasing 216. And it's 149 more runs required.
Yeah, just like a good detective consulting my notes.
Yeah.
After 12, Derbyshire were 59 for 2. So ahead of where they need to be.
Yeah.
67 without loss.
Douglas Lewis Pass says they need to be on 26 at the moment.
Surrey,
An absolute mile in front.
They were a mile in front of where they needed to be against Somerset when it rained in the game. They came off after 8 overs, and that ended up as a 1 point each. And then I'm still trying to get my head around how they lost the game at Grace Road last Saturday. Extraordinary run chase, and then Leicestershire winning by 1 run with Matt Dunn out. So
exciting, though.
Oh, it was. Do you know what? Genuinely, it took us ages to get there, but it was worth the wait. The drama, I tell you, it really was. It didn't have to take a long time to get to the drama. As Thompson will come round the wicket, Smith thinks there should be a change in the field, and he's going to get his way because short fine's going to come out and come into the covers. So, coming in at slip. So Smith's this is a Smith decision as much as anything. Get a slip in for Ryan Patel. He's just waiting for the field to change because he's going to be taking the ball away from the left-hander. He's got the breeze bringing it back in as that's too short, just pushed away by Ryan Patel. Patel does the fielding. They'll pick up a single. Patel moves on to 33. Sorry, moving on to 68 without loss, so another 148 required by Surrey. So around the wicket he comes to Stoneman, who's forward. It's good running. It's just pushed that to the right of Hughes in there at extra cover, and they'll scamper through for a single. Stoneman's on to 31. 69 without loss. The other thing we had with that dramatic end was the Lions on in the corner on the telly as well. It's very difficult to know what to look at first. As forward goes Patel and turns this one from Thompson into the leg side. Fielding's done in there by McKinnon, who batted very well today. Thompson's in again. And here goes Ryan Patel. That's 6 straight down the ground from Ryan Patel. Thompson giving that one a little bit more air. And Ryan Patel straight back down the ground for 6. He is in good touch. 39 for Ryan Patel. And again, it's so interesting. He played that shot in the last over. First ball jumped outside his leg stump and tried to, I don't know what he was doing. And Stoneman's come down and said to me, "Don't need to do that. You're in such good nick. You don't need to be doing things like that." And he's gone a couple of falls in the last over, and that one straight down the ground for 6. And he's having a great competition. He wants some new gloves. The ball's disappeared. Trying to find the ball. And it will have to get sanitised.
Slight delay to proceedings here. That means he's now a runner ball 39, where he was slightly behind the runner ball situation. So his runs have caught up with the balls faced.
The really interesting thing, Fletch, is his boundary count in this competition. So now, when you do get 131, it helps, but 7 4s and 10 6s against Nottinghamshire, 4 4s against Glamorgan in his 26, 8 4s and 2 6s against Leicestershire at Grace Road, positively pedestrian against Warwickshire, 1 4 and 2 6s, and here today, 4 4s and 1 6. So he's hit a huge amount of boundaries with his runs this season as Ryan Patel, and that 131 has just completely freed him up. I think we've lost the ball.
It's back.
Oh, it is
but
back.
But one
now.
of the umpires, I think that's umpire Burns, isn't it? He was walking back from there where the umpires are situated, which is on the bottom floor or the ground floor of the members' pavilion on the far side. I think he'd gone for a new ball. Hopefully he's put one in his pocket, then we can just carry on with the game. Well, they do have a ball each, of course.
Patel waits once again as around the wicket comes the off spinner to him, and he's pushing this one off the back foot out into the offside. And there is no run. So I make that 24 boundaries, 4s he's hit in the competition this season, Ryan Patel. As Thompson's in again to him, he's forward, playing this one down into the leg side. And 15 6s. Not bad going, is it, really? So, yeah, no, it's remarkable. And it's great to see a guy get completely freed up, basically through one innings. And as I say, he was 2 not out off 8 balls, I think it was, when he came out for the 9th over. And then I think he was out in the 21st over for 131.
Did you see the large flash of light in the pavilion?
It was just amazing. It was just amazing.
Tom, sorry, come on.
No, I was just to say, I don't think he could quite believe
No.
it actually afterwards.
I was going to say, Tom Wood's coming on. We hadn't seen him bowl up until about 3 matches ago for the first team, and now he's a regular. Bit of off spin. Does open the bowling on occasion, as spinners do in the Derbyshire Premier League with Ticknell. He's got 2 wickets and has the best economy rate of all the Derbyshire bowlers from his 14 overs. Bowling in his shades, of course. And, hits the front. That's the pad. Oh, now then, there could be a run out here as the ball is thrown to the bowler's end and hits the batsman. Very good from Stoneman, running back to the non-strikers and got himself in between the fielder and the stumps. Derbyshire could have no complaints.
His heart might have been in his mouth though when the appeal went up, because I think he just missed a full toss there.
Yes.
Mark Stoneman.
In fact, it was Patel. Is it? It's Patel on strike, isn't it? Yeah. Pushes it back to Wood. 76 without loss. Wood swings his arms before he comes in. Patel drives him to the onside of the stumps at the far end for a single scrimshaw. Does the fielding. 77 without loss. There was no bat involved in that first delivery. Leg by signalled as Woods in drops one short, darts it in, pushed into the leg side by Stoneman. Alex Hughes comes in to do the fielding, the Derbyshire standing skipper, the 4th skipper of the season. Can't have too many skippers. Godalman, Madsen, Critchley have all done the job so far this season as Wood is in again. And that one is just cut to backward point where Wagstaff does the fielding.
India 123 without loss now. Could be a long day for England, that.
Could be quite a good watch tomorrow if they decide to put their foot to the floor. It's Wood again, short one. He appeals for leg before wicket as it's missed by Stoneman as he looks to pull it. Bales whipped off from the throw that came in from Wagstaff by Smith. End of the over, 77 without loss. Just a leg by and a single from that over as he continues to be one of the more economical bowlers from a Derbyshire perspective. But again, economy isn't going to do the job here. It's going to have to be wickets if Derbyshire are to threaten Surrey's place in the playoffs. The target's 216. They're on 77 without loss after 14 overs. And they need 139 more runs to win.
Yes, and good over that. Quick offies. Doing the job. Mr. Fletcher's got to do his update at 1:30. 77 without loss. Thompson again. Coming round the wicket to Ryan Patel. That's too short. That's cut by Patel. Straight out to the sweeper dart. Out there on the cover right. They'll take the single. That'll move Ryan Patel on to 41. Move Surrey on to 78 without loss. Stoneman coming back on to strike on 31. As Thompson's round the wicket to him, and Stoneman sweeps, hits the pad outside the line of the leg stump. Runs away down towards backward point. 216 the target for Surrey. Derbyshire all out for 215 in their 47th over today. Thompson round the wicket he comes again. Stoneman backs away and cuts. A bit of single out here to dart. Comes in off that cover boundary rope, sweeping up. One more to the total. One more to Mark Stoneman. He moves on to 32. Hughes comes across for a chat with his bowler, Mr. Thompson. Trying to come up with a plan of action here for Ryan Patel. He's lent on his bat at the moment. It's Ryan Patel. Plenty of time because we've had a lot of spin today. We are whipping through the overs today. Till 41, that the plan has been constructed between Hughes and Thompson is in to Ryan Patel, and he's forward, playing this one straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. Patel wanders off towards square leg. Thompson once again, tall lad, bounces in round the wicket in his sunglasses, gives this air, and this is slog swept by Ryan Patel. One bounce and away for 4. So nicely played again by Ryan Patel. He moves on to 45. He's at it again. 83 without loss. And Ryan Patel finding the boundary at regular intervals once again. That was a very nice slog sweep. In complete control of that was Ryan Patel. Absolutely whittled off to the boundary rope for 4. Thompson's getting ready to come in once again. We're just sanitising the ball. Mr. Fletcher's back. It's a good job he is, because I must admit again, at the end of this over, coffee's done me again.
Oh, you're joking me,
No.
man.
It's terrible, isn't it?
How do you stay in a car for 3 hours? Do you have to
don't.
stop?
Yeah, a lot. Because round the wicket again comes Thompson. This is driven by Patel down the ground to Rampal. And he'll get a single as the throw comes in. One more to the total. Kevin Howes even commented on the pace of my first one of these.
Yes, he did.
I'll be back in a moment.
He did. In very un-Kevin Howells-like language. 83 without loss. Stoneman 32. Patel 45. 45 from 46 deliveries. Surrey with just 133 more runs required to win from 35 overs, 132 runs to 35 overs at 3.7, so that even the required rates come down. India going along nicely at 126 without loss. Elsewhere in this group, Glamorgan 37 without loss in reply to Yorkshire's 230. We're going to see a change of bowling here, I fancy. I don't think we're going to see another over from Tom Wood. We're going to see Connor Marshall, so that'll require a slight adjustment to the field. That was even quicker than the first one. Northamptonshire 45 without loss in reply to Leicestershire 271, and Warwickshire 49 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 287 for 8. Middlesex going nicely at 58 without loss, chasing 334 against Sussex at Hove. Essex are 50 for 1. They need another 201 runs to beat Lancashire at Old Trafford, so the sun must be shining in the northwest as it always is. Gloucestershire 74 for 1 against Kent, who made 218 for 9. And Durham is 60 for 1. Hampshire made 225 for 9. Here is Connor Marshall from the City end in bowls. And that one is clubbed back over his head by Patel. It won't get to the boundary for 4 because George Scrimshaw will come around. But if he'd have been a slightly taller leg spinner, he might have been in with a chance of catching that, Connor Marshall. Not that you can blame him for not being taller.
Good bit of work from Scrimshaw there.
He got round quickly, didn't he?
He did really well.
And got down well, which is always a bit tricky when he's 6'7", I imagine. He's a tall man. He's a man who isn't quite as tall. Connor Marshall bowls, and that one has beaten everything. Did it hit the bat? And if it did, has Smith missed a catch? Yes, it did. It did. And Stoneman has a life. Crashed into the gloves of Darren Smith and bounced away. Connor Marshall almost gets the breakthrough in his first over. Stoneman moves on to 33, 86 without loss. Patel just goes back into his crease and pushes that out into the onside. Nice piece of fielding by Tom Wood. Has a shot at the stumps at the non-strikers end, but Stoneman was back.
Yeah, it was a lovely ball to Stoneman.
I think he's done well in the last 2 or 3 matches he's played, Connor Marshall. There's the left leg. There's the left leg. Good to see. And bowls to Patel again, goes back into his crease and pushes it back to the bowler on this occasion. Patel 47 from 49. Stoneman 33 from 45. Surrey 86 without loss. Marshall is in again, and that one is cut away out towards the cover boundary for a single by Patel. He moves to 48.
Yeah, it's busy action, isn't it?
Some distance. Patel is the leading scorer in this match now. Previously an accolade held by Matty McKiernan with his 38. As Marshall bowls a quicker one. There's a reverse sweep attempted by Stoneman. Does he get anything on it? He probably got a little underedge of the bat on it, and he comes back for a second. And it is runs, end of the over. Marshall standing there with his hands on his head at the far end. I think that was a pretty decent first over. It's cost him 5 runs. And as a result, 127 now required from 34 overs. 89 without loss. Sorry, Stoneman on 35. Patel on 48.
Yeah, that was a very good over. Very good over.
Did you jog down the corridor?
Yes.
I thought you must have done.
Yeah.
We went out of breath and you're quite fit. Do a bit of jogging, do a bit
I
of...
do a bit of running.
Yeah, I thought you must
so not just for that reason. just in general life, really. Yeah. So Alex Hughes coming into the attack.
Ah, well, you say that. It's
Wood.
Tom,
Sorry,
yes.
Tom Wood coming into.
Yeah.
My apologies.
No. You would be fooled because he's wearing
18.
the number 18, which is Alex Hughes' number. He's just swapping ends.
So Tom Wood back into the attack in his sunglasses. And Ryan Patel, the man on strike, on 48. And he's a little survey of the field. As Tom Wood comes round the wicket then to Ryan Patel, and he's tucking this one into the leg side. This will be his 50. It's been a good one again from Ryan Patel, from 52 deliveries with 5 fours and 1 6. Very well played by Ryan Patel. What a brilliant competition he's having. 52 balls, 5 fours and 1 6. So his second 50 of the competition, plus the 100. Very good comp so far. Wood's in again to him, and he's just checking this one down the ground. And they will pick up another single.
The two fielders who already have pretty much resigned body language to me.
At the moment, they were very professional with the ball. This is a very professional opening partnership. Now here goes Stoneman down the ground. Has he got enough on this? He hasn't, I don't think, and he's caught just inside the boundary rope. So the opening partnership comes to an end. Stoneman looking to give that absolutely everything, but wasn't quite to the pitch of it. McKiernan with the catch. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. And Mark Stoneman's innings comes to an end on 35, and Surrey a 92 for 1.
Wood's very fine little spell in the One Day Cup continues as he picks up the wicket of Mark Stoneman. 47 deliveries for his 35, 3 fours and a 6. And Derbyshire desperately needed a wicket there. 92 for that first wicket between Stoneman and Patel. And Matty McKiernan took the catch as though he was right on the boundary's edge, and he was probably 10 yards inside the boundary. Took it sort of sideways on, just in case he toppled over the boundary. He was never in any danger of doing that.
I think he almost misjudged it, actually. He sort of ended up in the air behind himself. Good catch. And Ollie Pope makes his way out to the middle.
Excellent.
So this is good to see. Ollie Pope, the man with no name and number on his shirt. But nice innings from Mark Stoneman, but well bowled by Wood. So Ollie Pope, this is his first 50 over game of the summer, released by England. I just can't help saying that without smiling. Released by England this morning, and he found his way to Derby.
He did well to find his way.
He did well to find his way. He did. Remembered his bat as well, so that was good. So they crossed. It was up there for so long that they crossed. So Patel's back on strike as Wood's into him, and Ryan Patel covers up, plays this one straight back down the pitch, and there's no run.
I wouldn't take many rules or laws from the 100, but I do like the one where the new batsman has to face
Oh, is that
the
one
next
of the...
ball.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I like that.
As this one's turned away by Ryan Patel into the leg side. They'll pick up a single, and that will bring Ollie Pope onto strike for the first time. So Ollie Pope hasn't played since the T20 game at Canterbury against the Kent Spitfires, which was a while ago now. He's had this calf problem. Got himself fit with England, really. And now back here with Surrey. And getting a hit in this game against Derbyshire. I suppose as well, Surrey getting to the playoffs. He'll play again at the weekend.
3 games in quick succession, couldn't he, really? He need all hands to the pump, I'd have thought.
As his first ball looks to drive, doesn't really time this, Ollie Pope. And it rolls out there towards extra cover. End of the over, a good one from Wood. The wicket of Mark Stoneman, 17 gone. And Surrey, 93 for 1, chasing 216.
So Tom Wood's having a very impressive campaign. 191 runs at 31 with a strike rate of 115. He's top of the bowling averages as well, with now 3 wickets at 28, an economy rate of 5.4.
Yeah, very good.
Lesser mortals have been given contracts. There's Connor Marshall, who doesn't have a contract for anything other than this competition, so this could well be his last game for Derbyshire as well. But he's been impressive. Comes in and bowls to Patel, who plays it straight back to him. Tries to guide it onto the stumps. Try and catch the non-striker out, but I think Pope was probably back. And the ball didn't hit the stumps anyway, but apart from that, it's a good effort. Bowlers practice that nowadays, don't they? This next one is played off the back foot out towards a wide-ish mid-off for a single. Patel moves to 53, 94 for 1.
Yeah, there are still the occasional ones where it's smash back, hits the finger and hits the stumps, but a lot of the time now you see the bowler just trying to deflect it back.
They guide it, don't
yeah, they do.
With the palm of their hand, yeah. It's quite a skill.
It's a bit like, remember on the old, what are they called, those machines in the arcades? Pinball.
Oh, like
with
the
those little flippers.
Yeah,
they're trying to flip it onto the stumps.
Bit of cricketing pinball.
Yes.
122 required, 94 for 1 already on the board. As Marshall is in and Pope just pushes it out into the onside. Alex Hughes does the fielding. May well be Alex Hughes' final game in charge, with Billy Godalming returning in 12 months' time when Derbyshire resumed the county championship. That one's pushed out into the offside. Now then there's a mix-up. Wood will shy at the stumps and really should have just lobbed it to Connor Marshall, because Patel had come quite a long way down before being sent back. And in fact, they were pretty much side by side at one point. Dot ball in the book doesn't really tell the story, as Pope gets one off an edge down to Ravi Rampal at short third man. It's been a very good start by Connor Marshall. It's his second over. Comes in to complete it. Pope takes a couple of steps down the track and pushes it towards George Scrimshaw, who slides and then parries it and allows the batsman to come through for a second. There's been some indifferent fielding of his bowling, and now he's performed a piece of indifferent fielding of Connor Marshall's bowling. 96 for 1 at the end of 18 overs, 120 to win in the remaining 32. Pope off the mark with a couple. Patel has 53.
Yeah, he's got good control, Connor Marshall. Nice stuff so far in these couple of overs. Wood to continue to bowl the 19th over from the racecourse end. And it's Ryan Patel on 53 on strike, and Patel is forward and drives down the ground, and Ravi Rampal comes round to his left down below us. That'll be a single, and that'll bring Ollie Pope onto strike on 2. Patel moves on to 54, 97 for 1.
Neil Godrich just making sure that the sit-on mower works there.
Yes, I heard that being started up. I do like a sit-on mower.
I haven't even got any grass at
Well,
home.
you see, that's the problem. I haven't got anything to ride one on.
No grass.
Really.
Backyard. That'll do me.
I did My year off between school and university, I worked at a little school and worked on the ground stuff as one of my jobs. I used to love driving the old sit-on mower and doing the football pitch. Very therapeutic. As in over the wicket once again comes Wood, and that's cut by Ollie Pope to backward points. A brilliant bit of work in there, and it means that Ryan Patel has to turn, sprint and get back. I think is that Wagstaff in there. Brilliant diving stop. Because that was well timed by Ollie Pope.
He's taken a catch already in this competition, which is as good as any you'll ever see in that position.
Great bit of work that, as Wood is in again. And Ollie Pope turns this one down to short fine leg. Won't get a run.
They're getting a bit jittery out there with the running, aren't they, for some reason?
Well, I think Ollie Pope's on his toes because Ryan Patel keeps shooting off from the non-striker's end. And one of them's going to stuff the other one in a minute if they're not careful. As Wood's in again, forward goes Pope. That's nicely played, just drills it down the ground for a single. And Pope will move on to 398 for one. So yeah, I used to enjoy that until the day. I was never terribly good at reversing it. And I reversed it straight into a car one day, an old sit-on tractor, which was quite a good effort when you're mowing a football pitch. As round the wicket once again comes Wood, and this is pushed by Ryan Patel out there towards short extra cover.
Parked in the penalty area, was it?
No, it was on the side. Yeah, it was the only car as well, yeah. And that went well. So I slightly lost my confidence after that, as this is a full toss which Ryan Patel has slammed straight down the ground for 6. And Ryan Patel, even with long on down there, he's in that sort of form at the moment. I'm not sure he got all of that, but he got enough of it to get it flat down the ground for 6 and put away the bad ball. He's on to 60, end of the over, 19 gone, and Surrey are 104 for 1.
I think Matty McKinnon was interested for a split second there at long on, but not for long. And it now begins the arduous trek from long on to long off for the right-hander. Long on to the left-hander, long off to the right-hander. So he's getting his steps in. Connor Marshall to continue bowling to Ollie Pope, who's on 3. Pope gets a short delivery that he turns around the corner for 4 runs. He was going to miss out there. Connor Marshall won't have bowled, I'm sure, too many England internationals in this competition. So if he just errs in line or length, he's going to get punished by Ollie Pope, and he was there. Pope up to 7, 108 for 1. Marshall in again as this one is played out towards the cover boundary where Anuj Dal is waiting. Derbyshire in this competition this season have had 2 8-wicket defeats and 2 6-wicket defeats, so they are used to it. If you ever get used to defeats. Just 1 victory against Nottinghamshire. It was in a rain-reduced game as Patel just guides this one out too. Alex Thompson in the covers for a single.
Yeah, that first ball from Marshall to Pope was the first one he's got wrong, because he's had lovely control so far, but it was a bit short, that one.
And again, this one's full of length, and Pope just clips it up to George Scrimshaw, who wasn't wearing a cap at mid-on.
I must say, it's rather strange watching Ollie Pope without a name and number on his shirt.
Ben Aitchison warms up as Marshall's in again, and it's defended by Patel back to him. So might be seeing a bit more of Ben Aitchison shortly. I wonder if Alex Hughes will be tempted to give Wagstaff a go. His next delivery short and turned by Patel down to backward square leg, where Ravi Rampal comes in to do the fielding. Marshall marches off because it's the end of the over, out to the boundary where he's been fielding. Patel has 62 now, Pope 912 for 1 after 20 overs. And at more than halfway there now, sorry, 104 more runs required from 30 overs. He don't get many more straightforward equations than that. They'll probably want to do it, if they possibly can, in 20, though, just to improve their net run rate, which I'm sure it will, but I've no idea by how much.
Yeah, do the old Virat Kohli, because I was reading an article about him in one-day cricket, and when he walks out to bat, he takes 10 overs of what's left. He says, I've got to get to that target in that.
Yeah.
And it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So sort of gives himself, takes 10 overs off. So if he walks out there to bat and there's 140 needed off 30 overs, he wants 140 and 20 overs. That's the way he goes about it. Got to be a good player to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, normally they don't like to take it to the last over, do they? But to not take it to the last 10.
Yeah, it's brilliant. So Ben Aitchison is into the attack down below us. The Greyhound end this time. Lee Pope at the non-strikers end. Ryan Patel on 62. And everybody's not quite ready at the moment. I think Mr. Hughes was still setting his field as Aitchison was halfway through his run up there. So Ryan Patel stepped away into the leg side. England have a wicket.
Hey.
And it's Mr. Sharma's gone for 83, bowled by James Anderson. There we are. As Aitchison is right arm over the wicket, and this first ball is on the hip of Ryan Patel, who tucks it down to fine leg. He'll get a single. Patel moves on to 63. K.L. Rahul is 47 not out. Pujara, having just got out there, he's 1 not out. Just a reminder that England won the toss and decided to bowl. So, might make up a little bit of my day tomorrow. A little bit of listening to the test match, I think, possibly.
Yeah, I think might be right.
Tomorrow.
You'll be busy on Saturday. One way or another.
Waiting is Ollie Pope over his bat as Aitchison comes over the wicket to Pope, and Pope lets this one go outside his off stump. As I understand it, I think if Surrey were to get a home draw, they play it on Sunday because the Oval Invincibles are at the Kia Oval on Saturday for 100 games. So as I understand it,
must be about their last game, is it?
I think so. Well, again,
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. But as I understand it, I think Surrey would, if they get a home draw in the playoff, I think they play it on Sunday. So they obviously want to play it at the Kia Oval. As Aitchison's over the wicket once again to Ollie Pope, who just turns this one into the leg side. And they'll get a single, but all that will be revealed, of course, at the end of today when we know exactly what's going on.
Martin McKinnon warming up, ready to bowl a bit of his leg spin by the look of it. Yeah, busy weekend. Burton Albion play Ipswich Town.
Ipswich Town.
On Saturday. And then,
at home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Sunderland next Tuesday, so 2 big games for Burton.
2 big games, yeah. As Aitchison's in, over the wicket to Patel. And Patel cuts this one down to backward point. Half stopped by Wagstaff. He's done well, though, again. Just a single. Patel moves on to 64, 115 for 1. And then the old Premier League. Oh, it starts this weekend.
Yes, it does. Friday night. I think it starts tomorrow night. Being the commentator for Burton Albion and supporting Tranmere, I tend not to know an awful lot about the Premier League.
How long have you done Burton Albion?
Only last season.
Right, okay. Aitchison is over the wicket once again to Ollie Pope, who drives nicely through backward point. He'll think about 2. It'll just be the singles. The throw's whipped in by Marshall. Good bit of work that. Got the throw away very, very quickly. On 16 for 1. I remember I did 3 seasons of Kingstonian in the conference, as was, and went to Wembley twice with them.
Well, that's
so
not
ideal,
bad,
for the old trophy final, as it was back then.
Cherry Red Records Stadium.
Waiting once again. Over his bat is Ryan Patel. Aitchison's into him. It's very short. Patel sort of skewed this, looking to cut it. Skewed it up towards Hughes at mid-on. End of the over. 21 gone. 4 off that over, which will do for Surrey. And then 116 for 1. So need exactly 100 runs now off 29 overs.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stroll for Surrey this at the moment, I'm afraid. Are we going to see Matty McKinnon? We are going to see Matty McKinnon. And then some good news. I've got some good news about what I'm doing on Sunday, because the Bolton League has split into the good sides and the less good sides for the remainder of the season, and they're going to start playing on Sundays as well this week. So I should be able to get some Bolton League cricket in on Sunday. It's always good fun. So the 2 number 11s are now the wicketkeeper and the first slip. That's excellent.
I can't remember doing a game where we've had 2 players with the same number twice.
Chuck in a player without a number. It's all good fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
All good fun. He's not at slip anymore. He's gone to a backward point, and there's like a short third man as well for Matty McKinnon, who just wants somebody else to move there. There he goes. He just licks his fingers, and then he spins the ball, then he licks his fingers. And he's in, and that one is pushed by Pope up towards the real Alex Hughes at mid-off. Actually, that's the fake Alex Hughes. The real Alex Hughes is extra cover. That's Tom Wood. McKinnon's in again. That was a little bit shorter and pushed out by Pope towards Anuj Dal, who comes in from the cover boundary. They take a single, 117 for 1. Pope moves on to 12.
Yeah, and just sort of easing his way into this at the moment, Ollie Pope.
Well, they don't need to do anything ridiculous, do they? It's less than 3.5 and over, even if they take all the overs up. So if Pope can get himself in properly, Patel's clearly already in with 64 from 66 balls, 5 4s and 2 6s. And they may well be able to inflict a crushing defeat on Derbyshire. As McKinnon is in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Patel. Again, it's Dahl who does the fielding. Ravi Rampal has to come in off the square leg boundary to go back to, that was to the left-hander, to go in at short third man for the right-handed Pope. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary, and the long on has just gone back. George Scrimshaw has. McKinnon's next delivery is turned into the leg side by Ollie Pope. And Derbyshire need to do something here. They need to squeeze somehow the life out of the Surrey batsmen. They seem unable to do that at the moment, and it's something that the Surrey bowlers did particularly effectively between overs 25 and 35 when not a boundary was hit. McKinnon bowls, it goes beyond Alex Hughes and up towards Anuj Dal for another single. 120 for 1. Churchy was saying earlier, a very decent crowd in here today to watch this final game of first team cricket at Derby until September. Well, we're already on the 12th of August. Dot ball to finish the McKinnon over. 4 runs came from it, so fairly decent, but it isn't going to do anything for Derbyshire in the long run. 96 runs required now at 120 for 1. Ollie Pope has 13 from 17, and Ryan Patel 66 from 68.
Yeah, and at the moment they're just knocking these runs off. Again, it's that sort of word professionally. This is Pope and Patel.
I love 50 over cricket, but there's nothing worse than a very one-sided game of any form of white ball cricket, I always think.
Yeah. Well, I think the ones that are difficult for all concerned is when it's pretty obvious which team are going to win, and then it takes a while for them to get there. As around the wicket goes Aitchison. This is driven very nicely down the ground by Ryan Patel, and there is no run. I remember doing a Surrey game at the Grange in Scotland when it's the coldest I've ever been. And it's the only time in my life where Surrey took ages to get the runs they needed to win, but they were always going to get them. It was one of those where I almost pretended the batteries on our ISDN kit have run out and I have been knocked off air. As Aitchison's round the wicket again to Ryan Patel, who pulls in front of square, and it's a good diving stop by, that's the real Alex Hughes doing the fielding there away to our left on the edge of the circle, and it will just be a single to Ryan Patel. He moves on to 67 and Surrey move on to 121 for 1. But the reason I'm saying that is exactly what you're saying, Fletcher. Need to make something happen here, Derbyshire.
Just do something a bit funky.
Yeah, absolutely. Bung it to someone who didn't normally bowl, or I don't know, something, as Aitchison comes in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, who's had a nibble at one, trying to run it down to third man. It looked like the slower ball as well from Aitchison. Taken by Smith, moving away to his right-hand side.
Dave Houghton was talking about the youngsters and the experience they're gaining, and my counter to that in the interview that I was doing with them down at Northampton was that how much damage it inflicts on these youngsters when they're being beaten every week. And it's a very fine balance, isn't it?
It is. Aitchison comes in over the wicket once again to Ollie Pope, who drives, and they'll pick up a single. The one I always relate with that sort of thing was Graham Ford, when Surrey couldn't get back up into the first division, and he just made the decision, we're going to play the youngsters, it's going to hurt for a couple of years, but when they do click, they come up together, and they played a lot of their team together, and then sort of adding Sangakkara helped, obviously.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, you know, a lot of those lads played a lot of their cricket together, lost together, but then started to learn how to win games together as well. As round the wicket comes Aitchison, and forward goes Patel, plays this one up towards mid-on, and there is a single for Ryan Patel. He'll move on to 68. Surrey move on to 123 for one. Ollie Pope coming back onto strike. 14. 216 that target for Surrey. Aitchison comes striding in once again to Ollie Pope. Short ball, and Ollie Pope's cracking this off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. It will just be a single. Marshall out there does the fielding. Timed that one nicely. Ollie Pope, end of the over, 23 gone then. So just tightened everything up a touch of Derbyshire. 124 for one then Surrey, nearly at the halfway point of this run chase. Looking for a place in the playoffs. Surrey, of course. And Marbirdie out there with some drinks for Messrs Patel and Pope. Elsewhere in the competition, Hampshire 225 for 9, Durham 108 for 1. Yorkshire 230, Glamorgan 80 without loss. Kent 218 for 9, Gloucestershire 113 for 2. Lancashire 250 for 6, Essex 84 for 2. Leicestershire 271, Northamptonshire 55 for 2. Sussex 333 for 4. Middlesex are 89 for 1. And Somerset 287 for 8. Warwickshire 90 for 3. Those are all your other scores. As caught and bowled is Ollie Pope. McKiernan tossed that one up a little bit more, and Ollie Pope a leading edge. It's gone straight back down the pitch, and Ollie Pope goes caught and bowled by McKiernan. Be disappointed there, Ollie Pope. Gone for 15 and 124 for 2 then Surrey in the 24th of their 50 overs, but looking to work it leg side in the end, and just a little leading edge and a good catch by McKiernan off his own bowling. He's had a pretty good game today as Matt McKiernan. And Ollie Pope gone for 15. Sorry, 124 for 2. Now Tim David came out at number 4 in the game against Warwickshire and absolutely belted the living daylights out of the ball. And here he comes now at number 4 here against Derbyshire. Pretty sure he'll go about it in his normal fashion. But McKiernan there, good catch off his own bowling. And Ollie Pope gone for 15. 124 for 2. Tim David at 140 off 70 balls.
It was a good catch, was it? I missed it completely.
Yeah, caught and bowled off his own bowling. So looking to whip it leg side was Ollie Pope. Leading edge and a low catch off his own bowling by McKiernan.
So he's having a decent game.
Yeah, he is having a very good game.
Yeah, top scored with 38. Took a catch, taken a wicket.
Now, Tim David, just those stats for you. 140 not out of 70 balls with 9 fours and 11 sixes a couple of days ago. I'm not saying he'll do the same again today, but if he did do anything like that today, then it would be an early finish. But he only knows how to play one way.
Two most destructive batsmen out there together now.
And you've sort of got that glue of Ricky Clark sort of floating in the middle for Surrey. But this will be, whatever happens with Tim David, it's good fun as he's settled over his bat right-handed, waiting for his first delivery as McKiernan's into him and he's forward. Pushes this one back up the pitch. He'll be confident. McKiernan does the fielding off his own bowling. Slip's gone in there now as well, so Alex Thompson is in there at slip. McKiernan, that little blow into his hand, then over the wicket he comes and David looks to drive. Squirts this one away through backward point and he'll get a couple of runs here because Wagstaff comes round to do the fielding. So David's off the mark with a couple and Surrey move on to 126 for 2. 216 the target, so 90 more required by Surrey. As in over the wicket once again comes McKiernan, forward goes Tim David, plays this one back up the pitch. McKiernan does the fielding off his own bowling and there's no run. Ryan Patel down there at the non-strikers end. 68 not out as McKiernan's into David and David drives handsomely. It's a controlled shot up towards mid-off. Good sliding stop. And David will get another single. Timed that very nicely. On to 3 he goes. 127 for 2.
Tom was going to slide past it for a moment there.
Again, it was the shot of a man who knows he's in form, wasn't it? Just leant on it, absolutely whistled away up there towards mid-off. Ryan Patel, 2 back on the leg side, rope and the long on. As McKiernan's in and Patel just turns leg side, take the single to Dahl. It's good running. Dahl's quick, but David responded straight away. He gets a thumbs up there from Ryan Patel. 24 overs gone then. McKiernan with the wicket of Ollie Pope for 15 and 128 for 2 Surrey. So another 88 required off 26.
Yes, despite the loss of Ollie Pope, it remains a fairly straightforward task, you would have thought, for Surrey. Their first visit to the county ground for many, many years. Not going to get the low-scoring thriller of the Benston Hedges Cup semi-final, certainly. That's not on the cards at this stage. As Ben Aitchison begins a new over from the racecourse end, balls to Patel, who drives him out over extra cover for 4 runs. Over the head of the man, Tom Wood, standing close in, probably 20 yards from the bat. And away in front of the marquee, away to our right-hand side.
Yeah, very good shot.
Patel up to 73 with that shot, 132 for 2. 84 runs required. It's like death by 1,000 paper cuts, this, isn't it, really? Patel waits, Aitchison around the wicket, he crashes it towards the cover boundary. Dahl is there to do the fielding. And a single is taken, 133 for 2.
Well, I think the key thing here for Ryan Patel is he's got an opportunity here again to sort of finish 130, 140 not out. So he's in such good form. I suppose, Fletch, when you're in really good form, the one thing you don't want to do is if you get an opportunity is let it go, because bad form can come along quite quickly, can't it?
More failures than successes as well in this game, as that's driven very nicely by Tim David. Straight to Ravi Rampal, to move a couple of feet to his left. Stumbled as he picked the ball up.
I'm pretty sure that sort of the Surrey coaching staff, sat wherever they are, will think, we don't want to see you again, Ryan Patel, until the game's over. We certainly don't want to be sat next to you while we're waiting for the runs to be knocked off, because you're out there, finish the job.
David waits and drives handsomely. That's rocketed away towards the boundary. Oh, and there's a misfield by Connor Marshall. I think that is over on the cover boundary. Yeah, just turns around rather forlornly, picks the ball up from beyond the rope. He got the slide in, but just couldn't quite gather the ball in. 4 more first boundary for David. He moves to 7. 137 for 2. It's a beautiful looking shot though from Tim David, who waits again now as Aitchison is in, and he just defends that back to the bowler, stretches out the left hand and brings it in. No run.
Yeah, and already, and it sounds a strange thing to say after he's got 140, this is looking a more controlled innings from Tim David. He was basically trying to lump everything. And that was a lovely shot, just leant on it, absolutely whistled away for 4.
Aitchison bowls to David, who defends it straight back to him. End of the over. Sorry, 137 for 2 now. With off that over, I can't tell you how many go off that over because my computer stopped some time ago. 74 to Patel, 7 to David. They need 79 more runs to win 9 off the over. It was 25 overs to go, so we've reached the halfway stage. And they're already 137 for 2, which suggests that Derbyshire were about 110 light.
Well, they were. The Derbyshire at this point were 134 for 5. They'd just taken 14 off the over from Conor McCurr, you remember, and then the runs just dried up completely as McKiernan continues from the City end. First ball of this, the 26th over, is a full toss that is drilled down the ground by Ryan Patel for a single. He'll move on to 75. Surrey moving on to 138 for 2. Tim David comes back onto strike on 7. Kiernan over the wicket to him, and David's driving, and Dahl does really well there because that's bounced awkwardly in front of him, diving away to his right hand side. That's a great bit of work from Manoj Dahl. That was not straightforward at all, and there's no run. Kiernan is over the wicket once again to David, who drives back up the pitch and will get a single because the ball's got through the hands there of McKiernan. That will take David on to 8. Surrey on to 139 for 2. By just checking where McKiernan's following through, and sort of a friendly, could you get off the middle of the pitch there, I think, to McKiernan. Yes. Just waiting again for his filter, just wants to bring his deep mid-wicket. Little square of Wagstaff, I think it is out there. As McKiernan's in to Patel, and Patel forces off the back foot down the ground, will take a single. And 1 more to the total. 1 more to Ryan Patel. He moves on to 76. David comes back onto strike once more.
Mike just had told Tim David that he wasn't running to the danger end there because he ran his bat in as though his life depended on it, but the ball was already in the bowler's hands.
I love those ones where the keeper pretends that the ball's coming to their end. Batsman dives full length, but the ball's gone to the bowler's end. It's great, that. Bairstow did it once in a test match. It was absolutely brilliant. As in over the wicket once again is McKiernan. This is swept by David out towards deep backward square. Marshall will just have to keep an eye on that because it was spinning off the turf in front of him. Gets the throw in. David will move on to 9, 141 for 2. Ravi Rampal goes jogging out to his fielding position. As McKiernan is in once again to Ryan Patel, who's just pushing this neatly and tidily out into the offside. Sensibly played by Ryan Patel. He'll keep the strike. 26 overs gone. And Surrey 140 2 for 2, 5 off the over without having to do anything really there.
Yeah.
Messrs Patel and David. 24 overs remaining, and Surrey requiring another 74.
Derbyshire need wickets, and they're going to turn to Anuj Dal, who so far in 10 overs that he's bowled in this competition has got 0 for 71. That should do the trick.
Oh, that first wicket could come, but so we're going at 7s and over. Well, you said, and I said, got to do something here.
Yeah, well, yes, absolutely. So Anuj Dal will get a go. I wondered whether he might give Wagstaff a go, a leading wicket taker in the, I think he's in the under 19s with his leg spin. I don't think he's going to think that it's him or his bowling that has lost this game. If he comes on now, who knows, he might pick up 2 or 3 wickets. He might not. Darren Smith standing up to the medium pace of Anuj Dal. He bowls around the wicket to Patel. He picks up a single straight away out to Tom Wood, who's taken up the Dal position out on the cover boundary. 143 for 2. So moves on to 78. Tim David on strike now as Dal is in, and he goes onto the back foot, pushes it backward of square out towards Connor Marshall for a single. The Marshall throw under his own strength overshot Darren Smith and was collected by Alex Hughes backing up. Good job he was there. 144 for 2. David on to 10 into double figures. Patel waits as Dal bowls to him, and he just dabs it out into the offside. This is all far, far too easy for Surrey. It was fielded there by Wagstaff, but the single was taken. And runner ball will get them home with more than 10 overs to spare. Now Anuj Dal's decided he needs a word with Alex Hughes, his skipper, about something.
3 slips, a couple of gullies, clean skip and a short leg.
Anything. Darren Smith has a word with the man fielding at backward point as Dal goes in, and that is pulled violently by Tim David for 4 runs out towards the wide long on boundary. Ravi Rampal was at long on, but he was never going to get round to stop it from crossing the boundary rope, and it's 149 for 2 now in the 27th over. David on to 14.
Yeah, that was a bit more what we saw a couple of days ago, just stand there and smash it through the leg side. Played a couple of those one-handed a couple of days ago that sort of went 20 rows back as well. So he's a strong boy, is Tim David. But yeah, at that pace, he's just going to stand there and whack it.
Well, the boundary forced Alex Hughes to have a word with Anuj Dal this time rather than the other way around. As a result, George Scrimshaw's gone out to the long leg boundary, and Ben Aitchison has come up from long off to mid off on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Tom Wood just going a little squarer on the mid-wicket boundary as well, as Dal is in, and that one is hammered out into the offside. Connor Marshall will do the fielding. He didn't really get hold of it, but he still hit it pretty hard. The 150's up for Surrey, 150 for 2. David on to 15. Patel has 79. 68 more runs required from 23 overs and 1 ball. Duckworth Lewis, 89. Just the 60 runs ahead of Duckworth Lewis. I can find no crumbs of comfort as Dal is in, and that one is pulled into the leg side. I don't think Connor Marshall saw it, mind you, it wasn't anywhere near him, so it didn't really matter. Ben Aitchison does the fielding. 2 off the final delivery. 10 off the over in total. So worse than his seasonal economy rate in the one-day cup for Anuj Dal. And at the end of the 27th over, Surrey are 152 for 2. They need 64 from 23.
Yep. And they're just ticking this over at the moment. 64, as Mr. Fletcher says. 23 overs to get them. Only 2 wickets down. Plenty of batting still in the dressing room. Away to our left hand side. The 2 wickets to go. Stoneman caught by McKiernan off Wood for 35, and then Ollie Pope caught and bowled by McKiernan for 15. So Tim David will be on strike. Fields, it's like Piccadilly Circus there at the moment.
Well, interestingly, Wagstaff's taken his cap off and left it on the boundary. I wonder if he's going to give him a little whirl. It is Wagstaff, isn't it? No, it's not Wagstaff. Who is that?
And McKiernan's, I think, still continuing.
It's a substitute fielder,
Yeah,
that's why
I
he's
think
got no cap on.
Scrimshaw's gone off.
Oh, yes, he has.
Yeah, I was just watching Scrimshaw.
Yeah.
I thought he was going over to deep mid-wicket, but he's kept going.
Nils Priestley.
This one's cut away by Tim David. Nicely timed, and Dahl gets around to do the fielding. Tim David will move on to 17, 154 for 4. Yeah, I saw Scrimshaw sort of heading off towards it, but then he walked straight past Marshall and kept going into the dressing room.
He's not walking particularly well, and he has a history of back problems over his career, and he's being followed into the changing rooms by one of the backroom staff. So fingers crossed for Big George.
McKiernan's in again. This is swept powerfully by David for 4. As I say, with Tim David, it's going to sound a really odd thing to say because he made 140 not out, and it was great. But this is the most confident, sort of controlled innings I've seen him play. Sort of just marched out there, taking it by the scruff of the neck. He moves on to 21 now, and Surrey move on to 158 for 2. And again, a bit like Ryan Patel, I suppose. That was his first professional 100.
Right.
Stay 100 as well. So it's, you know, confidence-wise, extraordinary, really. I was saying that with the Ryan Patel hat. Now, that wasn't his first 100, but his first in this day cricket it was for Ryan Patel at Guildford. And he's looked a totally different player ever since. Waits again. There's Tim David. McKiernan is into him. That's very short, and Tim David has slung that into the dressing rooms for 6. Oh, Amar Verdi behave. What a catch that is from the Surrey 12th man, because it's heading towards the dressing rooms, and Amar Verdi's just got up out of his chair and one-handed, thanks ever so much, and thrown it back again.
That's magnificent.
Brilliant bit of work from Amar Verdi there.
Is he available for loan?
6 more to David, and Amar Verdi there has just taken an absolute worldie, sat in the front of the dressing rooms. McKiernan's in once more. David drives down the ground. That's sensibly played by Tim David. He'll move on to 28, 165 for 2. But yeah, Amar Verdi sat there having a chat. Just leant across, got up, one-handed, caught it, threw it back.
Astonishing.
Brilliant stuff from Amar Verdi. Ryan Patel, 81 not out. Again, this partnership's whipped round pretty quickly. It's worth 41 now. Came together in the 24th over. McKiernan is into Patel, and Patel plays this one off the back foot, straight back up the pitch. And there is no run.
Yeah, just 28 deliveries they've been together, these two. That 41. Not bad.
65 for 2 as McKiernan once again is into the left-handed Patel. That's nicely bowled. Just gave that one a bit more air, and Patel pushes it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. 28 gone, 165 for 2 then Surrey, so 13 off that over from McKiernan. And the other thing, obvious thing to say here, Fletch, is this isn't doing Surrey's run rate any harm either.
No. Well, you'll be able to fill us in on
no,
exactly what that means.
Well, absolutely not a hope.
Because the problem you're going to have come the end of the game is that this game will have finished a lot earlier than the other game, so you'll have to wait.
No, I'll be halfway down the M1.
Oh, well, yeah,
I'll let everybody else work it out. They can let me know.
And Dall's going to continue, and he's continuing with his lengthy discussions with his skipper Alex Hughes, Ravi Rampal just stretching out the thigh muscles. The vain hope that he might come on and bowl again. He's only picked up 2 wickets in the competition, I think, this season, which is not what Derbyshire would have been hoping for from Ravi Rampal. 3, I beg your pardon. That's 81 as Dahl begins a new over and beats Tim David outside the off stump. Nice take by Darren Smith. He's going to come back, is Ravi Rampal, because he doesn't normally swing his arms around unless he has to.
Well, what I would say is Yorkshire 230, Glamorgan 117 without loss.
Wow, that's good.
So that they're moving along nicely.
Dahl is into David. He tries an expansive looking shot outside the off stump, gets a bottom edge on it, picks up a single.
Somerset 287 for 8, Warwickshire 113 for 4. But if Somerset were to win and Surrey were to win and Yorkshire lose, Glamorgan would be top. And I think, unless something spectacular happens there on net run rate, Surrey were ahead of Somerset anyway, and they're going to improve it here. So even if Somerset win, then I think Surrey will be okay. But again, we won't know all of that until
Sunday it is. Dahl in bowls. That was pulled into the leg side for 4 runs by Ryan Patel. Moves to 85. Nice shot. Too short from Anuj Dahl for the pace that he bowls. And it's 170 for 2 in the 29th over. 46 more runs to win. It's getting down close to 2 and over the required rate, which pretty much tells you that it's game over, and yet we still have to carry on playing. They bring the mercy rule into the Royal London One Day Cup. Say, yeah, okay, hands up, you're better than us. Let's go home.
I think what would you would say about this from Surrey's days? In every department, they've just been neat, tidy.
Yeah. Very, very efficient. More than efficient, but very efficient. 85 from 83 balls, 7 4s, 2 6s for Ryan Patel, who defends this next delivery from Anuj Dahl straight back to the bowler.
And I'll go back to sort of saying about 45 minutes ago, Surrey don't want to see Ryan Patel again until this game is over. Yeah. His job now is to see this over the line, walk off with an unbeaten 100 under his belt. Job done.
Dahl's job is to prevent that from happening. Can't prevent the single from being taken from the little dab into the onside. 171 for 2. Patel up to 86 now. Brings Tim David 29 from 20, 3 4s and a 6 in his innings so far. Plenty of violence, but he's been restrained on occasions. Far too infrequently.
Restrained violence from his batting today.
Yes.
Like the other day where it just was complete violence.
What will he do to Anuj Dahl here? Dahl's in and bowls and he drives it. Good stop by Dahl in his follow through. He connected pretty well with that one. That dot ball completes the over, from which 6 runs were scored. 2 overs for 16. Anuj Dahl now 45 to win from 21 overs. Sorry, they're 171 for 2. Ryan Patel has 86. Tim David has 29. This partnership now worth 47 of 35 balls.
India 157 for 2.
2.
Pujara, Anderson again. So Virat's just got out there. He's yet to get started, and Rahul is 55 yard out. Of course, Virat's still looking for his first run in the series, isn't he?
Yes.
So he's in dreadful nick. So Ravi Rampal.
A couple of years since he got a Test century.
Yeah, it is. I was reading that the other day. Although having watched him have a net at Durham, fortunate position to be able to sit and watch him have a net. Wow. Just, you know, you see these guys on the telly, don't you? And they look unbelievable. When you see them live practicing, ridiculous. At one point, he had sort of 3 bats with him. And at one point, he hit the most gorgeous cover drive but obviously wasn't happy with the bat, so threw it out the net, over the top of the net, and just got another one. And it looked to me like he'd absolutely nailed it.
He nip round and claim the bat.
No, he didn't do that. But
That would have been great, wouldn't it?
absolutely. But yeah, no. And I was saying to you earlier, watching Bumrah live, ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I'm convinced he's as quick off one pace as his little run that he does anyway. So Rampal into the attack, and this time from the city end to start this, our 30th over, and it's just open face cut from Ryan Patel down towards short third man, and there's no run.
It would be great for cricket in this country if they were allowed to come over and play a bit of white ball. Some of the Indian stars.
Well, it was and he never got there, but when Surrey in 2018 got Kohli on board, madness, absolute madness. As this is short and pulled by Patel for a single out towards deep backward square, because his first game was meant to be at Beckenham, his second game was going to be at Guildford, and his third game was in Scarborough.
Wow.
So they were all at out grounds. I think contingency plans were in place for how are we going to fit crowds in, because so many people were turning up. Absolutely,
just follow him around the country.
But then, unfortunately, he never arrived, which is a shame. Never know. One day, might see him playing a bit of domestic stuff, I suppose. As over the wicket comes Rampal, and this one's down the leg side, hitting the pads. David trying to work down that leg side. Smith dives to his left to do the retrieval work, and there's no run. But I was saying here in 2013, when Ponting played his first game, there was a floodlit game the night before, and then the championship game straight away. And sadly, it rained the floodlit game, but huge crowd here for that, and for the first day with Ponting playing as well. Just sort of brought people in to see Ricky Ponting. As over the wicket once again comes Rampal. Oh, and looking to pull is David. Got onto him a bit quicker than he thought, and I think that may have hit him amidships. Rolled out there towards extra cover. So he's wandered off towards square leg to get his breath back.
One of the biggest crowds I've seen here was for the, it was a 3-day game against the Australians in 2018 when Steve Smith came back from the concussion. And there were huge crowds here. The Australians were absolutely brilliant with everybody.
Oh, Ponting was amazing. As in over the wicket comes Rampal, and forward goes Tim David, pushes this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. He always stopped for an autograph, always stopped for a photo. He was brilliant.
Somebody told me that they never send all 11 out on the same day, so that nobody can get the complete set.
Yes.
I don't know how true that was.
I think they're normally, there's a great story about Shane Warne at Whitgift as well, as in over the wicket comes Ravi Rampal, and this one's pushed off the back foot by Tim David. I don't know why I say it's a great story, because I was there as a single, and Hampshire beat Surrey at Whitgift, scoring a one-day game early. And then Warne sat behind a table with the queue for a good hour and just signed autographs. It's brilliant, brilliant. End of the over. Mr. Fletcher's got to go and do his update. 30 gone then. Surrey 173 for 2. So just the 43 more runs required by Surrey for victory. They've got 20 overs in which to get there. Between Tim David and Ryan Patel out there in the middle. Dahl will continue. Yeah, that was a very good catch from Amar Verdi. So I think that's out on the old social media now. So have a look at that. Just Amar Verdi just leant down and picked it up, sat in the stand. That shot from Tim David. So Dahl getting ready to come in over the wicket to Tim David. 2 men back on that leg side boundary, right? Fine leg on the edge of the circle. Dahl is in too, David, and David drives him straight down the ground. Nice looking shot. Rampal will come round to do the fielding. They might think about 2. They will think about 2 as Rampal gets the throw in eventually, and 2 more to Tim David. He moves on to 32. Surrey move on to 175 for 2. Waits again, does David, over his bat as Dahl's into him. He's driving. Timed that beautifully. Out to Marshall, sweeping on that cover boundary rope. Will be another single to Tim David. He'll move on to 33. So 40 more required by Surrey. Morgan have lost a wicket against Yorkshire. Once again, there's Ryan Patel. Into him again goes Dahl, and this is cracked off the back foot by Ryan Patel for a couple of runs through the covers. Out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, which is Tom Wood. That'll be 2 more to Ryan Patel. He moves on to 89. Lovely afternoon now here in Derby. Sun's back. Blue sky. Incora County Ground. Perfect day for cricket today. Lovely atmosphere as Ryan Patel waits again as Dahl's around the wicket to him short, and it's just a little short-time jab behind square by Ryan Patel. He'll pick up another single. That'll take him on to 90. So Ryan Patel moves on to 90. Sorry, moving on to 179 for 2. 37 more required. Tim David waits with his bat raised as Dahl's into him, and David drives again. Everything finding the middle of the David bat at the moment. Races off towards the sweeper on the cover rope. David will move on to 34, 180 for 2. Back onto strike comes Ryan Patel once again. Waits over his bat once more as Dahl's round the wicket to him, and Patel's forward, wants a quick single, gets a quick single. That's great running from Ryan Patel, and good response from Tim David as well. Tim David's almost run into the car park there. Sprinted through for that single and kept going. So end of the over, 31 overs gone. Sorry, 181 for 2. Mr. Fletcher is back, having done his update. Away to my right. 19 overs to get 35 then for Surrey.
It's been offered Ajmal Shahzad for post-match. I've just declined. Not sure I've got anything to ask him. I think we want to speak to Darren Smith, really.
Yeah, we batted pretty well. Just playing
the
again.
Distance between, he's the story out on the pitch, isn't he? I'm not sure what Ajmal Shahzad can tell us. Here's Ravi Rampal in and bowls to Ryan Patel, who pushes it up towards Alex Hughes at wide mid-off, and there's no run. So 35 runs to win, 18 overs and 5 balls in which to get them. The question now is whether they do it before, during or just after the 5 o'clock update. And what I can do for the 5:30 update, I might have to record something and they can play that out. My concern, nobody else's. Here's Ravi Rampal again. That one's flicked very nicely off his hips by Patel, who moves on to 92. 182 for 2 now, sorry. Improving their net run rate enormously, we think. We're fairly sure.
Yeah. We'll still have to wait, though.
Yeah.
As I say, I'll be halfway down the M1 by then.
That's the spirit.
I'll be sat at Leicestershire North Services.
You'll have stopped at your 3rd service
station, yeah. By then. I will, that's why I know service stations so well, Fletch.
Here's Rampal, bowls to David, whose first name I completely forgot during that last update and called him Australian David.
At least you didn't do what I did. I said to myself, I said this to the other day, when he signed him, I said to myself, Don't say Craig David. Whatever you do, don't say Craig. Don't say Craig. Don't say Craig. First time, Craig David plays his first shot, and then I did it again the other night as well. So,
I wish you hadn't said that.
Yeah, well, it just sort of gets into your head. That's the problem.
He's moved on to 35. As Rampol's into Patel, who's beaten.
Bold.
He's beaten. The ball's gone past the edge of the bat. And as a result, Ravi Rampol turns around and inquires very politely as to whether it might have taken the edge. It might have taken the edge of the bat. It didn't. But it was worth asking.
Yeah, good ball that.
Yeah. It's the best ball we've seen.
Genuinely beaten.
Come in the 32nd over. Next delivery from Rampol. He beats him again. What's going on here? He's on 92 not out. Is Ryan Patel. He's just been beaten by successive deliveries from Ravi Rampol, who in his 7th over of his final match for Derbyshire has just found the exact line that he needs to bowl.
They're brilliant deliveries, those.
Oh, well, virtually
From
unplayable.
nowhere.
From a man who's seeing the ball so well. And Ryan Patel, who settles himself now as Rampol comes in looking for a hat-trick of balls to go past the edge, and he gets the bat on this one and pushes it back towards Ravi, and it's the end of the over, just 2 runs from it. He's merely delaying the inevitable. 183 for 2. We have 18 overs to go, 33 runs required by Surrey for victory. Patel on 92, David on 35, the partnership's worth 59, and here comes Alex Thompson.
Must be, you know, you see Ravi Rampol do that, you think, mustn't it be lovely to be able to do that in this situation? But then as captain, you're thinking, why didn't you do it earlier? 183 for 2. So 18 overs left. Thompson into the attack. Always been an admirer, though, of Ravi Rampol. He was great at Surrey, he really was. But then those 2 balls sort of sum him up, really. He can do that. And as Derbyshire have seen before, he can pick up a stack load of wickets. So Thompson in his sunglasses back into the attack. Just looking elsewhere at the moment. Hampshire 225 for 9, Durham cruising 165 for 1. As Thompson comes over the wicket then to Tim David, who's cutting out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll stroll the single. It'll take David on to 36, 184 for 2. Glamorgan 132 for 1 now against Yorkshire needing 231 to win in the 32nd over, so they're in control of that one. Kent 218 for 9, Gloucestershire 197 for 2, Lancashire 250 for 6, Essex 136 for 4, Leicestershire 271, Northamptonshire 97 for 3, Somerset 287 for 8, Warwickshire 137 for 4. As Thompson is in, and little inside edge from Ryan Patel onto his pad, rolls away into the leg side. He'll get another single, that'll move him on to 93. Moves Surrey on to 185 for 2. And, well, it's been runs galore down at Hove. Sussex 333 for 4, Middlesex 163 for 2. So a run feast. Sussex and Middlesex. Thompson over the wicket to Tim David, and David's working leg side will take a single down to McKiernan. Long on. And more to David, he moves on to 37. Surrey 186 for 2. And Patel settles over his bat once again, and he's forward, playing this one straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. Thompson, though, has got nice action with that height as well.
Yeah, yeah. An investment for the future, he was described as by the chairman.
This definitely is. He's in again. That's too short, and that's clipped by Ryan Patel, sort of toe end of the bat, really. Down the ground for another single. Move on to 94. Looks a bit disappointed there, Ryan Patel. I think he was in 2 minds about whether to lump that into the dressing rooms. As Thompson's in again. Here goes David, and this is straight down the ground. This will be 6 from Tim David. Just a couple of paces down the pitch and then lofts it over long off for 6 runs. Takes David on to 43, targeted the final ball of the over. And Surrey are 193 for 2.
Yeah, that was a very nice shot from Tim David. Quite measured in the end as he moves towards a half century. Patel moving towards a century. I gave out some information from Burton Albion before. They've changed it now. I knew I shouldn't have done it really, but tonight is first and second doses for over 18s only at the Pirelli Stadium. 16 and 17-year-olds are Sunday 9 till 1, or how many 16 and 17-year-olds will be up at 9 o'clock on a Sunday morning, I've no idea. Yes, just check out the Burton Albion Twitter feed for the full details of that. My apologies for giving you incorrect information before, but it was the information that we had. Ravi Rampal bowls to Patel, who pushes it back to him. I just thought it was useful information.
No, it's very useful information for all concerned.
Well, they now do it entirely in-house at Burton. They've got all the volunteers are now, so they don't involve the NHS anymore, so they can go off and do what they need to be doing as well. So it's been a magnificent effort by the Burton Albion Community Trust. And they fully deserve all the recognition that they're getting. Pirelli's been handed over to all sorts of different people throughout the pandemic as Rampal is in it. Ryan Patel pushes it, and they're going to get through for a single out. Just for a moment, I thought that Matty McKeon was going to get there first and perhaps have a shot at the stumps, but in fact he couldn't get there. It went all the way through to the mid-on, and he goes on to 95. He's getting into the church. He's got to commentate on every single ball he faces territory.
Don't you worry about that, Mr. Fletcher.
It's been a terrific effort. 95 from 100 balls faced, 7 4s and 2 6s for Ryan Patel. Tim David back on strike now. He's got 43, and Rampal bowls to him and pushes it out towards Anuj Dal, who's fielding in the covers. And another single.
Did you ever see that video? So all the volunteers, amazing what's gone on with the vaccination centres and everything. But there was one where you turned up and Hugh Bonneville of Downtown Abbey, is it Downtown? And Paddington Bear.
I think you're mistaking him for Lulu.
But he was volunteering as well. But imagine that,
brilliant.
Turning up for your jab, and Mr. Hugh Bonneville.
Rampal balls. Patel pushes this one out into the onside. Alex Hughes does the fielding. There's been a few. One of the gold medal winning. No, she didn't win a gold. One of the rowers, Olympic rowers, the Scottish woman. She'd been working in a hospital until recently. Now she's going back to work in a hospital and stuff like that. Some unbelievable stories to be told, and will continue to be told, I'm sure, as Rampal is in to Patel, who drives it up to mid-off. There's no run. A little bit too firm for him to take a quick single.
Yeah, this is a good little spell from Rampal, isn't it?
Yes.
Suddenly cranked it up a gear.
His magnificent piece of fielding when I was away, just using that left boot.
Yes.
Yeah, very good.
He's just sort of gone up a gear here, he seems.
Trying to finish with a flourish. He's got 2 more overs up his sleeve after this one. 0 for 31 from 7 overs and 5 balls so far. 3 wickets in the tournament. He'll have wanted more. His experience for the younger players is invaluable, of course. Out in the middle, you often see him talking to them as he's around the wicket to Patel, and he can do no more than defend it. Straight back to Ravi Rampal, end of the over. 195 for 2. 21 runs required from 16 overs. We know who's going to win. It's just a matter of when they actually wrap up victory here. Surrey and progress to the knockout stages of the One-Day Cup. 44 to David, 95 to Patel, and these two have added 71 so far for the 3rd wicket.
Yep. And they've done it very well. David and Patel just both want to be there at the end now. Knock off these 21 runs.
Derbyshire can concentrate on winning the 3rd division title.
Over the wicket, Thompson, and this one's pushed down the ground by David. down towards long on. They will pick up a single, one more to the total. David moves on to 45, 196 for 2. Yeah, 4 championship games to come in September. Thompson round the wicket to Patel, who's cutting out towards Dahl. He'll want 2. I'm not sure he'll get 2. He's coming back on the second for the throw. He's back just for a second. Dahl's a terrific fielder. And on the turn, I think he might be struggling here, Ryan Patel, but he's scampered back for the second and it moves him on to 97. Surrey needing 18 more for victory, which I think will be good enough to get them into the playoffs, but it's just what position they're going to finish in as much as anything. And that all could come down to net run rate as round the wicket comes Thompson, forward goes Patel and tucks it leg side. He'll get a single, moves on to 98. 199 for 2. Tim David comes back onto strike on 45. Sound of traffic.
Don't normally move that quick at this time of night.
Or it is, as I say, Peter's a bit late as this one's pushed away by Tim David out there towards extra cover. It's been a great innings this from Ryan Patel.
Oh yeah, brilliant.
Really has.
Brilliant.
As I say, they won't want to see him again till the end, as this is pushed by David off the back foot out there towards extra cover. Now scamper another single. So Ryan Patel comes back onto strike on 98. And the 200 comes up for Surrey with that single. So 16 more required. As Thompson's round the wicket to Patel, and Patel cuts this one into the covers. Oh, there's a little misfield there. Will he come back for 2? No, just the single. That was sensible from Ryan Patel. For a second, I thought he might try to come back for the second there, but there's definitely not 2 there. But he's on 99. Is Ryan Patel. End of the over. 35 gone and 201 for 2.
The players really do appreciate your support.
Early shout. 15 needed by Surrey.
John's thrown the towel in, hasn't he? He's thrown the towel in.
Ready. Announcement of the next fixture.
Yeah. We go again. Hashtag we go again. 201 for 2. Do you want to do his century?
No, go on. You do it, Mr. Fletcher. I've been fortunate enough to see one already from this young man this season.
He's on 99. Ravi Rampal will bowl his penultimate over, or certainly the potential penultimate over. 15 more runs required from 15 overs. They're going to do it with those 10 overs to spare and then some. As Rampal is in around the wicket and bowls to Patel, who cuts it away, and there it is. A century for Ryan Patel. He's going to race away to the boundary as well. He moves on to 103. That was his 8th 4. He's hit 2 6s as well, 107 balls. A terrific innings from Ryan Patel. And he has put Surrey on the brink of victory and the brink of the One Day Cup playoffs.
Great innings from Ryan Patel. And that first 100 at Guildford was brilliant, but this has been just as good. And the fact, what I love about this is he's just keeping going here, Ryan Patel. He wants to be there at the end, unbeaten. But he's done a terrific job here in a second one-day 100. Not bad going in 7 games, is it, this season? No. Terrific stuff, really.
So 11 to win now for the visitors. Derbyshire staring at a 3rd 8-wicket defeat in this competition. Rampal is in and defended by Patel out into the offside. One of the many caps that Matty McKinnon's wearing falls from his head. He's wearing at least 2. I think he is just wearing 2. He's got Ravi Rampal's on as well. It's fairly chastening for Derbyshire once again, I'm afraid, in the One Day Cup, as it was from the majority of the T20, as it was in the entirety of the opening few rounds of the county championship. As Rampal is in, bowls a short delivery. That might be a no ball. No, just one for the over.
Well, I think as sort of going into this game as well, as you said, if you lose 3 players who've got 50% of your runs in the competition, it's going to be tough.
And you already don't score enough runs.
It's going to be really tough. And I think from a sort of a Surrey perspective here, they've come here, done the job very neatly, very tidily, and sort of that's it. All they would have wanted to have done was come here and done it this way.
Rampall bowls, Patel dabs it out into the offside, says no straight away as it's Mitch Wagstaff who pounces on the ball. I'm sure that Darren Smith's very proud of him. Mitch Wagstaff, he's had a pretty decent first few matches in the first team for Derbyshire, the 17-year-old. Another question to ask Darren Smith, what's it like playing with somebody who you're pretty much mentoring through the Derbyshire pathway? Smith crouches, this one is pulled, might be out. Alex Dahl's there, misses it, can't get the catch from the dive, and it goes for 4. Rampall can't believe it. And Surrey moved to within 7 of victory now. Patel really should have perished there. You'd expect Dahl to take that catch, in all honesty. I'm not putting it down as a drop necessarily, but it was close. It was close. It probably went through his hands.
Yeah, it was a good effort, wasn't it, to get round there.
Full length dive.
Yeah, it would have been a brilliant catch if he'd taken it.
Tim David wants something from the change room. He wants new gloves. You only need 7 to win, man. In comes Ray might not face another ball. In comes Rampall, pushed out into the offside. That was interesting because Patel called him through for the single. David hesitated. Then Patel just held his hand out and said, "Look, there is a single there. The ball's gone into a very large pocket of space."
Or borrow my glove, maybe.
Yes. He's going to get his new gloves. There'll be a round of applause for Ryan Patel now as his figures are announced. That's a very generous round of applause from the Derbyshire faithful. We've had precious little to applaud throughout the course of this season. 108 he's on now from 112 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes, 107 balls to get to 3 figures. 6 to win, 14 overs in which to get them. I think you'd rather be in Surrey's changing room, Churchy, at this stage.
Well, yeah, I think what's been impressive from Surrey is the response to that loss at Leicestershire at Grace Road, where they basically completely cocked it up, the run chase. But they've come straight back with this performance and the performance against Warwickshire as Ryan Patel is pushing into the offside towards short extra cover. So it's been a good response from them. It really has.
It's a race between Surrey and Gloucestershire for the first victory of the day.
As round the wicket again goes Thompson, driven by Ryan Patel very nicely again through extra cover. Dahl will come round to do the fielding, and I think what will please the Surrey coaching staff here as Patel moves on to 110. Now he might get the best ball of all time and might one up in the air, but he's virtually done what we said now. Virtually got Surrey over the line as he's forward and just opening the face and guiding this one down to backward point. And again, as part of that Ryan Patel, not cricketing education, but part of him growing as a player, unbeaten hundreds to win games, it's never a bad thing. As he waits again, does Patel. Drives out into the offside, will take a single. That will bring Tim David onto strike, who on 46 might try and finish this all in one shot, I suppose, and bring up his 50.
You wouldn't be surprised.
No, you wouldn't at all.
Off spinner on.
Already blocked him once.
Batsman. Big boundary, but got an opportunity if he can hit it straight. 6 is almost guaranteed.
213 for 2. 3 required by Surrey. Thompson's in, and he's going to bowl a flat delivery to him. He's not going to allow him to try and smash one back over his head, and that's cracked.
2 steps down the track and turn it into a full toss.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, he's 46 not out. Surrey leading 3. Thompson's over the wicket to him. Here he goes. This is down towards us at long on, and that'll be the winning runs because that's gone all the way for 6. And Tim David finishes it, brings up his 50. He'll finish 52 not out. Ryan Patel finishes 111 not out. Terrific from those two. Surrey have won this at a canter with 12 and a half overs to spend. Now, the key thing there as well is that will improve their net run rate further. They've got themselves up to the 10 points. We now have to wait to see what happens with all the other games, but they've done all they could do here, sorry. They've won the game and they've improved their net run rate. And they will win this game by 8 wickets. Ryan Patel 111 not out, and Tim David 52 not out, Fletch.
Comprehensive, Churchy, comprehensive victory for Surrey. Derbyshire end with just the one win in this competition. 3 points, 1 point from the washout against Glamorgan. It's their third 8-wicket defeat. They've been beaten by 6 wickets on a couple of occasions as well. So it's been a fairly dismal campaign in the One Day Cup, as it has been throughout the course of 2021. I've thoroughly enjoyed working with Churchy. Thanks to him for his company throughout the afternoon. Thanks to you for your company throughout the afternoon as well. And we'll leave you with the news that Surrey are, well, they're certain, you would have thought, of qualifying. Nobody knows, of going through to the knockout stages. And Ryan Patel leaves the field 111 not out from 115 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes. Tim David winning it with a 6 to end on 52 not out. Mark Stoneman made 35 earlier. The only failure was England's Ollie Pope. He made 15. Surrey win by 8 wickets. As far as Derbyshire are concerned, we'll see you at the end of August. Surrey's march towards silverware goes on. We'll see you soon.